Chapter 8. When love is not madness, it is not love. Pedro Calderón de la Barca. It isn't possible to love and part. You will wish that it was. You can transmute love, ignore it, muddle it, but you can never pull it out of you. I know by experience that the poets are right, love is eternal. E. M. Forster, A Room with a View. Oh. Author's note, there is another lemon scene this chapter, as well as lemon start and lemon end markers in case you would like to skip it. Please only read if you are of age. Also, if you thought the last lemon I wrote was racy, you may want to skip this one. Oh. Naruto turned to look at the brunette lying next to him. The lights from the city danced like a galaxy of warm stars upon her lovely, brown complexion. He watched her chest rise and fall with each breath and idly recalled tracing her soft skin with kisses and messy dabs of his mouth and tongue. He saw that her lips were parted just slightly and he could see her white teeth barely peeking out from behind them, remembering how those teeth nipped deliciously at the front of his throat as they joined together with a moan. Her right arm was thrown back and her legs were left splayed out in a relaxed position. She lay content on her back with her head turned toward him on her left as she slept. He reached out with his hand and gently cupped her chin, his thumb pressing as softly as he was able to against her lower lip, ghosting the soft pad of skin against her as he gently pulled her mouth open further, his memory telling him how pliable and succulent these lips were. He recalled the taste of her lips and the cute way she tried to fight him back with her tongue and mouth when they were kissing, making their kiss seem more akin to a wrestling match than an expression of love between two individuals, and yet it was anyways. He smiled when he heard her quiet muttering in her sleep, something about being the Avatar and how he was going to have to deal with it, and turned around to stand up from the bed. Much to his surprise, the relentless grasp that she usually had slipped and he was able to get away without using his incredible body replacement technique. Which was basically him just trying to shimmy out of the bed while pulling his pillow down with him so that she would grab onto that instead. Making sure that Korra was tucked carefully under the covers, Naruto stepped down the ladder and closed the hatch behind him. He then went to turn on the bath after taking his clothes out of a small closet in his art room. Once he was seated inside the tub, he let his head droop just a bit as he began to nap with his arms resting on the outside of the circular tub. The hot water soothed his sore body and washed over most of the bite marks that trailed down from his neck and shoulders outside of the tub to the ones inside on his chest leading down to his abdomen and thighs. Korra was a bit of a nibbler and he quickly learned that she loved to hear him yelp and hiss with each bite. He thought about their first date and how successful it had been, though there had been a bit of apprehension between himself and Korra's hot-headed teammate. Oh. Right after the bending match, Naruto took Korra to celebrate at a nearby park with a basket and 2 meals that he had pre-prepared along with a bottle of white wine that Sakura had gone out and purchased for him earlier. They ate their meals, which included smoked shark salmon and some soft bread rolls that he made from a recipe he had learned a very long time ago. Earlier, in the employees-only area of the arena, after the match. Once everything died down, Naruto made his way through the hall that led to the changing rooms for the pro benders. Dressed to impress, Naruto was wearing a white coat and white pants with an orange and white half-striped tie with an orange handkerchief adorning his front pocket. On his head he wore a black fedora-style hat with a white belt around it, and on his feet he wore coal-black dress shoes. Under his coat he wore a high-quality dress shirt that was sewn with an orange and gray pinstriped pattern on white. He was definitely the center of attention with a suit like that, but it was exactly what he wanted. Earlier that day, after a brief presentation that occurred several hours prior to the main events, everyone working at the stadium, as well as the press and the audience present, learned that the sharp-dressed man was the new owner of the pro bending arena and franchise. After mingling with his workers for part of the afternoon, he kicked things off by having the tickets to the night's match switched with ones that some of his assistants provided so that they included a special message on the back as well as a raffle number, and then he posed for a massive picture alongside the entire roster of athletes and the staff while giving a thumbs up to the camera. Later, when the picture was developed, they would find that Korra, who was standing further away from him than she would have liked, was glancing in his direction during the photo. He was asked to comment on what was in store for pro bending now that he was at the helm, and after a spectacular announcement where he unveiled a few of his ideas for the franchise's future, he shocked the press and everyone present, poor and rich, by veering off the path to his luxury booth up above the stands that was built in by the last owner of the arena. He instead walked down to the regular seating of the stadium and sat a few seats away from a group of fans with one girl with glasses whom had styled her hair and clothing in Korra's image. Everyone and everything was silent. Korra's cosplaying fan gawked at him in confusion, surprised because she was one of the few who had shown up early enough to be invited in to get autographs from each of her favorite benders and was now aware just who was sitting next to her. The music playing in the background lowered as the announcer finally began speaking after a few moments of stunned silence. Oh. Prior to Cora's match that night, Cora grinned when she heard the announcer overhead saying, "Tonight we are in for a real treat, ladies and gents. If you follow our spotlight you'll see the new owner of Republic City's very own pro bending arena. One of the wealthy elite in the city, Mr. Uzumaki earned his way to where he is now by working hard and, I'm sure, some very smart investing. I can tell you what, folks. I'm sure happy with my odds at job security now that this motivated achiever is leading us here at the spectacular Republic City Pro Bending Arena." Silence persisted after that comment. Naruto kept a stony face and stared right up at the booth to freak out the announcer a bit. Some of the wealthier visitors sat in their booths above the common crowd, looking down in surprise at the way this new owner presented himself. It wouldn't have been that surprising if he had not gone and introduced himself prior to the matches that night, but he had, and now people felt like they were sitting alongside a celebrity who didn't mind mingling with the regular folk. Ahem, sorry about that folks, brown nosing aside, apparently we have a reporter down there in the stands ready to ask Mr. Uzumaki a few questions. Please offer your ear to the beautiful and talented Miss Ino Yamanaka. Cora watched as a crew of people steamrolled down the steps with a bouquet of microphones that were attached to an extremely large bundle of cords. She saw a beautiful blonde sit a little too close to Naruto for her comfort and had to clench her fist to keep from dousing the blonde with water. "Hello, Mr. Uzumaki, may I call you Naruto?" Bolin, who was standing out on the stage with his two teammates, stared at his female partner when he noticed Cora visibly flinch. Smirking, Naruto removed his hat and spoke in a smooth and clear voice, "For propriety's sake, please refer to me as Mr. Uzumaki, Miss Yamanaka." "You can call me Ino," she said in a not quite inappropriate manner, smiling as she peered from underneath her long eyelashes and leaned ever so close to him, much to Cora's displeasure. A few catcalls and some laughter preceded that comment, but Naruto maintained a cool composure as he looked her dead in the eyes and said in a slightly sharper tone, "Your question, Miss Yamanaka?" Pouting, Ino said, "Well, we were all just wondering what you were doing sitting out here in the stands instead of your booth. Are you here with friends?" Naruto turned and looked at the people sitting next to him with their eyes wide like moose deer caught in the headlights. His head turned slowly as he swept his eyes across the entirety of the stadium, taking a moment to savor the feeling of having several thousand people waiting for him to speak. They paid such close attention, it was like he was on the street, showing someone a trick in one hand while he picked their pockets with the other. He grinned and said, "Aren't we all friends here?" He turned back to Ino and spoke into the microphone, looking out toward the arena from the corners of his eyes and extending his arm in a sweeping motion as he spoke. "Bender or not, we all have a deep, passionate love for this sport because it is exciting, enjoyable, and it calls to us to work hard and compete, but also to be better people to one another and to learn to follow the rules and still be able to come out on top." There was a chorus of clapping and hooting as he paused briefly, taking the microphone from Ino as he stood back on his seat and spoke. "Pro bending isn't just a sport. It's people. It's Republic City's people. Benders aren't the only ones performing out here for you tonight. There are many people, bender and not, that have worked together to make this whole event possible for you. Non-benders just like our lovely Miss Ino Yamanaka here and the talented Shiro Shinobi up in the booth contribute tremendously to this sport and to your very own community. Please, let's have a round of applause to thank the unsung heroes of the pro bending sports arena." Naruto set the microphone in the crook of his elbow and clapped as well, leading everyone as the packed stadium began to clap around him, people sitting all around him surprised that this whole announcement was taking place so close to them. Cora led the clapping on stage, nudging Bolin, who in turn bumped shoulders with his brother as their opponents and the refs began clapping as well. Before he continued, he turned to look at Ino and brought the microphone in between them so that she could answer his questions. "Bet you didn't think you'd get interviewed by your boss today, did you, Miss Yamanaka?" Blushing, the pretty blonde shook her head and curtly answered, "No, I didn't," with an embarrassed look on her face while laughter broke out among the fans. "Well, don't worry, you aced the interview already. I learned quite a bit about my employees earlier today and, when I found out about you, I asked your supervisor to send you down here for this interview because it was perfect for what I had in mind." "Ah, really?" She couldn't quite believe it, he had planned all of this? Grinning, Naruto said, "That's right. Now, isn't it true that you also work over 30 volunteer hours a week at the newly named Republic City Orphanage?" Ino blanched, but nodded, muttering, "Yes sir, sometimes a little extra on holidays." Chuckling, Naruto shook his head and said, "You don't have to be bashful. You are a shining example of the type of people we strive to employ here at the arena." Naruto then turned outwards to the audience and said, I'm sure all of you noticed the new tickets that we are using for our events. Well, if you look on the back, you'll notice that the arena is now sponsoring the Republic City Children's Fund, which is the non-profit organization that handles all of the expenses for the multiple facilities throughout the city that house our homeless children. These are also the same people who organize efforts to help feed and clothe the homeless adults here in the city. To celebrate this new connection we have with our community, the arena is going to donate half of our revenue tonight, and a monthly donation afterwards to the RCCF. The young reporter stood one step below him, looking up with a bright blush on her pale cheeks. She heard something pounding erratically in her ears. Was that her heart beating? The other half, he continued, is going into our raffle, and 10 lucky winners will be leaving here with some serious cash in their pockets tonight. I hope you all kept your ticket stubs, because after the game we'll be calling out numbers, so listen closely because if you hear your number, that means you're one of the 10 lucky winners who not only win the raffle, but you'll also be given free booth tickets to the finale's game and you'll have your picture taken together with our athletes up on stage at the end of the night. The fans let him know just how much they enjoyed that idea by jumping up onto their feet, clapping and cheering together harmoniously until the sound made the entire arena rumble. There was one element about this whole ordeal that I neglected to mention until now, but I have always believed that it is the most important element of all, the human element. I want to thank you all for buying out all of our seats so quickly. As you can see if you look around you, this is a well-packed stadium. There are over 40,000 of us here tonight and I have plans to make some renovations here in the stadium so that we can seat even more people and host more events. I hope you enjoy the matches tonight and I want to thank you all for helping to support those in need. Before we start, all I have left to say is that you can believe it when I tell you that this tournament is only the beginning of what we have in store for the pro bending circuit in our beloved capital. Are you ready for more, Republic City? When he stood and yelled at the top of his lungs, the crowd worked into a frenzy and the screaming shook the stadium. Korra felt goosebumps on her arms when she heard the roar of the audience all around her. Her teammates beside her seemed to have mixed reactions. Bolin was hooting along with the rest of the crowd, of course, but his brother Mako rolled his eyes and had his arms crossed as he stood out there on the platform, waiting for the new owner to shut up so they could continue with the tournament. Now let's get back to the action. The stadium hadn't let up even as the radio broadcaster, Shiro Shinobi, began to thank the owner for his well-spoken words and also went over the sponsors for the tournament and the arena for that night. These included Cabbage Corporation but, interestingly enough, not Future Industries. Oh. Standing at her seat in the nosebleeds was Lin Beifong. She looked down to where Naruto was speaking and told herself that this was just another ploy of his. He was up to something. She was sure of it. Oh. Later, back with Naruto, outside of the locker rooms, 1 hour after the Republic City Police Headquarters was sacked. After Korra's match, which they won thanks to Korra who pulled a fantastic finish from out of nowhere at the last moment, Naruto now stood outside of the dressing room with a red tulip in his hand. He waited patiently for Korra to exit out of the women's dressing room and leaned against the wall beside the door as he closed his eyes for a moment to relax for a bit. All of the excitement had gotten to him. He could still feel his heart beating in his throat after the speech he had given and, for the first time in a long time, he even felt his hand shaking a bit. He was thinking about his upcoming date with Korra until the sound of footsteps coming from down the hall finally caught up with him. Oh. Naruto, Mako said, standing in front of the blonde with a hand resting on his hips and the other tugging gently on the scarf he had wrapped around his neck. Naruto's eyelids peeled back and he narrowed his eyes curiously at the young firebender. Mako, it is good to see you. You must be excited that your team will be moving up to the finals. That was a great performance out there. Mako frowned and shook his head. That was a great performance by Korra. Bolin and I were completely out of it. It was my fault, really. I'm just glad that Korra was able to look past what I did to you to work together with us. It was incredible how she pulled through for us like that. His eyes were peering over at the door to the women's locker room, but he quickly veered them away when he noticed Naruto's hard stare. The blonde, meanwhile, couldn't help but chuckle at what the naive young man just said to him. You really think that she won that match for you? Suddenly, Mako was staring right back into Naruto's eyes with a strange look on his face. He wasn't quite sure what to make of that question. Yes? Was the only answer possible to him, but instead, he just asked Naruto to elaborate. What do you mean by that? Naruto shrugged and said, Korra didn't do that for you or for me. She won the match for herself. It was important for her, and you should realize that you are probably still on thin ice with her. I've already gotten over your hot-headed little move you tried to pull on me, but Korra probably hasn't. Naruto chuckled when he remembered the fight. And I gotta admit, I pulled a bit of a dick move by attacking you when you weren't ready. Mako frowned. Why are you telling me this? Because you are important to Korra, and she is important to me. Naruto looked conflicted saying what he had, which surprised Mako because he wasn't aware that the blonde had any other look on his face other than smug as shit. You're one of the first friends that she made here in Republic City, and I don't want you to mess up that friendship by having the wrong idea about what happened tonight. Shaking his head, Mako said, why does it matter if I think she went the extra mile for me, you, or herself? I don't get it. Smirking, Naruto had to bite his tongue for a moment to keep from blurting something out that he might regret. Instead, he went with, it's funny. I thought a guy like you would understand how girls think by now. I mean, you're not bad looking. I'm sure you've had a few girlfriends before Miss Sato. Asami is my first girlfriend, Mako offered quietly. Naruto nodded, yeah. It's obvious now. Well, what do you think a girlfriend is? Now Naruto was just jerking his chain. Well, it's the girl you're in a relationship with. Was all Mako could say. Naruto wasn't looking at Mako when he talked. Instead, his gaze lingered on the door beside him as he thought of the pretty, young avatar. A girlfriend isn't just some pretty little ornament you pin on your chest and carry around with you to show off. A girlfriend is a whole other person who has her own goals and aspirations. She's separate from you. She has to seek her own fulfillment just like you and I do. For Korra, that win wasn't just to get you guys into the tournament. Really, the finale, even after all of the things I said about how incredible it's going to be, it's just a single moment that will fly by quicker than your fireballs do across the field. It'll come, it'll go, and we'll have to move on. Mako listened to Naruto quietly, nodding here and there to show that he was. I know all of that, he finally said. Then you should find some way to apologize to her correctly. And don't do it half-assed or she's going to hate you for it. Trust me, women have a better memory for this kind of stuff than men do. Why should I have to apologize? I don't feel like I was in the wrong there. Well, that's fine, I guess. But if you want to salvage your relationship with Korra as her friend, then you're going to have to kill that pride. Naruto shrugged and shifted his stance slightly to get more comfortable with his back against the wall. What if I want to be more than friends, he asked, surprising even Naruto with the audacity he showed by saying that to his face. Huh? You've got balls, Mako. Well, if that's how it's going to be, then I guess you're going to have to figure that one out for yourself. I'm not about to give any more advice to my competition. Then again, if you're willing to listen, Korra tells me she likes very effeminate guys that wear eyeliner and women's clothing. I told her I'm not into that sort of thing, so she pouted a bit, but oh well. Maybe you could try that route. Naruto spoke with a knowing grin on his face as he eyed the firebender mirthfully. Mako rolled his eyes and started to walk away, whatever. Geez. You talk so much, you must love the sound of your own voice. Just because you hate yourself doesn't mean I have to. Bite me. Don't ask for it if you're going to end up regretting it later. Shut up. Mako yelled. Make me. Naruto called back to him. Mako growled out loud and a flame lit up around him as he stalked down the hallway, disappearing from sight just as the fire around him became extinguished. Naruto just shook his head and chuckled, turning to look back at the door as he waited patiently for Korra to shower and change for their date. No doubt she was putting on the dress he had stowed away for her in her locker. Oh. There is a lemon here if you want to read it, the link is in the description. Oh. Outside the women's locker room. Geez, what took you so long, Asami? Blushing, Asami just grinned and started walking down the hall, saying, just prettying myself up a bit before we go. Mako smirked and said, oh yeah? Why's that? Have a hot date? Asami snorted and said, don't be so full of yourself, Mako. Hey, I didn't say I was hot, you did. MMHM. Anyways, I'm hungry. Where are we going to go out to eat? Mako smiled. He had planned this night for a few days now. Sure, he was still a bit hung up on Korra, but that didn't mean that he couldn't dote on his current girlfriend while she was here. You'll see. Let me drive. Oh really? Sure. I like surprises, she said, smiling with a crinkled nose when she realized what she had just seen was the mother of all surprises. After a bit, she started to chuckle and Mako looked over at her as her laughter grew. Hey, what's so funny? Asami giggled and said, nothing. Just lead the way, Mako. Mako rolled his eyes, you're the one who parked the car. At least take me to the right parking lot. Ha ha. Oh, right. Asami bit her lower lip as they walked. Her thoughts weren't really on what her boyfriend was saying. Instead, she just kept walking as she imagined the scandalous scene once again, shuddering a bit at the thought of having a closer look herself. And then she thought of what it would feel like to be there on her knees in front of Naruto instead of Korra. Oh, after their date. After their dinner date in the park, Naruto drove her back to his apartment and they spent the night sitting on the couch, talking and going through his paintings. He explained to her how easy it was to get started doodling, and she promised she would give it a try soon, though she was skeptical about whether or not she would ever be able to paint herself. He told her it wasn't about how perfect something was. Good art doesn't have to be perfect, he told her. It was all about self-expression, and if it felt right then it was. Spirits was that corny. But he found himself saying stuff like that on reflex around Korra. Somehow, the future was quickly becoming less bleak around Korra. Before, he only thought about the next step in his eventual climb to greatness, and then he was starting to get these lucid ideas that he was going to somehow conquer the world. Did he even want that? Or was it just something he said, some grand delusion, something he felt like he had to aspire to in order to move on? To forget about the people that he hurt. The people that he killed. He never once stopped to think about how murdering Viper and the rest of the leaders had affected him. Naruto's eyes opened as the door to the bathroom closed suddenly. At first he thought it might be Korra, but the eerie quiet after the way the door opened and closed carefully made him more alert. Had he left it open when he walked in? He didn't have time to reflect on how stupid that was when a metal cable latched itself around his throat. Oh. The Uchiha-owned Salamander's Dance, a resort and hotel built by the bay, 2 a.m. So, brother. You've told me that you do not wish to return to do work for the family. I must say that I am quite upset with your current course of action. Sasuke scoffed. He and his brother sat in the bar of the hotel by themselves drinking Itachi's preferred choice of drink, which was worth far more yuans than a modest family in Republic City could hope to make in a year. It tasted terrible to him, honestly, but he drank it anyways because liquor was liquor. You don't ever sleep, do you, brother? Itachi smiled at his younger brother and said, sleep is for the weary. My eyes are strong Uchiha's eyes and they never close unless I will them to. There's a saying that comes to mind, something about burning the candle at both ends, as it were. Itachi smirked and said, when you have a candle with wax made of fire it never burns out, it only gets bigger. Sasuke shook his head and drank another shot of the expensive Diamond Kunai brand. Apparently it was named after some type of ancient style of knives that were used by warriors back in the day. There were modern replicas today, but hardly anyone actually carried those. I haven't had enough to drink to keep up with the crazy oozing out of your mouth. Not even going to go into the particulars of that statement because then this'll turn into me just picking apart all of the crap that you say for the rest of the night or until I pass out from exhaustion. Anyways, you've been avoiding my question long enough. What does Lord Shisui have planned for Naruto? I am still family, whether you choose to believe so or not, and I have a right to know these sorts of things. Itachi chuckled, his face scrunching mirthfully. I see. You know, Sasuke, I will always see you as my little brother. Whether you believe so or not. Sasuke didn't respond to that. Instead, he poured himself another drink and started sipping it, his black eyes scanning the dark corners of the large bar room. All of the tables except for theirs had been put up and only a few of the lights were on. The one over their heads was dimmed and so the contrast and visibility in the room was poor. He wasn't surprised that his brother could just waltz into the place and take what he wanted without anyone caring. One guard took one look at his brother and spun on his heel to leave them alone. Everyone who worked here knew the Uchiha family. Everyone with money knew who Itachi Uchiha was, and the fact that even though he was notorious because of slipping out of the clutches of the law so many times due to mistrials and witnesses changing their stories at the last minute or evidence going missing, he could walk around anywhere with a slew of reporters following him and no one would be able to arrest him for any crime because, ultimately, he had never been convicted of one. Funny that, considering how many times he had been accused of murder, bribery, kidnapping and even assault. Somehow, though, Itachi Uchiha had always walked away scot-free. Luckily for Sasuke, only a few people knew who he was. It was what made working for Naruto so appealing in the first place. By working for him he could remain in the shadows but still make a living and, he felt, be a part of something important. He also had other motives for joining Naruto, but that was a whole other story. Shisui is quite fond of little Naruto, I'm sure you know by now. Apparently his time in the Fire Nation was well spent buttering up our esteemed leader and the two had established some sort of bond or perhaps even an agreement. Sasuke frowned. What kind of agreement? He's never told me anything about his time in the Fire Nation. Really? That's surprising. Itachi meant, really? I guess you're really just not that important, but Sasuke didn't need to hear it to know what he was really saying. Perhaps he felt his time spent there was not relevant to whatever he's having you do here in Republic City. So? What kind of agreement do they have? Itachi smirked and said, do you know who General Iroh is? Fire Lord Zuko's grandson. Yes, what about him? Shisui, once, tried to have him assassinated. Sasuke stared at his older brother for a moment before putting his drink down on the table. Is he insane? I wonder about that. Perhaps Shisui is not suited for the pressures of running such an elite clan. Father certainly wasn't. Sasuke glared. Dad was genuinely sick and you know it. Anyone who says they're talking to animals that aren't there has some mental issues. Itachi nodded, perhaps. Anyways, Shisui was going to kill Iroh back when the general was only a rowdy young cadet. Jiraiya barged into the Uchiha stronghold, beat me to a pulp, actually, and stood right in Shisui's face and told him to call off the hit or he would strangle him right there with his own intestines. Holy, so, how does Naruto figure into this? What kind of deal did they make? Itachi sighed and said, well, because Jiraiya wanted to ensure that Shisui wouldn't try anything rash once he left, he offered to make a deal, saying that if he left Iroh and the rest of Zuko's family alone, then he would take it as a personal favor and request that his disciple, Naruto, return the favor by being his muscle in Republic City. Wait, so you're telling me that Naruto had agreed to take over Cabbage Corp before you even brought down the paperwork? That this all happened years ago? Why did he make such a big fuss about the paperwork and all that when you brought it to him then? Itachi laughed and said, oh, that, he was just upset because he really hated the idea of having to pick a family name like if he actually belonged to some clan. He once said he was Naruto, and only that, because of Jiraiya. Even if he had family that was still alive, he said, he didn't think he would ever be able to re-establish a connection with them. Sasuke nodded, I see. He must have already gone searching for his parents and found no clues. It was actually during his stay in the Fire Nation. His mother supposedly lived there, but there was no trace of her. I couldn't find anything even after Shisui ordered me to scour the city for her. Shisui and Naruto spent a lot of time working out all of the small details of their agreement, which is how the agreement extended to include the pro-bending tournament later on. Sasuke sighed, when I think I have him figured out, he throws me for another loop. Itachi chuckled, yes, quite. I myself find him a man with motives that are difficult to pinpoint. Oh. Naruto's apartment. Choking from the strong grip on his neck, Naruto wheezed as he was pulled out of the tub halfway by his throat. He stood upright and tried to get some footing so that he could take some of the pressure off of his neck, but she just kept pulling him up higher and eventually his toes couldn't even touch the floor around the embedded tub. How? She hissed, venom frothing behind her lips as she glared up at him with her arm reached out above her head toward him in order to maintain her control over the metal cord. As he struggled, she stepped forward and punched him as hard as she could in the gut, not quite ready to explain. He should damn well know. Oh. Korra opened her eyes and yawned, stretching in the bed and smirking when she noticed that he had somehow gotten away from her last night. She looked over the edge of the bed and saw that the hatch was closed. Korra stood up and walked over to the hatch, opening it as she looked down into the art storage room. Are you down there, Naruto? She called, but there was no response. That was quite a night, last night. She again forced the poor blonde to endure hour and hour of life-altering, mind-blowing sex. She grinned. He definitely had to be taking a bath. If she was lucky, she could get down there in time to join him. Korra decided to forego putting on any clothes altogether and started climbing down naked. She heard something going on and narrowed her eyes. What was he doing in there that was making all of that racket inside of the bathroom? Oh. Ignoring him as he struggled to keep his stomach contents inside, Lin Beifong slammed him into the ground, making a loud thud from his body crashing into the dense wood floor around the tub, and then lifted him back up, pulling him toward her with the cable. How? She began, her eyes squinted closed as tears began to break through the corners of her eyes. She was struggling to maintain control so that she didn't outright kill him. She wanted him to talk. How did you pull it off? I saw you at the pro-bending tournament. I knew you were going to be there, and I've been following you ever since to make sure that you weren't involved after I heard that HQ was attacked. They said a man with blonde hair, blue eyes, and an orange getup walked into the front of the police headquarters and led a full-on assault together with a small army of triads. They overpowered the police there and the ones out on patrol that initially missed the fight returned only to be chased off at around midnight. I sent one of the few people that I still trust in there to find out what happened to Saikon. Lin's nostrils flared and her eyebrows narrowed as she reached down and started choking Naruto with her own bare hands. To his surprise, she was still in control of the cable and had even used it to bind his arms behind his back and his ankles together. Her hands were shaking as she choked him, but her grip did not falter in the slightest. He could see pain in her eyes and, admittedly, he didn't blame her for it. You murdered my friend that you drove into a corner. If it weren't for you, he would have never tried to kill me. He was a man of honor. He loved his family and you used them, didn't you? You asshole. You used them in order to get to him so that you could make me look like a traitor and have me cast out. Lin's grip tightened as she shook him on the ground, her body hunched over his as he lied on his back, shuddering as he tried to breathe. He knew he was going to pass out if she didn't just snap his neck. He could already feel it. It was getting hard to see. Getting hard to think. Right when he thought he was going to go, Naruto felt her grip lessen right before his head reeled back from a wicked kick to the side of his skull. He knew it was bad because he was already coughing up blood, but the lack of oxygen had made his face numb and he didn't really feel the pain right away from the kick until she started talking again, her teeth grinding shut as she spoke through them. You bastard. I should kill you for what you did to me. Don't you have anything to say for yourself? Ha! Lin grabbed him by his throat again and squeezed. She was yelling now, anger flooding into her system as she said, instead you get to gallivant around like some pompous asshole, sticking your dick in the avatar like she's your plaything while you're running your little schemes. What else are you involved in? I should kill you. You monster. You vermin. Lin was hysterical. She was pissed off and didn't care that he couldn't talk because she was strangling him. She was about to punch him in the face when suddenly she heard the door open and saw a fireball fly straight at her. Lin released her grip on Naruto's throat but held him up in front of her using the metal cable so that the fireball would hit him instead. Korra gasped and blasted both Lin and Naruto with water in order to stop the fireball from reaching him. She then swirled some of the water around Lin and fired ice projectiles at her to get her to back off of Naruto, whom she quickly moved to free from his bindings. Beifong. What the hell do you think you're doing to Naruto? Korra saw the look in Lin's eyes change from anger to pity. She shook her head and whispered, he really has you fooled, doesn't he? Korra glared, having heard the older woman's comment. She turned and saw the bruising around Naruto's neck and his pale face from the lack of blood. He seemed to be breathing now, but it was labored and wheezy. She held up another fireball in her palm and said, Lin, please, let go of Naruto. I don't know what's going on, and I would really like to kick the crap out of you in order to find out after what you did to him, but I am willing to hear you out if you have something to say. Lin smirked and said, that's pretty level-headed of you. Don't get me wrong, Korra said, narrowing her eyes as she clenched her fist around the flame. Her whole body shook as she spoke her next words through the grit of her teeth, barely able to utter them because she felt like she was utterly betraying herself and her own personality by doing so. I am trying, really, hard, not to burn you to a crisp. She had her eyes closed shut for a moment as she clenched her fist even more, to the point where it was getting to be quite painful to squeeze any further. However, when she spoke again, she released her grip and let her arms slowly drop down to her side as she glared over at Beifong, her cerulean eyes peering from underneath her eyebrows as she stared the earthbender down. Metal bending or not, you better not forget that I am the Avatar and you shouldn't take me lightly, because I know who you are, and I won't hold anything back if I have to fight you. Beifong clicked her tongue, glaring back just as fiercely as Korra had her. You didn't listen to me before, she said. Instead, you went straight to his home and fucked him, didn't you? Did you at least use any protection? Who knows how many vile diseases that monster carries with him, and worse than that, what if you're pregnant? You'll give birth to some freak monster who wants nothing more than to kill and destroy everyone and everything around it. Enraged, Korra slammed her fist into the ground with a head-splitting yell, causing a wave of fire to flow through the floor and every wall around them and snake around Lin in order to show the amount of control that she had over it even though she was pissed. She hated ruining Naruto's apartment, but she wanted to get a point across and thought that was the best way possible. Lin's lip twitched slightly after feeling the display of power from the young Avatar. If she had not parted those flames around her, she was quite certain that Korra could have killed her in such a small room with no way to maneuver. Lin saw that the floor around the tub that was made of wood was already on fire, as was the partition in between the bath, toilet, and shower. All around her the room was covered in black soot after the flames eventually passed, extinguishing by pure luck or sheer willpower on the Avatar's part. It was even getting harder to breathe now with all of the smoke and the thinning of the air from the fire. In this bathroom, even as large as it was, Lin was at a major disadvantage. Being on the 4th floor, she couldn't safely use regular earth bending without endangering the lives of the innocent people living downstairs and had to rely on using the metal around her to attack the Avatar if she was going to defend herself. However, Korra had given her the opportunity to explain herself and tell her why she attacked the blonde who was now lying unconscious on the ground beside her, his head resting on her lap. How lucky can that bastard be? Only a few more seconds and I would have snapped his neck and we'd be done with this, but now with Korra here, this complicates the situation. Korra, that man is a murderer. He had Saikon and many of the other officers at headquarters killed when HQ was sacked by his Triad Syndicate last night during your pro-bending match. He is, without a doubt in my mind, the worst evil here in Republic City. Even more so than Amon or that sneaking councilman Tarlock. He told you about his past, didn't he? Tell me what he told you. Korra shook her head, saying, you attacked him on a hunch? Why are so fixated on him? Because he's successful where others like him weren't? Because he's with me? Because you feel responsible somehow? Is that why? You think it can't be anyone other than the boy that you failed to protect so many years ago. Lin was quiet for a few moments and turned her head to look down at Naruto, who was still not moving. She closed her eyes and said, maybe what you're saying is true. I do feel partially responsible for the way he is now. I feel like I could have done more for him, and I really should have. He was like a little brother to me, a son maybe. Then her eyes opened and she glared directly at Korra and said, but I know that he is somehow related to the Republic City underworld. He acts like he's some big philanthropist investor, but did you ever stop to ask him how he suddenly went from being a modest business owner to being one of the wealthiest people in Republic City? Korra said, Lin, leave before I do something that I'll regret. Beifong shook her head and turned toward the door. Before she left, however, she glanced over her shoulder and said, Korra, please use protection. You don't want to have his baby. Don't tell me what I want or don't want. Leave. Lin shook her head and walked out, leaving the door open behind her. Korra, meanwhile, sighed in relief when she noticed Naruto breathing. She began to cry, wrapping her arms around his unconscious body, wailing against his chest as she sat there on the ground next to him. I'm sorry, Naruto. I don't think I could have killed her to begin with. In fact, I'm sure I couldn't. That just isn't me, okay? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't care if you are a monster. I love you, Naruto. I'd do anything for you, but I can't kill someone, even for love. Oh. Chapter 9. Quote. I'm sorry, but I don't want to be an emperor. That's not my business. I don't want to rule or conquer anyone. I should like to help everyone, if possible. Jew, Gentile, black man, white. We all want to help one another. Human beings are like that. We want to live by each other's happiness, not each other's misery. We don't want to hate and despise one another. In this world, there's room for everyone. The good earth is rich and can provide for everyone. The way of life can be free and beautiful, but we have lost the way. Greed has poisoned men's souls, has barricaded the world with hate, has goose-stepped us into misery and bloodshed. We have developed speed, but we have shut ourselves in. Machinery that leaves abundance has left us in want. Our knowledge has made us cynical, our cleverness, hard and unkind. We think too much, and feel too little. More than machinery, we need humanity. More than cleverness, we need kindness and gentleness. Without these qualities, life will be violent, and all would be lost. The aeroplane and the radio have brought us closer together. The very nature of these inventions cries out the goodness in men, cries out for universal brotherhood, for the unity of us all. Charlie Chaplin, the dictator. Oh. He opened his eyes and stared into a mirror. The first thing he saw were dim blue eyes, etched in meticulous streaks of cobalt paint that overlapped one another with small jade inflections that added to the hawkish look of his cold, alien stare. He had a strong nose that did not overwhelm the rest of his facial features, yet it still had some character to it as it had been broken once or twice before in his lifetime. His lips were attuned to the rest of his face, full and pulled back at the ends just slightly to help produce a strong and dangerous-looking expression. He had no name. And yet they called him Menma. Menma? Who was that? It wasn't him. That was for sure. They told him the face he wore was not his own, but then again, he never had one to begin with. Who were they to say that it wasn't now that he was the one wearing it? Menma turned and walked out of the lobby restroom of the metal-bending police headquarters, making his way past a few of his guards who sat posted at different locations within the lobby. Most of the benders knew about the man's reputation, and were too scared to look him directly when he walked by, but a handful watched him tentatively as he made his way out of the front door and walked up to the steps that led down to the courtyard below. He looked out to the courtyard as flashing lights bathed him in their glimmer as photographers from every known news publisher in the city showed up to hear out what he had to say to the public as the apparent leader of the Triad Syndicate that has not, as of yet, chosen a name. Shockingly enough, it was Menma who invited the paparazzi to spread the news about what had gone over at the police headquarters. In a grand voice, the same voice that spoke out to the amassed fans at the pro-bending stadium, a voice that did not belong to him, and yet it did, Menma spoke through a set of microphones to the people who congregated together outside of HQ on its grassy courtyard. Oh. Police headquarters, courtyard, Menma's speech, as broadcasted by radio throughout the United Republic of Nations. Thank you for tuning in to our broadcast here at Spirits Radio. This is lead correspondent Karina Yuhi reporting. Please stay tuned for the upcoming live broadcast of the situation here at the metal-bending police headquarters. We arrived here early this morning after an invitation was sent to our main offices last night at midnight by courier. The invitation was written by one Naruto Uzumaki, whom we have learned is the new owner of the Pro Bending Arena and the Pro Bending franchise here in Republic City. You may have met him last night during the semifinals where he gave a speech and introduced himself as the new owner. If not, we will have a rebroadcast soon after today's events here at headquarters. So far, the situation is that the bending triads have united to form a sort of bending coalition. It is uncertain as to whether or not anyone inside of the building has been hurt or killed, as none of the triads members have released any statements to the press, but the majority of the metal bending police was scattered sometime after 8 o'clock last evening. Apparently, Acting Chief Saikon has been captured and, according to a statement made by one of police officers who escaped the attack, Chief Saikon has been murdered. However, we are unable to say for certain at this point in time. More on the issue as we continue the investigation. As you can probably hear through your radio units, a large crowd has drawn outside of the courtyard of the headquarters building. The leader of the Bending Coalition is preparing to issue a statement. While we wait, I am sure you and everyone at home is wondering what our government is doing about this situation. Unfortunately, we have not been able to attain a statement regarding the current catastrophe. Apparently, 4 of the 5 council members are reportedly missing. The only one whom we have any information on at the moment is Councilman Tenzin, representative of the Airbenders and all foreign air acolyte affairs. He has taken refuge on Air Temple Island to be with his family while we wait, and has declined to make a statement, pending support from the military. As for Councilman Tarlock and the others, neither their family nor friends have been able to comment on their exact locations. It appears that Mr. Uzumaki is walking up to the podium now. Please stand by, and remember, you heard it first on Spirits News Radio. Menma's speech. Firstly, I would like to thank you all for coming out here today. Today is the first day of something grand. Something important like nothing you have ever experienced in your lives. There are some important issues I would like to discuss with all of you today. I humbly ask that you refrain from any questions until I am finished speaking. Once I have finished, we can begin answering any questions you may have. Thank you. Now, it seems prudent that we introduce ourselves and offer everyone an explanation for the actions we have taken so far. I will begin by explaining who we are, exactly. The Bending Coalition is the organized forces of what used to be the criminal underworld of Republic City. You may have noticed a slight decrease in crime lately here in the city. We have come to realize that petty crime is not the answer to our plight. We once thought that getting ahead meant robbery, deceit and murder, and growing up in a city that perpetuated our way of living certainly didn't make it any easier to avoid that sort of lifestyle. This city, and our United Republic of Nations, began as a great idea from a great man who did many great things. However, no matter how great something is or becomes, it must also, eventually, decline. Republic City is declining. There is no doubt about this. Even though we are on the verge of a technological and industrial revolution, the city at its core has developed a cancer that has spread to all of its denizens faster than a plague. The problems began not with our current leaders, but with the founding of this city. Our system of government is not capable of handling both foreign and local affairs. Most, if not all, of the council members are corrupt and have been for years. I have mountains of evidence that I am willing to present to you today that we have confiscated from the very police department that was supposed to be protecting us from the wicked and wrongdoers that resided in our city. These men and women, donning ceremonial armor and using their metal bending authority to protect us have been, all of this time, in fact, doing us harm. People like Councilman Tarlock use them for his task force agenda against the equalists in bloody feuds that end with lives lost on both sides, where a real, fiscal and political solution should have been sought out first. It is the high rate of poverty, after all, which caused such an influx of new gangs, both bending and non-bending. It was his words, after all, that established the Equalists as a terrorist group rather than a rebellion, dashing all hopes of negotiation with the non-bending majority group. The damage done here will lead to a bloody civil war, one that will act as the catalyst to hundreds of similar battles in cities all over the world, which has the potential to ignite another 100 years' war. Now, I want to take a moment to talk to those of you who are benders in the audience, both here on this grassy courtyard and at work or home or wherever you may be while you listen to this broadcast. It is that very thought that has just now permeated your mind that will be the cause of these new wars. You believe that non-benders cannot possibly compete with benders. I want you to see me, if you are standing here in the crowd, or listen to my voice, if you are sitting at home, and I want you to stop for a moment and think. I don't look much different from the next person except for my blonde hair. Do I sound like something other than human? I am the same as any of you, made out of flesh and blood which is comprised of a mixture of the elements, just as we were all taught at a young age. Our coalition is comprised of several bending triad groups such as the Agni Kais, the Red Monsoons and the Triple Threat Triads. However, I, Naruto Uzumaki, am their leader, and I am a non-bender. Yes, a non-bender. If a single non-bender can unite a group of bending thugs and bring them all under a singular banner as a functional and powerful army, imagine what happens when your odds become 10 to 1. That's 10 non-benders for every bender that is born, and I am being very strict with that approximation. Do not underestimate non-benders simply because they do not have the same abilities as you do. And benders, I am not here today preaching a false equality. Rather, I want us to come together, all elements, under one true element. The only element that should matter, the human element. We have a responsibility as a people to ensure that the laws of our nation do not discriminate against people for their differences. Whether it be because they are a bender of a different element than you are, or because they are a non-bender, it doesn't matter. We are all human. We all share in this world. There is enough room in it for all of us. She will provide for us if we only nurture and respect her, but in order to do so, we must be able to respect ourselves first, or we will never be able to work together to seek out the ideal world which I am certain exists, somewhere out there. I want us all to work together and put this nonsense behind us, but first we must deal with this defunct city of ours, and then we can go about changing the world for the better. This city has taken so much from us. It took our youth, our trades, our jobs, our skills, our time and effort and our hopes and dreams. It created a void which feeds off of us as if we were cattle. For instance, the large industries such as Future and Cabbage Corporation are vying for one another's stock in a competitive game where they intend to overtake one another. These large industries hire many people, but they are severely underpaid for their work and are often fearful of losing their jobs because of the economy created by our foreign-based government council. For instance, instead of finding ways to spend less on wasted materials and updating their machinery, employers sent many men and women back home without work to cut back on spending. These people then lose their homes, marriages and livelihoods as they are forced to join a workforce of underpaid, overworked minions who are at the mercy of employers who show no sympathy. Our hope was taken by this system of work and endless paper money which imbalances our economy and is growing ever useless as our money becomes less and less dependable as time goes on. Our rights were glossed over by indifferent politicians who live in houses held up by extravagant pillars and decorated with illustrious furniture and high balconies, all of which is paid for by taxes. Taxes that we all pay, like primitive men paying tribute to a god that never explained to them the way of the world. Benders, such as those here in the coalition, no longer have sanctuary, as it was taken away by the equalists who have no intention other than to destroy them and take away what was given to them by right at birth, their bending. However, even with all of this, we found a way to grasp at life's whipping reins and pull it back under our control before we spiraled off into oblivion. We realized that the law was no longer valid, because laws were written to protect the people of the city or nation for which those laws were structured. However, when those laws are instead used to harm and disenfranchise its denizens, then we must stand together in our affront of this man-made law and, instead, follow an unwritten, higher law. We saw that the interests of those inside of the city were cast away in order for the council to play their arbitrary games regarding who had the shiniest foreign policy. We saw how greed not only enveloped them, but it also, in turn, consumed us. We saw that we were quickly becoming the ones who stole, the ones who killed, the ones who destroyed, the ones who enslaved, all for the sake of staying alive. We saw that we suffered from bouts of greed of which no other men in the world have survived with their spirits intact. We now know what the next step to progress is, and so we have taken action. We act for hope and for purpose, because that is all we have left here as lost citizens of this failed Republic of Nations. My fellow brothers and sisters of the old Republic City, I forgive you for your sins. I forgive you for your fears, for your inaction, for your hubris and the gluttonous greed that devours your heart and soul. I forgive you for enduring, for so long, the callous actions of our central government without seeking retribution. But I cannot forgive you, if after today you still do not fight for your freedom from this oppressive regime that was created under the pretense of a better, more unified world. Are you not human? Are you not with a spirit in your belly? Are you an unfeeling, uncaring machine completely devoid of any sense of self-worth and pride? Were you crafted and mass-produced? Are you nothing more than a machine that sole purpose is to put together even smaller machines? If you are flesh and blood, if you feel, if you think, if you love, then prove to the world that you will not take part in the city's giant game of pie show, that you cannot be bought with money or cars or entertainment, that you have a choice and that destiny is for fools who are not willing or able to take life into their own hands. Thank you. Oh. 10 minutes later, Spirits Radio. This is Karina Yuhi, reporting for Spirits News Radio. In Naruto's apartment. Her back faced the solid wood door as it closed behind her, creaking softly in protest. Lin offered the slightest slant of her head to better hear the sound of the young girl sobbing her heart out, revealing her inner and unhindered feelings for the young man lying there on the burnt bathroom tile floor. Beifong felt pity for her. It was sad. Hell was more appealing than the thought of falling so deeply in love with a monster like him. Lin looked down the hall and was about to walk that way, but she noticed the open door to her left in her peripheral as she took her first step. Stopping, she turned around and faced the door that was slightly ajar, almost beckoning her in. Oh. Was that a draft, or was the air around her just cooler than the makeshift oven that Cora started up inside of the bathroom? Lin wasn't sure what it was about the room that made her skin crawl, but as she peered in, she saw the image of a pale woman with something covering her face and nearly reeled all of the way back to the door on the opposite side of the hallway out of shock. She turned to look back into the room where Cora and Naruto were and saw that they were still there. But, that pale skin, she couldn't have possibly confused it for either of them. Naruto was a man and Cora's complexion was much darker. That reasoning didn't make it any easier for her to approach the door again after the sense of impending death washed over her like a wave crashing on the Gulf. The adrenaline she felt and the concentrated fear of impending harm was almost enough to make her walk straight down the hall and leave the apartment, but it was Lin's iron spine that wouldn't dare buckle, making it just as impossible for her to back down. She reasoned that there couldn't possibly be another woman in the room. It scared her, because it appeared as if the woman was standing in the room, looking out at her from behind some sort of shroud or mask that was covering her face. Quickly, so that she didn't lose her nerve, she pushed into the room and was amazed to see paintings hanging on long hooks all along the wall that held about 4 or more frames while stacks of the paintings were sitting on the floor. There were stacks upon stacks of paintings lying all around her in a semi-organized fashion. She noted that many of the paintings and drawings were not framed. All around her were depictions of anything from charcoal contours of skeletons and people, as well as beautifully colored paintings of backgrounds from places all over Republic City and even some from the Fire Nation. There were also some intriguing paintings of sexual intercourse and various other erotic poses that looked like they were carved into the canvases with the acrylic rather than painted. Her eyes came to that same peculiar charcoal and pastel drawing she saw through the cracked doorway. Her hair must have been standing on end as she looked at the rather small drawing, confused as she was certain that the woman was life-size or at least a bit larger than the small, 20 by 20-inch drawing that was hanging in front of her. The image of the woman was both terribly beautiful and beautifully terrible. Something about the woman was just off, and Lin quickly decided that the mask was the most strange and disturbing part of the drawing. There was a small fire burning behind her, its hellish glow playing on her skin and the scenery around her. There also seemed to be some sort of writing on her body, though it was much too small for her to try and make out without a magnifying glass. Even up close, Lin couldn't make out exactly what it said due to the stylistic features of the drawing, but it was apparent that the marks along her body were letters and words. The picture as a whole was quite shocking, almost disturbing with that mask the girl was wearing, but Lin felt like it was probably just some dream of his that he painted, nothing real. The mask hid her facial features well except for her left eye, which could barely be seen through the small slit in the mask. As for the slight opening for the mouth, there was an unsettling amount of shadow due to the strange fox mask with all its markings of whiskers as well as the downwards triangle which rested upon the upper middle section of the mask. Something about the shade of the markings on the mask told her that they weren't done in either paint or pastel. Lin swallowed as she leaned in close, trying to relax as she tried to make out exactly what was used to color that portion of the drawing. Whatever it was browning in some areas and in others it seemed to have an odd, blotchy texture to it that she wasn't familiar with. Her eyes widened as realization dawned on her. In reality, it was likely that this was something that she was all too familiar with, something that she once had to deal with on a daily basis while working as the chief of police. This is blood, she realized. She stepped back and took a deep breath as she tried to figure out if that was some sort of sign for something, or if it was just a thing that artists did sometimes when they ran out of the right paint. Was there more to this drawing than she originally thought? Lin carefully regarded the woman's shape and she decided that, although the woman in the drawing had a beautiful body, she stood fearsomely like a force of nature even in the nude, her pale skin lit by the red and yellow fire in the lush green and blue setting of the foggy forest. Lin flinched when she felt a gentle touch, light as a feather, smoothly roll up her back and gently brush against the hairs that were now standing straight near the back of her neck. She turned, certain that she would see someone standing there, reaching out to grab her, only to find that there was nothing more than the paintings accompanying her in the room. Beifong couldn't help it, she placed a hand over her heart and closed her eyes for a moment as she tried to recompose herself. Her heart rattled furiously behind her ribcage even as she opened her eyes and took one last look around the room to make sure she was truly there by herself. She cringed. This place, she thought, was like the places she accompanied her mother to when they traveled back and forth between shrines in the Earth Kingdom before the inner turmoil broke out there. There was always a guest house or a religious shrine wherever they went that had that same sense of dread she felt here in Naruto's art room. She took a moment to recall that time. She remembered many things. Her mother. Aang and his children. Meeting Tenzin for the first time. Falling in love. The war in the Earth Kingdom. And then, something she didn't want to remember. Lin put the painting back up and hung it from its wire on the hook. Afterwards, she turned to leave the room, deciding there wasn't anything there, but was surprised when she saw the ladder hidden off in one corner of the room. Looking back toward the restroom, Lin steeled herself and decided to go ahead and climb up to see what was up there. Hopefully she'd be able to get out before Korra realized she was still there. When Lin reached out to touch the first rung of the ladder, she immediately recoiled in shock when she felt a burning sensation sear her open palm and fingers worse than she had ever felt in her life. Her willpower alone kept her from screaming, though she took a few steps back and looked directly at her palm, looking for the proof that she had been burnt. To her surprise, her hand looked perfectly normal, though the pain did not cease in the slightest. She shook her hand and tried clenching her fist to see if it would go away, but it took several seconds before finally the pain started to subside. Lin stood there and looked around the room to try and figure out what in the spirit world was going on. She relaxed as the pain disappeared. Whatever it had been, she wasn't going scare so easily. She turned and looked directly at the woman in the woods, glaring at it as if that was the source of all this absurdity. She turned back to the ladder and took a few steps forward, her eyes watching it closely as she tried to will herself to try again. Reaching out again, Lin quickly tapped the rungs to test them, and she felt that they were quite cool to the touch. Oh. Confused, but determined, Lin took the first step. She made her way up the ladder and threw the cover wide open, stepping into Naruto's bedroom. The smell of sex filled the air, but luckily there was a window she could open, so she unlocked it and opened it to try and air out the room. Geez, how long have these two been at it, she mumbled, looking around for anything she could use to find out more about the devious blonde. This whole room is so freaking impractical. Why the hell is it on the roof, she asked, shaking her head in confusion as she moved around the room. All she saw in the room was a container with melting ice and an empty wine bottle sitting in it, a nightstand with drawers and a small dresser. Going to the dresser first, Lin opened each of the drawers and searched underneath all of his clothes for something to use. The only thing of interest was one drawer filled to the brim with painting supplies. She picked up a few things and then put them back, shaking her head as she closed the drawers and walked over to the nightstand. Pulling open the first drawer, she saw a few journals. She opened them and saw all of his business transactions regarding the pro bending arena and, surprisingly, Cabbage Corp. It looked legitimate and she couldn't find any names or places of interest other than a note about him speaking with Councilman Tarlock about getting a permit to build an outside stage and a larger parking lot for the stadium. Perhaps that was one route she could take. Maybe he knew something about Naruto that she could use. At this point, she wasn't against using interrogation to get the information she wanted. She could also investigate Cabbage Corp. Lin searched the second drawer, but didn't see anything else there. She frowned and looked at the bed. One pillow was thrown on the floor. Probably from when Korra woke up. But the other was perfectly in place just underneath the headboard. Naruto's, no doubt. She lifted the pillow and her eyes widened. Her hand shaking, Lin reached out to the bed and took the small photograph in her hand. She couldn't believe it. His mother is. Lin almost dropped the photo back onto the bed, almost afraid to touch it after seeing just who was in the picture. Her eyes turned toward the ladder when she heard someone climbing up. She didn't want anyone to know she was up there, but she needed the photo. Deciding to leave out the window, Beifong used her cables to move as quickly as she possibly could to the docks. She needed to tell Tenzin what she had just discovered. Oh. When Lin returned to Air Temple Island, she was greeted by Tenzin who stood alone, his back to the sun as it started to rise overhead. She saw the gruff, upset look on his face and she knew that she wouldn't be able to hide what had happened from him. Instead, she decided she'd try and make amends since she had promised him that she wouldn't do anything rash. Just not right at this second, though. It's early, she said, lamely. It certainly was early, but that wasn't the real reason why she was so uneager to inform him of the photo. The real reason why she was so hesitant to talk right away was because she was quite certain that he was furious with her. Nothing that she did ever got by Tenzin without him making a big stink of it. Tenzin's frown deepened and he crossed his arms and said, "You broke your promise, didn't you?" Why would you go after him now? I told you that we should investigate him together. But headquarters is dash. That doesn't mean you should go without any kind of backup, Lin. You said it yourself that he was dangerous. Why the hell did you go out on your own when I told you that we could take him on together? Legally. Lin growled and said, I tried doing it legally, but I can't quite do that anymore, can I? Or did you forget that the triads have completely taken over the police headquarters? The law won't matter right now if it can't be enforced. How could I possibly forget something like that? Lin, I only want to help. He was sincere, but, then again, when was he not? Lin looked away in shame. You should go back inside. Shouldn't you be comforting Pema right now? Pema is fine. I'm concerned about you. There was a moment of lamenting silence, both young lovers eyeing each other wistfully as memories passed through them like a dying wind. Don't be. She finally muttered. Lin, he said, trying to reach out for her, but she pulled away. Tenzin, I do not have time for this game. You are the Avatar's guardian, I get it. You want to make sure that I don't do something that will jeopardize that. But honestly, she's lost to us now. Naruto has her wrapped around his little finger. I could see it in her eyes. Tenzin looked down at the ground and shook his head. I refuse to believe that. Korra is well-grounded and hard-headed. She won't let him subvert her without a fight. You don't get it. Naruto isn't normal. There's something off about him. As in his mental state? That doesn't excuse him from mass murder. Lin shook her head. No, I mean there's something really strange about him and this entire situation. I found some weird paintings in his room. Have you ever heard of a story about a masked woman standing naked in the woods? Tenzin shook his head. Not sure I ever heard of such a tale. Perhaps we can ask someone in the order if they know about it. Lin nodded and said, that's a good idea. Have you spoken with anyone from the order recently? Tenzin nodded. I spoke with a few of my contacts in the White Lotus who went to assess the situation at headquarters. They said they spotted Korra's boyfriend standing outside of the building at roughly the same time that you went to tail him at the arena. He was just standing there, as if he was waiting for something. Lin shook her head. This is just ridiculous. I'm trying to understand what he is trying to do by getting a look-alike to stand in for him at HQ. I saw Naruto myself at his apartment. I know that was him, so the other person can't possibly be him. Has he ever spoken to you about a twin or possible family? Lin shook her head. No twins or any male family members that he knew of. He once told me about his mother. I knew he was interested in finding her, but I never heard what happened afterwards. But, Tenzin's eyebrows perked up when Lin paused to gather her thoughts. But, he asked, eager to hear what she might know about the mysterious blonde. I went up into his room today and swiped this photograph from his bed. You're not going to believe who is in this photo. Tenzin took the small photograph from Lin with a confused look on his face as she held it out to him. When he inspected the woman in the photograph, Tenzin's face paled. Lin watched in silence as the blood almost completely drained out of his face as his eyes widened and his pupils dilated. He looked like he had just seen his dad's ghost. Seeing how Tenzin was quiet as the dead, Lin commented quizzically as she tried to make sense of this new information. How could she have had a son that we didn't know about? She was a part of the Order of the White Lotus for years. She must have visited Republic City at some point, he reasoned, taking the photo into his hand to look more closely. But that means she left him here in the orphanage and kept him a secret from everyone. Lin pressed her knuckle against her forehead and closed her eyes as she tried to organize her thoughts and calm herself down a bit after Tenzin revealed that she wasn't seeing things when she brought him the photo. She was genuinely afraid that she might have been going crazy after that episode in Naruto's bathroom. She just wanted to be sure that her mind wasn't fabricating the whole thing, somehow convincing her that Naruto might be the son of none other than Kushina Namikaze. Who knows why he has that photo? For all we know, she could be his mother, or he could have just been told that she was. Tenzin's eyes widened. Lin, has he made contact with her yet? Gawking at her friend as a feeling of utter disbelief washed over her and, terribly out of character, Lin asked direly in a shaky voice, Tenzin, do you realize what you are asking? We. Tenzin shook his head and said, I've always wondered if maybe she survived. He stopped to look at her directly in the eyes, something that he didn't do very often. It surprised her a bit, because the look in his eyes was so stern and focused. These were the eyes of the young man who fought alongside her in skirmishes against the opposing forces in what used to be the Earth Kingdom. She didn't. But how can you know for sure? We buried her, Tenzin. Yes, but she wasn't an ordinary bender. She was more dangerous than even Mother was in her prime. I wouldn't go that far as to say that she's better than Katara, but she was definitely a step above everyone else we knew at the time. Tenzin closed his eyes and shook his head. Bumi still thinks that she died a hero in that Earth Kingdom skirmish. Because she did die, even though she turned out to be a hero for the wrong side. Tenzin eyed his former lover curiously. Lin obviously was not having any of this Kushina is still alive mess that he was offering, but he couldn't be sure that she was really dead. If he found out what we did to her, I don't know what he'd do. Her death is the reason why he devoted himself so much to the military. It's also why he could never fall in love again, Lin noted, crossing her arms under her chest as she hugged her hips. Her spine was tingling nervously and she couldn't help remembering what she had seen in Naruto's apartment. So, do you think he'll be coming back anytime soon? She asked, turning to stare at him for a moment, going over what she speculated her friend and on-and-off-again lover thought about all of this. Tenzin frowned and shook his head. I don't think we'll be seeing my brother anytime soon unless the military is called in to stop the triads. We must not tell him anything about Kushina. Lin grimaced and said, maybe we shouldn't lie to him like this? He should know what really happened to her, she can't possibly be alive anymore, Tenzin. You and I made sure of that. Tenzin let out an exasperated breath as he stroked the bridge of his nose. He shook his head again while he tried to search for the words that would make sense of the situation. Eventually, he gave up and just said, we should head inside. You need to get back into your air acolyte clothes. That's hardly a problem anymore with HQ taken over by the triads. Now all that's left is the non-bending police and a few small squads that are still loyal to me. I've been in contact with them, actually. Tenzin arched a brow and said, oh? How's that? Code. We send earth-bending signals through the ground in code. Tenzin smirked, that's a clever trick. Thank you. I developed it on my own, though I'm sure I'm not the first to use it in that way, maybe the first to use it over such a long distance. Do any of the Triads members know about that trick? I doubt it. I see. And can it be traced to you if someone is able to listen for it? Lin frowned. Feel, not listen, she corrected. It may be difficult, but yes. Usually metalbenders are the only ones who are capable of picking it up, since they require much more focus than regular earthbenders. I will be more careful sending signals though. I have no idea what kind of people are working for Naruto. Lin, what makes you think it's possible that Kushina was his mother? I know you're not certain, but what exactly clued you in? When he was younger he was the spitting image of her as a child. You and I have known her since we were children, but you only met Naruto recently so it's harder for you to tell, but the resemblances are there. Tenzin nodded. He was more than confident in his friend's word. If she said he was her son, then Naruto was Kushina's son. More importantly, Tenzin realized a terrible possibility that could explain quite a few things that have happened as of late. Lin, he asked, looking at her directly in the eyes, is it possible that Naruto knows that you and I? She looked at him incredulously and stepped closer so that she whispered to him. It was as if she was scared suddenly that someone would hear their conversation, and even Tenzin was starting to get on edge by the topic of discussion. You can't be serious. Who else but you and I knew where she was buried? Where she died? How she died? Tenzin, I don't even want to think that she somehow survived, how could she have possibly? Tenzin didn't like this. Kushina was someone that he didn't want to hear about ever again. It was a dark chapter in his life before he met Pema, when he and Lin were seeking each other's comfort while working as honorary members within the White Lotus. It was only a few years after his father passed and they were fighting for the reunification of the Earth Kingdom under the banner of the United Earth Alliance. The battle was between the South and the North, and Kushina was a mole working for the North within the ranks of the Order. She was actually invited to be a member, which blew everyone's mind when she was first indicted at the age of 15. Tenzin and Lin later found her out when she led an entire platoon into a valley ambush. If it weren't for Lin's quick thinking, he would have died that day. She grabbed him and pulled them underground right as the cliffside exploded and tons of debris fell upon the unsuspecting troop, killing over 36 of the more skilled benders and warriors in the alliance in one fell swoop. To find out that this woman and Naruto were related, mother and son no less, this presented a big question. Was it possible that Naruto was a bender? Oh. Kushina. Kushina was a waterbender. A dangerously skilled one who honed her skills in the Northern Water Tribe, learning under some of the best master waterbenders in the world. They met as children and he, Lin and Kushina became fast friends, but Tenzin was quickly drawn away to follow along with his father around the world as he traveled from place to place, teaching about the elements and helping where he could. As adults, they met again when Tenzin was asked, as Avatar Aang's son and the last living airbender, to join the Order to help them develop strategies and to lend them his air bison for possible war. It wasn't until after he was fully committed to the unification effort that the North declared war with the South. The northern part of the country was infamous for its intensive labor camps. Anyone caught in the war by the North was forced into hard labor by working in dangerous mines and laying down the first nationwide tracks of the railroad in the Earth Kingdom. Most of the people who ended up in those camps died from malnourishment, disease and an atrophy. It wasn't until Tenzin and Lin escaped the debris after the rockslide that they came face to face with Kushina, who told them that she was there to stop them. They talked for a few moments, asking Kushina why she had turned on them and the rest of their allies, only to find out that the woman had been raised from the start by someone within the order to act as a mole within the ranks of the United Republic. She told them how she was sorry that she had to kill them, but she said she had no choice as she was certain that neither Lin nor Tenzin would back away from the war altogether. While they listened to her speak, Lin and Tenzin tried their best to prepare themselves mentally for when Kushina attacked them. They barely escaped the valley, surviving a long and harsh battle that had them heading for high ground to give Lin a better advantage. Tenzin kept the red-headed killer at bay while Lin slowly trapped the woman within the valley below. Unfortunately for her, she had picked a spot with very little water to work with compared with Lin's dirt and rock. Lin covered an entire nearby lake with the bloody debris and soaked it up into the rock and clay so that Kushina could not easily extract more to fight against them. Once she ran out of water, Tenzin was able to move in and slam her into the wall using his air bending. Lin trapped the woman by sealing her into the mountainside. She buried her deep enough so that no one would be able to hear her screaming. And scream she did, right to the very last moment as Lin sealed her away, distraught at having to kill someone who was once such a close friend, and suddenly such a menacing enemy. Oh, Tenzin's home. We did what we had to do, Lin. She nodded as they stepped through the threshold to the airbender's home. I'm not a fool, Tenzin. I know that damn well, she scowled, crossing her arms as she glared at him in annoyance as if the very thought that she would need comforting, by him of all people, was just as bad as drinking sour milk or perhaps actually trying on one of those frighteningly orange acolyte costumes. She still had her arms crossed when she said, "We would have died if we didn't stop her." I wish there had been another way, Tenzin remarked. Although it terrifies me to think that she might have survived, somehow, I hope that she did. Beifong offered a grunt and just stood there, looking quite annoyed at the whole topic of the conversation. Tenzin sighed at the way Lin distanced herself by appearing to be callous and angry or annoyed. He then motioned his head toward the kitchen before asking, "Should we drink some tea?" "All right," she said, shrugging lightly as she followed the airbender, memories of ancient history trailing quietly behind her. She stopped briefly to look back toward the door of Tenzin's home, wondering how she hadn't noticed the resemblance in Naruto before. Did he know that they killed his mother? That he was searching the Fire Nation for her and he never found her because she was long gone? Did he find out who the culprits were, somehow? Was he out for revenge? She hated to speculate about it, but she realized then that the only possible answer could be that Kushina somehow managed to survive and was, for some reason, too weak or simply incapable of making the trip to Republic City herself. So, instead, she could have sent her son to finish the job. Maybe that was why he targeted HQ in the first place. Oh, the saddest part about that whole ordeal in the Earth Kingdom was that, after all of the fighting, and after Kushina was dead or at least missing in the aftermath, the Alliance lost the fight. The bad guys won. The North took over most of the South and left only a small chunk of land left over. The Earth Kingdom, now known as the Earth-Bending Republic, or the EBR, is currently inaccessible to most others from outside nations without a special passport. Their representation on the Council is currently an honorary position created by the United Republic of Nations to represent the foreign earth-bending population, no matter where they resided, rather than a legitimate representation of the people of the EBR. The EBR was also the regime that reinitiated the idea of a bender caste system. It was held to be born a non-bender inside of the massive country. Oh. As Lin sat there, her tea untouched and cooling on the table, Tenzin walked in with a pipe that she had not seen him use in the longest time. "Wow. I thought you quit?" Tenzin nodded. "I did." Lin smirked and, for a moment, there was a bit of compassion in her eyes as she stared at her old friend. "Well, let me have a bit. I missed the time we spent together, just passing our time with the pipe and a few words." Tenzin smiled and sat down beside her, lighting the pipe once he made himself comfortable. The two of them sat there, taking small puffs from the pipe and passing it back and forth as they tried to wrap their mind around what was going on. A few minutes of quiet came and Lin thought of something rather important about the picture she had in front of her. It was barely noticeable because the photo was focused more on the upper torso than the rest of her body, but Lin found it odd that there seemed to be a little bump on Kushina's belly. There was something else that was off about it, but what was it? She brought her knuckle to her lips in thought as she contemplated what she could see in the photo. Kushina was always very youthful and retained most if not all of her good looks up until the day that Lin buried her in the cliffside wall at the age 32. And then suddenly it clicked. That was it, the picture was of a young Kushina. A very young Kushina. Lin could barely tell, as the only difference was the length of the hair and a bit of a softening of her facial features, but not much. Wait. Tenzin? Kushina is pregnant in this photo. Tenzin looked back at the picture and picked it up off of the table. He nodded and said, "You're certain?" "Definitely, but there's one other thing, this isn't of her 20 years ago." "It's not?" Tenzin arched a brow and shook his head. "How can you tell?" "Granted, we were friends, but it's hard to remember the small details, especially after 20 years. Lin nodded. "Look at the length of her hair. Isn't it much shorter? It only seems to go down to her shoulders. Her hair during the war was long enough to reach the small of her back." Tenzin's eyes paid closer attention to the photo in front of him. She was turned slightly to the side, her eyes looking at the camera but at an odd angle as if she were surprised by the photo or was busy talking with someone and didn't turn back in time for the photographer to catch her completely. He noticed something else and his eyes widened in surprise. "She's not wearing the golden hairpin that Bumi bought for her, this is definitely an older picture." Lin took the photo and gave it one more look before nodding. "You're right, then there's no doubt, she even wore that jade hairpin when she attacked us. She never took it off." He had a grim look on his face as he crossed his arms in front of his chest and thought to himself for a moment, trying to collect his thoughts before speaking. "So she is pregnant, but not with Naruto? Were we wrong about her being his mother?" Lin frowned and shook her head. "No, I'm sure Naruto is her son, without a doubt." "Then, who is the baby that she's carrying now? And who is the father?" "It's obviously not Naruto. That boy is only 20 years old, right?" 19, she corrected. "He'll be 20 in a few months, on October." Lin frowned. Something was terribly wrong about all of this. Oh. A year ago, during the end of Naruto's trip to the Fire Nation. Sitting in a large waiting room at the entrance of the estate, a young Naruto had his legs crossed as he leaned back comfortably into the cushions of the gargantuan bench that could fit at least 8 people on either side of him. Instead, he had the chair all to himself, so he made the best of it while he waited patiently for what must have been 15 minutes past the hour already. He didn't really want to sit there, waiting all day to be seen, but when Fire Lord Zuko requests a meeting with you, you didn't just say no. No, if you did that you would certainly regret it. After all, how often do punk kids like him get to speak to real royalty, anyways? "Lord Zuko will see you now, Naruto." Naruto looked up and his eyes sought the soothing voice of the young woman who was sent out to retrieve him. He knew her. "Tayuya," he spoke as he stood up from his chair, "it's nice to see you again. I didn't know you were working here." He offered a friendly grin as he walked up to the lovely young woman. Her lips pulled into a tight smirk and she hummed in disbelief, turning around slowly as she held the door open for him. "Don't lie to me. You knew I worked here, even though I never told you that I did. Master Iroh told me how crafty you are, and I saw it for myself when you tricked Jirobo into earthbending himself into an underground water reservoir. I'll have you know that he broke a leg and an arm after taking that fall." "Yeah? That's right, I didn't stay to find out, did I? Well, what do you expect? You wanted me to go down there and drag him out of there after he threatened to squish my empty head flat. You have a point. Jirobo always did like to put people down. I believe he feels he has to in order to feel better about himself. If he didn't run his mouth he wouldn't have gotten his ass kicked. End of story. By the way, what's up with you? I haven't heard you say shit or fuck in the past minute. What in the flameo is going on?" Tayuya rolled her eyes at his use of the old and out-of-style word flameo and muttered, "Foreigners." She then started to walk down the long hallway they still had ahead of them before exiting to the center of the square-shaped building where the Fire Lord's garden was. Tayuya was going to stay quiet for the rest of the way, but Naruto was back in her face, nudging her at her side and asking her why she wasn't cussing up a storm. "Because I'm at work, damn it. Shit, if you don't shut the tifua up, I'm going to grab your balls and twist them off." Naruto's eyes lit up and he smirked and leaned in, whispering, "Ooh. You're serious, you'll grab my junk? Damn, well, the Fire Lord had me waiting this whole time, if you want we can say we got lost or something and go mess around for a few minutes." Tayuya scoffed and said, like he'd believe that. "Besides, you're not man enough for me, anyways. I want a real man, not some little shit blonde with a mouth that's too big for his own good." Naruto rolled his eyes and nudged her with his hip, making her throw her arms out to catch her balance again as he walked up ahead of her, grinning back, "How you gonna know unless you sample it, babe? You might not be enough woman for this bad boy. Definitely too much woman for you, you wouldn't be able to handle all of this." Tayuya eyed him with one raised eyebrow as she rested a hand on her hip as she exchanged her weight from one leg to the other. Naruto slowed down and took a gander at her derriere. Nah, I think I can get a grip on that, but I'm not really into redheads, actually. Ha, well that's just because you've never had one before, shithead. Naruto gave her an I thought you weren't supposed to cuss at work face and said, you offering? Tayuya hummed inquisitively as she brought a hand up to her chin and tilted her head as she stopped to inspect him for a moment. She caught a nice glimpse of him when he was moving around Jirobo's third-rate earthbending skills the other day, but it was a little different seeing the young blonde punk standing there in his geta and orange getup. Her brain replayed the incident in her mind. She remembered watching him as he flipped backwards to dodge an attack from her chubby freemi Jirobo. He was then caught by his shirt when Jirobo raised another pillar behind him, only to slink out of it expertly so that the chubby earthbender couldn't pelt him with rocks. She had been pleasantly surprised to see that, despite a few burn marks he had, he was well sculpted and quite an impressive sight to behold. He wasn't a massive man. Neither was he ridiculously cut, but the best way she could describe him was that he was sort of like a jungle tiger cat. His appearance might suggest that he was lazy or playful, as tiger cats were often spotted playing with each other in the water or sleeping in the sun, but when he was hunting he was nothing less than a practiced killer, and the way his muscles moved showed that his body was one wrought from a life of taking down dangerous prey, oftentimes bigger than himself. Naruto's smile was infectious, but she managed to stifle a grin with a cough before taking a few elegant steps away from him and turning her head to look over her shoulder as she said, "You coming?" Naruto arched a brow and started walking, his geta clacking against the smooth wood floor that was polished beautifully from end to end. "Don't have to tell me twice." Oh. Zuko's garden, 1 year ago, same day. Sorry I'm late, I kind of got lost on my way over here. Naruto turned his head to glance back at Tayuya, who was rushing back into the building after bringing him out to the garden, as per Zuko's request. Naruto looked up and saw that the Fire Lord was not convinced in the slightest. His eyes were not yet focused on him. Instead, he was busy feeding some interesting-looking fish that were swimming around in a shallow pond in the center of the garden under some lotus flowers. I see. Quite interesting considering that Miss Tayuya has been working for me ever since she was a child. I was quite certain she had figured out the layout of our estate by now. Naruto grinned bashfully and scratched the back of his head. It's actually my fault. I got all curious about all of the rooms and ended up who knows where. I'm glad that Tayuya was there to find me and bring me back here, though. The old man turned and smiled. How amusing. You remind me of someone. Naruto arched a brow. Oh? Zuko stood up to his full height, which was actually a few inches higher than Naruto's own. Of course, Naruto tried to remember that although he had spoken to the Fire Lord once before, he should not forget how powerful the old man really was and get too comfortable around him. This guy was capable of not only burning him to a crisp, but doing it faster than he could even see coming, let alone react to. Yes, you do. You remind me of Avatar Aang, actually. Naruto blinked. Really? I totally wouldn't have guessed that. Zuko offered a kind smile and said, when you're lying, at least. Naruto's jaw suddenly, and unceremoniously, dropped. Now, Naruto, walk with me. We were to meet here, but I have something important that I must speak with you about and we cannot hold that conversation here. Naruto blinked and nodded, following Zuko as he took long strides down the beautiful rock path under the gazebo in the middle of the large garden. He briefly took a chance to bask in the beauty of the scenery as he pressed his palm against one of the small pillars that held up the garden center structure, but after that fleeting moment he followed the Fire Lord down the walkway and back into the large building. They walked for quite some time with Zuko asking him a few questions. Most revolving around his search for his mother, though why the Fire Lord was so curious about that whole ordeal, Naruto wasn't sure. So you have not found any leads? No, not really. I guess I learned that her name was Kushina and that she wasn't actually from the Fire Nation. I think she may have come from the Earth Kingdom or whatever it is they're calling themselves these days, but that's just based on a piece of jewelry she's wearing in the photo I have of her. It was bought somewhere in the Earth Kingdom before or maybe just after it got divided into the North and the South. I see. The Earth Kingdom is now called the Earth Bending Republic, or EBR for short. Those whom lived in the south were either banished to the outskirts of the country to live in small villages in the mountains or they were killed during a war that happened some time ago. It was brief, but its consequences are still felt today. It was called the Stagnant War. Why the Stagnant War? Didn't they win? Naruto asked, confused. Yes, they did. However, the reason why they won was because of politics in the United Republic. The council was not suited to deal with all of the problems that such a large republic of nations might have, and so they were unable to act in a timely manner to set up the reinforcements necessary to fight off the defending North after they had taken over as the EBR. The narrative of that war extends into relationships that the United Republic and the rest of the nations have with non-benders in their societies today. It's because people who are non-benders are seen as lower than benders, especially in the EBR, right? So they get better social privileges to start with, but people are starting to get worried that those privileges will turn into different sets of rights for both benders and non-benders, making those like me inferior not just in people's minds but also by law. Fire Lord Zuko stopped and turned to look at the young blonde man. That is correct. How do you feel, Naruto, knowing that your children and your children's children will forever be regarded as servants to their bending counterparts for no other reason than not being able to bend an element? Naruto shook his head. I won't let that happen. Zuko stared at the young boy for a moment, but despite the harsh gaze that he cast upon him, Naruto's eyes simply refused to look away. Suddenly, the Fire Lord began to laugh heartily as he turned and continued to walk. Naruto, my lad, you are quite an interesting character, aren't you? Naruto didn't know what to say, so he just kept pace with the old firebender. You remind me of someone else, actually, Zuko said, sighing nostalgically as he walked up to a large door and pulled it open for both of them. Naruto glanced at him briefly before looking up toward the tall ceiling of the library that he found himself in. He was shocked to see just how tall each of the bookcases were and idly wondered if Tayuya was the poor schmuck that had to climb a 30-foot ladder to grab a book every time Zuko felt like reading something from the top shelf. Who do I remind you of? Naruto asked as he walked around the room. He passed by a strange mirror made out of obsidian or some other dark, smooth and shiny rock. This must have been made with earth bending, he muttered quietly to himself as he reached out toward the mirror. You're quite right about that, Zuko said, ignoring Naruto's previous question as he stepped up to stand a few feet behind him. This mirror was crafted by a good friend of mine. You may have met her daughter in Republic City. Yeah, I think I have. Toph Beifong is your friend, right? So Lin Beifong must be her daughter. She's cranky, but she's been really nice to me ever since I met her. Zuko smiled almost solemnly and walked off, making his way over to a grand fire pit that sat in the center of the room underneath a cage. Naruto turned to watch and saw that the old man didn't even make the slightest of gestures as the fire roared to life in the center of the room. Yeah, firebenders were crazy. A fire in the center of the library, really? This man was probably the craziest. Compound that with old and you have a real psycho on your hands. Though, really, he didn't look slow or aged, just wrinkly. And that beard. Naruto honestly wasn't sure what to think of the old Fire Lord. He only knew that if he ever wanted to die, he only had to piss off the Fire Lord and he was sure this guy could make it happen. Zuko snapped Naruto out of his thoughts when he spoke. I told you that I have something incredibly important to tell you. I was not speaking in jest. This is for the future of non-benders throughout the world, so I humbly ask that you please listen closely, Naruto, and that you wait until I am done speaking before you make your decision. Naruto nodded and walked away from the mirror to stand by Zuko. The man gazed into the flame as if he could see lost memories rekindled there in the fire. His eyes never left the fire as he spoke, but when Naruto saw his mouth moving he felt his ears ring and his shoulders weigh down on him as if he were suddenly carrying a heavy weight. He took a step back and shook his head in disbelief as the Fire Lord's words clawed into him like daggers stabbing into his back. Naruto heard those words repeated over and over in his head as the fire crackled beside them in the gated pit. Your mother was killed in the war. It was Toph's daughter and Avatar Aang's son who caused her death. You are the non-bending son of Kushina Namikaze, a water-bending orphan who was raised as a spy within the Order of the White Lotus and married at birth to the son of a wealthy railroad owner in the Earth Kingdom. He used your mother and his connections to the Order to decimate our numbers and win the war in favor of the EBR. You have been training under him. He calls himself Jiraiya. Oh. Naruto's apartment, aftermath. When Naruto woke up, he did so because of the enormous amount of pain he felt around his throat and his chest. His eyelids peeled back with some difficulty as he tried to blink moisture back into them. He watched as a blurry figure stood over him, blue orbs hanging over his head like dim blue lights in the darkness. At first he thought it was Jiraiya, here to finish the job, though he quickly remembered that Jiraiya's eyes were black, not blue. He realized it was Korra when she leaned down and kissed him gently on the forehead, whispering to him or possibly to herself. He noted that her voice was different. It was a voice which was far too frail to possibly belong to her. It seemed that she had been crying for quite some time, as he could hear it clearly in her tired, raspy voice. You're okay, thank goodness, thank goodness. He noticed that he was lying down on the couch in the living room. She must have looked through his home for them, he figured, because he was lying on clean covers that were the spares he kept in a closet in the art room. His head rested on a pillow that she had brought in from upstairs and he wondered how long he had been unconscious for. He tried to move, but he felt sore all over and decided against it. Instead, he just looked into her eyes and offered her an exhausted, messy smile. Cora closed her eyes and turned her head away, her hands gripping the covers that surrounded him on the couch until part of it was balled tightly into her angry fists. She started to cry, her tears dripping down to her chin and landing on his cheek as she hovered over him, sitting by his side as she leaned over him. "Coo." He began to cough as he tested his voice. He wasn't sure he could even say her name, let alone ask why she looked so distraught. He reached up with his hand instead, even though it hurt to move either of his arms, and pulled it out from behind her by his side so that he could reach for her hand. She noticed him moving and she turned so that she could grip his hand gently, her eyes still locked onto his as she shook her head. "Don't speak. Your throat is really badly hurt." Naruto's eyelids came down about halfway as he let out a rattling sigh. Something was definitely wrong with his throat. He didn't expect a confrontation with Lin to be so deadly, but that was just one oversight that he needed to come up with a plan for in case she decided to get fresh with him again some other time. I used my waterbending to heal your throat and some of the bruising and cuts on your face and neck, but I'm not done. It will take a few more hours for me to bring it back to the point where you'll be able to talk again." She smiled softly, pulling his hand up to her cheek as she held it tenderly against her face, kissing his knuckles as she spoke saccharinely to her lover. Suddenly, her eyes opened and narrowed and she glared at him menacingly as she said, "So don't say anything or I'll kick your ass, got it?" Naruto nodded slowly, blinking in surprise and confusion as she just issued him a bona fide threat. Is she serious? When he saw the look on her face after he agreed changed to a soft smile again, even he wasn't sure who was better at acting, him or her. "That's my baby. Now, I want you to just rest there for another hour or two before I start working on your throat again. I'll even bring you something that's easy to eat in a bit. Maybe ice cream or something, that's good, right?" Naruto blinked and shrugged, lying there. He felt her rest on the couch by his side and so he turned his head to look at her as she collapsed there next to him. "I need a nap too, so don't try and get up or anything for a bit." He winced when she wrapped her arms around his, but endured it only because he was too scared to open his mouth and try to whine about it, lest she decide to make good on her threat. They slept together for another 2 hours, but Naruto had somewhere to be soon, and he couldn't just lie down like a lazy ass all day or he'd risk Konohamaru getting hurt, if he wasn't already. 3 days ago, the night Korra first visited Naruto's apartment, somewhere within the Equalist base of operations. Konohamaru heard the metal door opening and woke up to the sight of a bright light breaking into the isolation chamber within the Equalist stronghold. He didn't know where he was exactly, but he knew he had to be observant to make sure that he didn't miss his contact within their forces. Standing up onto his feet, Konohamaru said, "Am I going to get something to eat or what? I'm hungry as hell over here, you know." Standing in front of him was the lieutenant and 2 other Equalist foot soldiers. One of them, a young woman, was glaring at him with an ugly look in her eye. She obviously hated that a non-bender was working for the Triads, who she'd learned were the worst of the elemental villains within their city. "You can survive 1 night without food. We contacted your boss. He should be meeting us soon to bargain for your release." Konohamaru smirked. "Okay, and you're fucking here why again?" The woman who was glaring at him said, "Show some respect, you coward. How could you side with benders? Don't you care about your own people?" Rolling his eyes, Konohamaru said, "As far as I can tell, the only difference between them and us is that they can light candles, do the laundry and dig holes easier than we can. It's those people like you, people who think that we're different when in reality we are one and the same that bother me. They abuse their powers and kill innocent people with them," she said, hoping he would see reason. The look on his face said no. "Please, bitch. People everywhere abuse their power, their money and their strengths to kill and to hurt people. If it wasn't bending it would be something else. Knives or explosives or something. Again, it's people like you who don't try and work things out that are causing the problems here in Republic City." The lieutenant scoffed. "You're just a child. You have no idea the pain that benders put non-benders through." His eyes leveled with Konohamaru's coldly. This child was far too confident in this prison cell. Did he not understand the predicament that he was in, or did he just not care? "Our leader," he continued when he noticed that Konohamaru didn't try and defend himself against the claim of ignorance. "He wears that mask to conceal the mark left on him by the firebender that killed his family. He barely escaped alive." Konohamaru smirked and said, "You know, Fire Lord Zuko never tried to hide his face even after his father burned him in an Agni Kai. Your leader has no pride. He's weak. People wear masks to hide their intentions from the world, not their imperfections and scars. When he said this, his eyes slowly trailed over to the third person in the room, a man wearing an equalist mask who wasn't saying anything. The lieutenant reached out and stopped the young woman from rushing Konohamaru to silence him. The man standing next to them was still wearing his mask, but was glancing over at the two people standing beside him. Watch him, both of you. Work out your shifts and bring him some water and some bread if you like. The girl scoffed and walked out of the room behind the lieutenant. Konohamaru eyed the masked man in front of him as he looked back at him. He stepped backwards and closed the metal door slowly, staring in until it was completely shut. The young man smirked and said, "Found you, Shikamaru." He sat on his bed in his dark cell and waited patiently for his contact to make a move. Oh. Early morning. In Naruto's room within the Acolyte dormitories, about 5 days ago. "Are you comfortable doing this for me, Konohamaru?" asked Naruto, sitting on his bed as he looked out the window. "Hey, boss. I'm the best, aren't I?" Naruto chuckled and said. "Damn right you are, alright. Amon has got his eye on Councilman Tarlock. Only you and I know this. Don't talk to anyone else about what you know. I need you to make it easy for them to pick you up and infiltrate their base. Listen in on any conversations that you can and endure your stay there. They may decide to torture you. Are you still up for it?" Konohamaru nodded. "It isn't my first time getting beat around. If I lose a few teeth though, you're going to owe me some gold ones." Naruto laughed. Right, your contact there is Shikamaru. You met him before." "Yeah, I remember. Back when I first met you. He was the guy who worked with all of the money that you raked in from your businesses. He showed me how to work with numbers and stuff a few nights a week until you sent him off on some errand. It's funny. I thought you killed him or something." Naruto laughed and waved Konohamaru over. When the kid stepped up to him, he bonked him on the top of the head and hissed, "Watch your mouth, kid. No use throwing out big vocabulary like that while we're here, alright?" Konohamaru grimaced and nodded, rubbing the spot where Naruto had whacked him on the head. "Alright, I get it, sheesh." Naruto smirked. "Anyways, he'll set up some kind of ploy so you can get the dirt on Amon. I want his identity. Something I can work with." "That lazy bastard? How did you convince him to join the Equalists?" "He and I have some history. I've been sending him to their little group therapy sessions for almost 2 years now." "Why don't you just get him to dig up that dirt for you?" he asked, confusedly. Chuckling, Naruto said, "Because I need him to maintain a spot there as a busybody in their ranks. I can't have him screwing up his position there if I want to pull off missions like these." "Ah, so if they catch me, no biggie because I'm the prisoner anyways?" I see. "That's my thinking anyways," Naruto offered, crossing his arms as he leaned back against the wall by the window. "Okay, but you know for sure that they're going to invite you in to speak with him? I mean, just because you're a non-bender doesn't mean they'll want to work with you. You run the you-know-what, after all. Not that, the public actually knows that you do." He chuckled and scratched the back of his head as he stuck out his tongue in an embarrassed manner, a little surprised that he had managed to catch himself before he said, "Triads." Naruto smirked. He knew what Amon was thinking, even if he didn't know who he really was. He'll try to use any leverage he can. He's desperate right now. If they weren't united, this would be a different story and he would be picking them off, group by group. But united, they're terrifying. If he doesn't already, he'll know soon enough that he doesn't stand a chance unless he has some way to divide them again. "And what are we going to do once you get inside? After you learn his identity?" Naruto nodded and said, "I'm going to get some help from a fellow artist to make sure that I go in and out with a bang." Konohamaru smirked and shook his head. "Well, you can count on me, boss. I'll get you that intel." "Good. Now, did you find out anything about Tarlock while you were tailing him?" After that, their discussion led the two of them to talk over some of the paperwork that Konohamaru had brought along with him as they sat together on the floor until Tenzin arrived later that morning to wake Naruto up. Present time, back with Naruto and Korra. A few minutes later, Naruto looked back at the sleeping woman lying on his couch, hugging his pillow after he used his substitution technique star. He felt pain all over his body still, but it was nothing compared to being throttled by a mean old frog all afternoon, so he just decided he'd walk it off. The only problem he had was that he wouldn't be able to speak, but he could easily have Kisame go get Sakura for him or something or other. She was supposed to meet him in a few hours to pick him up so they could go visit a friend of his before they went to the Equalist rally, but he wanted to prepare a little earlier than anticipated just in case. He left a note for Korra explaining to her that he had to go to a business meeting and that he left a key for her so that she could lock up and come back whenever she was done with anything she had to take care of that day. He reminded her that she had to make sure to train with her teammates because they had a tough opponent coming up. He promised to come back in the evening with dinner so that they could spend the night together at home so that he could rest up. He also wrote a postscript, saying he would promise not to speak so that he didn't hurt his throat or vocal cords any further. Naruto closed the door to the apartment behind him and locked it with his own key. He then walked next door and knocked once, harshly as he passed by. Within a few moments, Kisame was already walking alongside him as they moved down the stairs. The tattooed giant offered a sharp-toothed grin as they climbed down the steps, saying, "She really worked a number on you, didn't she? Didn't realize that the avatar was such a killer in bed." Naruto rolled his eyes and then glared at the shark man as they turned to climb down the next flight of stairs. "Ooh, my bad, scary eyes. Where are we off to now? You going to pick up your little buddy?" Naruto remained silent, his mind elsewhere as they eventually made their way down onto the first floor. You sure have a way with words there. What are you planning on doing anyways? After the chief kicked your ass like she did, I'm guessing you don't plan on fighting your way out of an equalist base." Naruto arched a brow in surprise at the man with the blue scale tattoos. Kisame smirked knowingly, but turned to look away when Naruto's gaze intensified as he tried to deduce just how Kisame knew about the whole ordeal next door. Was it that easy to hear? He doubted that. He made sure that his walls were thick enough on both sides and on the floor so that it would be difficult to hear what was going on in his apartment, even though it was on the 4th floor. Even his door was made out of a better material than the rest of the complex, though it was painted similarly so that it appeared to be the same. Well, whatever it is, I hope it's good. Just because I can go in and kill everyone there by myself doesn't mean I'm going to for your sake. Heh. Screw that. I'm just tagging along to help, not do all of your work for you. Naruto nodded and led the skyscraper of a man over to a nearby garage. He turned to eye the shark man when he heard an approving whistle come from his companion after Naruto reached down and lifted the garage door up. Naruto, knowing exactly what was so impressive about his garage, grinned and reached into his yukata for his keys as well as a cigar and a lighter he brought along with him. Kisame shared his grin when Naruto handed him the cigar and the lighter, and the two of them walked up to the Sato Mobile as Kisame continued to admire it. "This is definitely a newer model. Money isn't an issue with you, is it, kid? Itachi would pitch a fit if he knew you were buying from the Sato Corporation, though." Naruto smirked and tilted his head toward the car as he went to sit in the back seat. That was exactly the reason he bought it. Wasn't it obvious? "Oh, I'm driving? And you don't mind if I smoke? Ha, killer." Kisame immediately bit off the end of the cigar and hopped into the car, gripping the steering wheel for a bit as he admired the beautiful leather seats and the design of the interior. "Damn, it's even big enough for me to drive. Nice." Spitting the end of the cigar out the window, he started the vehicle and lit his smoke before hitting on the gas and driving out of the parking lot. Within a few moments, Naruto reached forward from the back seat and handed him a sheet of paper with the words, "Tama's house in Shinshu Field," written with ink. Kisame turned to look back, wondering where Naruto had gotten a pen and a paper from, but apparently the blonde had brought along a small notepad with him from his apartment, as he was scribbling something else. For what reason, Kisame couldn't be sure, but he knew the place that Naruto was talking about. Shinshu Field was a park in Republic City that was named after a place somewhere in the Fire Nation where apparently a brilliant fireworks specialist named Tama once resided. It was an old tale, but he knew the gist of it, and he figured that the shop that resided in RC's Shinshu Field Park must have taken the name Tama's House in respect of that particular person and/or tale. "I got it. Shinshu Park it is." Naruto nodded and sat back in his seat, writing some more into the notepad and then flipping onto the next page to continue writing while they drove. Oh, Naruto's apartment. Korra groaned as she rolled around searching for her blonde boyfriend as she gripped tightly onto something soft. Confused, she opened her sleepy eyes and focused on the item she was holding in her grasp. "That jerk, he did that switchy thingy with the pillow again." Korra grumbled and let go of the pillow, sitting up on the couch as she looked over to the coffee table in between the two couches. She narrowed her eyes and scooted forward to sit on the edge of the couch as she reached over with a grunt to grab the piece of paper that was folded and placed on the small table in front of her. It had her name written on the backside of it, so she went ahead and opened it up and began reading. Oh, Korra. Thank you for everything. I'm sorry that I had to leave you so early today. I would like nothing more than to lie there on the couch with you for the rest of the day and spoon-feed each other ice cream in the evening, but there are many business items which require my attention and I cannot put them off, impending crushed larynx or not. Kidding aside, I promise I won't use my voice today so that I don't make it any worse, but I feel fine, honest. Don't you worry, I'll be back home later in the evening with dinner if you'd like to have dinner with me at my apartment. Also, you have to make sure you get back to training with your teammates. I'm sure you might want to take a break after that amazing win you pulled off last night, but your teammates, I'm sure, will be in the training rooms practicing together right now. You should join them. I'm sure they only want to prove to you that you can rely on them too. I would if I was in their predicament. Help yourself to anything in the icebox if you are hungry. I hope you're not upset with me for leaving you there without telling you anything, but I knew you would be worried and you would waste the rest of your day tending to me instead of doing what you have to do today. It's that kind, sweet, stubborn heart of yours that I fell in love with. I know we have to talk about what happened with Lynn. There are a lot of things that we have to talk about, and I promise you that I will tell you everything tonight, so please come back tonight. I left you a key to my apartment, so make sure you take it with you when you go. With love, Naruto. Oh. Korra held the letter in her hand and blushed profusely when she read one of the lines again, almost not believing what he wrote for a second until she reread it and then pinched herself a few times to be certain that she was actually awake and not still lying on the couch, dreaming. It's that kind, sweet, stubborn heart of yours that I fell in love with. Korra smiled and held the letter tenderly against her bosom as she closed her eyes and thought about the man who wrote that for her. She felt a shiver go down her spine as she remembered her confession to him only a few hours ago after Lynn had exited the bathroom. Had he heard all of that? And what did he mean by promising to tell her everything? Was he hiding something from her? Korra frowned. She was scared. Korra wasn't quite sure how she would react if it turned out that Naruto really was a part of the bending triads, something which didn't make sense to her. How could he possibly have any influence as a non-bender? And that he had been killing people all of this time, did that mean that she automatically would forget her love for him? Was love something that could be broken by something like that? The reasonable side of her brain said, yes, duh. It was obvious that she couldn't be in love with a gangster, a low-life criminal or a murderer. No one had a good enough reason to kill someone else, right? Korra wondered about that. She wanted to say, yes, that's right and be done with it, but she had this feeling that, if Naruto had ever taken someone's life, it was not without a really good reason. Or at least she hoped that was the case. Somewhere else in her brain, or maybe in her heart, as a romantic might say, she knew that no matter what he did, was or became, she would always love him to some degree. Somehow, she knew instinctively that love was not something that could be reasoned with. It caressed you and throttled you on a whim, it built you up only to break you back down without even the slightest warning prior. She didn't know quite when it started, but in retrospect, she felt like it was possible that she had already fallen for his blunt, calm and collected attitude ever since the first day that she met him outside of that tea shop. She realized that there were many things about him that she loved. She loved how he smiled at her with sincerity in his eyes, and how he liked to speak into her ear in a teasing manner whenever they were alone together. She loved the way he carried himself around people, including herself. He knew how to deal with potentially awkward situations such as the brunch they had with Tenzin and his family. Also, the speech in the arena had shocked her quite a bit and left her tingling with excitement for the entire match, which is really what led to her being so bold in the women's locker room afterwards. She loved how he took care of her body whenever they made love, even if they got a little rough at times like in the locker room. Afterwards, he made sure to be as tender as he possibly could once they returned to his apartment to continue where they left off. He never shied away from exploring her body the way she liked, and he never made her feel like she was cheap or expendable, or like it was a chore to take the time he did to pleasure her thoroughly. Rather, he almost acted like if he made too brash of a move, she might leap out of his window and go gallivanting off like a deer leopard in the wild. She loved his penchant for seeing what was underneath the underneath, so to speak. He was a strong man, and yet he was sensitive to delicate situations and minor details that most people would gloss right over. It was as if he had special eyes that allowed him to see what others couldn't, and she was sure that his profound awareness of everything around him probably had something to do with him being the kind of artist that he was. Speaking of his art, she loved that he was an artist. It made him sexy in a different kind of way. He was as multifaceted as the layers of paint on his paintings, yet, like his paintings, he was organized in such a way where all of the parts that made up the whole overlapped in just the right way, and Korra found that bit of complexity and yet simplicity attractive in a man. But what she loved the most? He seemed to be the only one to truly understand that it was impossible to comprehend just exactly how she felt to be the Avatar. That was a mouthful. In other words, he never tried to pretend like he knew how she was feeling. He only offered advice and support. He was blunt with her about some topics, such as his thoughts on how the city was run, but he also knew that he couldn't quite understand just how much of a burden she had to bear as the link between the human world and the spirit world, and yet he insisted that he believed she was strong enough to be the Avatar who finally, truly, reunited the elements. Their long conversations into the night usually dealt with what could be done to unite the people using their influence together. Then there was the fact that he just had this way about broadening or maybe supporting or clarifying her perspective. He would ask her a question and listen quietly to her answer, then he would turn that question around and ask her to think about why that question needed to be asked in the first place, and suddenly she was starting to realize that she had a real responsibility to this world. Not just as the Avatar, no, that was a given. But as a human being. As a woman. Korra looked back at the letter and skimmed over it again, shaking her head as she sighed and sat back into the couch. Just another reason to fall in love with him again. It took her several minutes to feel like getting up. She was already in the mindset of sleeping in for the day with Naruto next to her, but since he was gone, she knew she would have to go out and do something or she'd go crazy just waiting all day for him to come back. She decided to go see if there was any more of that cactus juice in the icebox in his kitchen before heading out to see if her teammates really were training already. Oh, Tama's house, nearby Shinshu Field Park. Whoa, this place is pretty tiny. You sure this is the place, Blondie? Naruto smirked as he stepped in behind the blue giant. The few customers that were in the shop turned and noticed the Shark Man, and a few of them made their way toward the door without a second thought. Naruto looked up at his companion for the moment and mused about how the bastard was so ugly that people were running away scared without him even trying to scare them off. Damn, that would be such a great insult if he actually felt like speaking and testing his voice. All around him were small displays of different types of fireworks. The shop itself was not the kind of shop where someone can stop by and grab a ton of cheap, mildly amusing fireworks whenever they wanted. The owner of the establishment was well known for only creating works of art, and he usually did original builds that exploded and fired off in very unique ways. This might have slowed down business if Naruto and a few of his buddies weren't regular customers. Naruto himself spent more money than he could count buying fireworks. In fact, this was the same shop where he and Sakura had picked up the fireworks that they used to rescue Korra from Amon a while back. His friend here at Tama's was the one who designed the rocket bundles so that they would fly out at that angle the way they did, and he also allowed Naruto to have a few spare thunderclap fireworks that he used on a terrifying bouquet of eardrum-splitting fireworks. Naruto noticed a young, red-headed boy sitting on the floor by the counter, working on some kind of wooden puppet with several strings attached to it. He was wearing a grayish-brown jacket and a dark, tan pair of shorts with small boy's shoes. His hair was a bit unkempt, longer than most boys and crimson like red clay. Naruto grinned and walked up to the brat and pat him gently on the head, crouching down to look at him at his level as the boy worked. Naruto, you here to buy some more fireworks? The boy had a pair of hazy brown eyes that made him look quite similar to the puppet that he was holding in his hands. Naruto noticed that it was a puppet shaped like Tano, the leader of the wolf bats. Kisame, looking down at the small kid and Naruto, who was busy handing the young boy a slip of paper that he had pre-written in the car. Sasori read what was written on the paper and then looked up at Naruto. Oh, you lost your voice? Okay, should I go get Deidara for you, Naruto? Naruto nodded in response and held up a small paper that said, "Thanks Sasori." It's no problem, Naruto. Give me a second. The young Sasori started walking toward the back to get the shop owner, Deidara, but he stopped briefly and shook his head in disbelief when he realized that Naruto had prepared the thank you note in advance. The oddly matched duo of Naruto and Kisame stood at the counter for a moment as the boy disappeared behind a wooden door in the back. Naruto looked up at Kisame, who started walking over to one of the walls to where a few specialized bows and crossbows were sitting. He arched a brow and turned to look at Naruto, who smirked back at him. What the hell? Do they sell weapons here too? Naruto shook his head and stood up, walking up to the bow and taking it off of the rack. Kisame watched as Naruto reached for a special rod-shaped firework that was durable when fired, but broke up into small pieces once it lost its momentum. Kisame paid close attention as Naruto motioned to a string that seemed to be attaching all of the pieces together. Was it the fuse? That's wicked. I wonder what this looks like up in the air. Naruto grinned and wagged his eyebrows, to which Kisame responded with a short-lived guffaw as a blond man stepped out of the door at the back of the shop and made his way up to them. Naruto, you beautiful blonde bastard. Have you come to sample more of my spectacular art for your canvas in the sky? Naruto smirked and held up another piece of paper for him to read. Deidara looked over at the young Sasori and arched a brow in confusion until the boy said, in somewhat of a monotone voice. It seems like Naruto has lost his voice. Deidara nodded. So you lost your voice, You should really go to a hospital and get that checked out, yeah? Maybe you should read the paper already. We've got somewhere to go, Blondie. Both blondes looked up to glare at Kisame, who flinched and took the hint. Alright. That hair color is unnatural, by the way, ****. Their glaring didn't stop until he was back outside of the store, taking out another cigar from his coat and lighting it up outside. What's with the rude blueberry? Naruto held up another paper that said, in large letters, "Not now." Sasori blinked, staring at the paper that Naruto produced from a small stack of notepad papers he held in his hand. Okay. So what do you want, then? Naruto picked out the next one, which read, "I need different merchandise today." Deidara's eyes widened. Sasori grinned. "Ah, different merchandise, huh? I see, Deidara rested one hand on his hip and with the other he stroked his chin as he stood there, looking around the shop. "I suppose we'll have to close up, yeah. Sasori, could you please lock the door and put the sign up on the window? Also, tell Naruto's acquaintance that he should wait outside for now." Sasori nodded and started moving quickly to do as he was told. "Thanks, He then turned to Naruto and tilted his head in the direction of the door at the back of the room. "Let's go, yeah? You know your way around here already. I have a few new things that I'd like to show you anyways, Naruto gazed at his friend for a moment and followed behind him in silence as Deidara led him down the steps past the wooden door that he had come out of. Naruto wasn't surprised to see this portion of the shop as he had been here before. What he was surprised to see was that Deidara had finally put in the money like he told him he should to get the hidden displays. By shifting an empty shelf upwards, Deidara opened a hidden compartment where he pulled out a few shelves with his merchandise displayed on top. Naruto swallowed, salivating from the sight as he saw several new goodies that the explosive artist had concocted. Deidara noticed the way Naruto froze briefly, and he commented it on it. "You like that, don't you? It's pretty amazing, but that should have been obvious before you even stepped foot into the shop. Here, let me show you something new that Sasori made." He grinned and reached down to pick up a small wind-up doll in the shape of a scorpion with a face on it. Naruto looked at Deidara in confusion when he handed him the doll, but he examined it anyways. It had a wind-up key on its back and Naruto was about to reach for it when Deidara slapped him harshly across the face. "Hey! Don't touch that or we could both die if it goes off here, alright? There's enough explosive powder in there to level this building, not to mention enough oomph in the whole building to level the entire neighborhood, Naruto's eyes were glaring at Deidara until he told him how dangerous the little toy was. He looked back at the small scorpion and nodded. He would have written a note telling Deidara that he was going to kill him as soon as he paid for the explosives that he needed, but after thinking that through he realized that it was pretty redundant and he just scrapped the whole idea, killing and all, altogether. He'd get him back someday. "Yeah, you get it now? Please don't touch anything until I tell you, I don't want to have to slap you again, Naruto rolled his eyes. "Sure you don't. Alright, I have about 4 dozen of these. Sasori is really good at making them, so I asked him to carve up a bunch of them just in case I needed them, you know? They're small and the clicking sound the tail makes when they move is a little scary together with the sound of the gears. They have those little wheels, see? So they move pretty quickly once you wind them up." Naruto handed it to Deidara and held up 2 fingers. 2 dozen? He nodded in affirmation and looked down at the rest of the items he had on display there. The joke vest of fireworks was sitting there, but he noted that the firecrackers on the vest were quite larger than usual. Naruto looked at the vest for a bit longer and then started writing something down for Deidara. His blonde friend arched a brow and watched him while he wrote, but Naruto moved his shoulder in the way and blocked him as he finished writing. He scowled at his fellow blonde and waited impatiently while Naruto reread what he wrote and then sighed in exasperation when he finally held it out in front of him. "You must really be planning something, Naruto grinned. "You have no idea." Deidara read the text for a moment and then smirked. "Well then, guess what? You're going to adore this new explosives device I've created. It's the first of its kind, I think." Deidara picked up a small handheld device and handed it to him. He then turned around and opened a safe in the wall where he kept most of the heavy-duty explosives in bulk and brought out several charges, which he then placed on the table in front of them. Naruto arched a brow, looked at items on the table, and then looked up at Deidara. "Yeah, so, you click that button right there, it goes boom." Naruto looked at the device in his hand and his eyes widened. He was holding the activator switch for the first known wireless explosive device that was ever made in the United Republic of Nations, and perhaps the world. A large grin appeared on Naruto's face. This was going to work out perfectly. Oh. Equalist base, Konohamaru cell. His eyes opened when he heard the locks on the door opening. Konohamaru sat up on his bed when the same man, or so he thought, who was wearing the standard Equalist drab, walked in with a tray in his hand. He frowned when the man set the tray down on the floor and then stepped out, locking the door behind him. "Damn," he thought, "he's not making it easy for me, is he?" Konohamaru picked up the tray with a frown on his face, looking up at the door in annoyance. It wasn't until he looked down and actually paid attention that he noticed something interesting folded up into the cup. "Wow, really? Konohamaru pulled a pretty, small brazier out of the cup and held it up in front of himself to check it out. Damn, must be that uptight bitch. No wonder she's so mean, she's like a damn plank of wood. Konohamaru shrugged and threw off his shirt as he sat back and reclined on the bed, watching the door with a sultry look on his face, which eventually led to him laughing up a storm inside of his cell, which could be heard easily outside. Oh, damn. I can't believe my bra is missing. Where did I leave it, damn it? The dark-haired woman who had gotten upset with Konohamaru earlier was walking around the women's locker room and shower, looking for the bra that she had set on a bench, or so she thought. Ugh, forget it. I can't find it. Someone better not have stolen it. Geez, who knew equalists were a bunch of pervs? She grumbled as she got dressed and then made her way out into the hall. As she was passing by Konohamaru's cell, she toyed with the notion of going in there and taking out her frustration on him, when suddenly she heard him burst out into laughter. Annoyed, the equalist unlocked the door and opened it, walking in with her electric glove ready in case he tried anything. Oh, hey cutie. What's up? Konohamaru asked, grinning lecherously as he reclined on the bed with one arm propping up his head. The woman in front of him stood with her mouth agape and her hands shaking. She took a step forward, but then stopped. She didn't know what to think, but all of the anger she had toward the bra thief suddenly magnified her anger toward this traitorous boy who was apparently one and the same. You, little, how on earth did you get that? Konohamaru's grin widened. And why are you wearing it? It widened still. What the hell are you doing? Take it off. Right now. Konohamaru chuckled. But why? It's a perfect fit for my flat chest. She shook violently and leveled her electric glove at him. That's the spirit. If you want it, you're gonna have to come and frisk me for it, cutie. Konohamaru sat up and pulled the bra up briefly to give her a peek of his nipples, which set the young woman off. With a yell, she rushed the boy with her electric glove flaring. 5 minutes later. Alright, your name was Hanabi, right? Well, anyways, you be a good girl for daddy, aight? I've got to go take care of some things at the office. Konohamaru smirked and leaned down to kiss the young woman on her forehead as she sat, dazed on the ground with the bra stuffed into her mouth and her hands tied to her legs behind her back using the bedsheets. As he walked out the door, electric glove in one hand and compound keys in another, Konohamaru turned when he heard her trying to yell through the gag. Now. You don't want daddy to spank you again, do you? She growled at first, but when he walked back over to her with the glove charged up, she stiffened up and just shook her head. Such a good girl. Alright. I'll be back home after work, sweetie. But bye. Konohamaru chuckled and shook his head as he walked out of the cell, muttering, I kill myself sometimes. Konohamaru skipped down the hall with exuberance as he was happy to be out of the four-walled, windowless cell. He noticed a pair of guards turning the corner at the end of the hall and he immediately backtracked it to hide in a small nook he spotted off to the side. Just as they passed by him, Konohamaru slinked off to turn the corner before one of them could focus enough to hear him move. He made his way over to a staircase and noticed that a guard was sitting on a chair, dozing off a bit. This area must not have been very busy because they were all busy outside preparing for Naruto's welcome, most likely. Konohamaru grinned and hid the glove behind his back, sticking it into the back of his pants as he walked up to the man nonchalantly. Immediately, the guard noticed the dark-haired kid and woke up right away. Hey! Who are you? What are you doing in here, kid? Konohamaru frowned and said, I got lost. Mister, can you help me find my parents? I lost them. I don't know where they went. He started to cry, and although the guard didn't exactly buy the story, he hesitated for a moment when Konohamaru turned on the waterworks. A moment later, the Konohamaru jumped up at him and dug his elbow right into the man's throat, knocking him out painfully. Konohamaru was going to just leave like that, but then he looked back at the man who had fallen to the ground and shook his head. Maybe I should take it a little easier, don't want to go around killing everyone, now, do I? He reached for the man and hefted him back up onto his crate, then he propped his back up against the wall in much the same position that he was in earlier, his head tilted downwards as he sat back with his arms crossed in front of him, appearing to be asleep again. That'll do, he said, grinning as he hopped up the stairs. After sneaking past a few more sentries and unlocking a large metal door with the keys that he had, he made his way out into the lobby areas of the building and found that he was inside of a rather large factory. It seemed like everyone was preparing for some big event, which was probably the sermon that Naruto had been invited to. He was lucky then, because that also meant fewer guards were walking around looking to give him crap. He looked around for a while and then he noticed the lieutenant, the same guy that he let knock him out before. Grinning, Konohamaru looked around and saw that inside of the large, emptying factory were several service ladders that had to be accessed by a mobile ladder that was already being rolled out of the room. Seeing it as a challenge, Konohamaru looked around until he saw a place where he could climb, and he jumped up onto a crate and then onto the roof of a small storage room within the giant warehouse. They were apparently setting up the lights for the stage later today, so he had to be careful not to get caught walking around up there on the catwalks. Instead, he stuck to the shadows and used whatever he could to pull himself up as far as possible before he made his way over onto the roof of a CEO's room like the one Naruto had overlooking the Inuzuka shipping company. It was protruding into the room to give whoever was in the box a wide view of the area so they could watch over the production, but no one was inside it at the time, so Konohamaru was able to move around freely so long as he didn't make any loud sounds to alert the workers that were working on the stage area. He looked up at the catwalk and noticed a service ladder nearby that led up to it. Up on that catwalk was a lone man working on the light fixtures and talking into a radio receiver. He had to be very careful not to warn that man or the other end of the radio, so instead he just sat up there for a minute, watching the lieutenant as he worked. Oh. It took some time, but finally the man started to move. It seemed like he was walking up into the CEO's room, so Konohamaru quickly searched for a way to get in, and found an open window. Instead of going in immediately, however, he peeked in to check and see if someone was walking in when he saw Amon standing with his back turned toward him. Shrinking back into the dark, Konohamaru gulped and pressed against the wall and took slow, steady breaths as quietly as possible. How lucky, he could hear Amon speaking from where he stood. He could just listen from here instead of trying to get into the room. Close the window. It's so loud out there with all of that noise. Crap. Oh. A few minutes later, Konohamaru peeked up again and saw Amon and the lieutenant walking back out of the room. He saw someone was climbing up nearby using the rolling step ladder, so he hopped onto the bottom rung of the service ladder and slid down the moving ladder as quickly as possible before he could be seen by the man above him. Once he was back in the shadows, Konohamaru saw Amon walking with a group of his followers out into the open. He talked for a bit, spouting off some of his crap about equality and how great it was to see how everything was coming to fruition, yada yada. Konohamaru heard him say his goodbyes to his followers, and even the lieutenant walked off to do his own thing. He grinned and followed the masked man by hopping over a few crates and then hiding behind a large trash compactor before trailing behind him slowly to make sure he was far enough away so that the non-bending leader wouldn't see or hear him. It wasn't long before Amon walked into a room that was at the end of a long, dim hallway with a bright light at the end of it. Konohamaru picked up his pace and slid into hiding just outside of the door along the wall surrounding the doorway. Amon, who he saw standing there with his back turned for a moment before he took a seat and spun around lazily in his chair, suddenly began speaking. How amusing. He thinks I have no clue that he is pursuing me. Well, he'll be surprised when I put his brat's head on a pike for him at the door. Konohamaru's eyes widened. To think that I've had a mole in my own personal guard for almost a year now, with about 2 or 3 years here in the organization. I'll have to run an investigation. It will have to wait, though. Destroying the arena comes first. Konohamaru glowered. Crap, that's not good news. Why don't you come in here and have a seat with me, Konohamaru? That is your name, isn't it? His eyes widened. Shit. I'm not Konohamaru. Amon didn't quite know what to say to that. Instead of thinking too hard about it, he just repeated what he said. Come, have a seat. I would like to talk with you. Konohamaru grumbled. Okay, what would Naruto do? Would he run? He shook his head. Nope. Naruto would put on his best smirk, then waltz right in there and plop down on the chair and call him a dumbass or something like that. Yeah, that's what I'll do. Konohamaru was about to move, when suddenly he felt like he couldn't move at all. He couldn't even turn his head. I asked you nicely twice. You should listen to your elders when they call you, young man. Konohamaru was scared. He was not the one in control of his own body. Within a few moments, Konohamaru was sitting on the chair in the middle of the room, looking over at Amon while he sat back in his chair behind his desk. He was quiet for a while, but eventually, Amon waved his hand and then propped his elbows up onto the table and leaned forward, looking at Konohamaru from behind the small openings in his mask. Konohamaru's eyes widened in shock. Your eyes? Behind Amon's mask, his eyes were both perfectly intact. You're a bloodbender, he said, trying to gain control of his body again. Amon simply said, his hands clasped in front of him as he looked over at the young boy, writhing about in his chair. I am more than that. I am the solution to the bending enigma. Oh. When Korra left from practice with her 2 teammates, she was giddy with excitement about going back to see Naruto. Somehow the letter stuck in her mind the entire day and she found herself just perfectly happy about the letter, even though he seemed to be keeping something from her. He probably wasn't sure if he could trust her before, maybe he did hear her in the bathroom after the incident with Lynn. Maybe now that he knew that she loved him, he could finally truly trust her with everything. Cora sighed and was telling herself that, whatever it is, she would still love him after she heard him say it. Then, as she walked through the streets back toward Naruto's home, she heard it. It was Naruto's voice, booming in through a radio sitting at a counter in a small ramen shop. Oh. Chapter 10. Oh. Yamanaka's residence. Ino, are you still in? Ino. Inoichi Yamanaka, Ino's father, ran into his house, nearly knocking down the door as he ran in to check and make sure that his daughter hadn't left for work yet. He didn't hear anything when he first entered, but the further he moved toward the back the more he heard the gentle buzz of static coming from the radio in the dining room. He moved quickly, worried that his daughter had gone out even with all of the rioting that started to take place within the last few hours. With the police gone, everyone thought that the triads would be the ones running up shops all around the city, but regular civilians were the culprits. Apparently every single bending triad was being used to protect the city, including the homes of foreign dignitaries, hospitals, the docks and main roads. It was uncertain what exactly made these lifetime thugs and lowlifes pass up opportunities that a crippled police force allowed. Instead, they were actually going out of their way to eliminate most of the looting problem throughout the city. And the source of it was apparently that Naruto Uzumaki, who was the new owner of the pro bending stadium, the same one where Inoichi's young daughter, Ino, worked part-time as a reporter and interviewer who spoke with most of the competitors to hype up the sport by getting the scoop on the audience's favorite teams. When Inoichi stepped into the dining room, he saw his young daughter sitting there, staring at the radio as she sat backwards with her hands and lips pressing against the back of the chair, her legs straddling the back with her toes barely touching the floor. She was a little shaken up from everything that happened, but at least she was okay. Inoichi cleared his throat and his daughter turned her head to gaze up at him. She had been crying, he realized, and his heart always hurt whenever he saw his pumpkin cry. Ino, honey sprout, why are you crying? Come here, pumpkin. Ino's blank stare turned into a tearful frown as she stood up from the chair and reached out to wrap her arms around her father, who embraced her with open arms. Daddy, I thought I was in love with Mr. Naruto, but now he's done these terrible things. They said he killed the chief of police. You heard? I remember you told me that you had a crush on him, but you're right. You can't waste your love on a murderer. Those people aren't the same as us, darling. Normal people don't go around killing one another. He felt her body shudder as she stifled a sob, so he gently pat her back, whispering to her, go ahead, just let it out, pumpkin. Listen, they said that he hasn't released Mr. Saiken's body to the public yet, and with Ms. Beifong still on the run, there's nothing the police can do until the military arrives. Darling, I want you to stay inside, do you understand me? Do not leave this house. Ino nodded into his chest, crying harder. What's the matter, Han? You can't help that he's an evil man, that he's done the things he's done. Daddy, is it really wrong for me to love someone like him? Or to love someone who has done something bad in their lives? Can't they change? Inoichi sighed. I don't really know, sweetie. I think that people can change, but I just think that sometimes people like him just have to take responsibility for their actions, and sometimes that means letting go of the good-hearted people who love them. Ino shook her head. Letting go? Just like that? What if the person still loves them, despite it all? What if love is stronger than that? If you let someone go like they're just, like a change of clothes, no, if you do that then you'll definitely hurt them, even I can see that. Inoichi looked up at the ceiling, unsure of where the answer would be. He held his daughter firmly and said, you're absolutely right, that person will probably be hurt, quite a lot. Ino gripped her father's jacket tightly and started to cry even harder. Inoichi held his daughter gently and listened as Menma's speech, who he believed to be Naruto, ended and the radio station began trying to explain the situation the best they could. He looked at the time and sighed. He still had a few more hours. Oh. Tama's house, Deidara's fireworks. Be very careful with these, got it? They're extremely dangerous, warned a shaky-looking Deidara. He seemed to be slightly nervous or anxious to hand over a particular briefcase. He extended his arms out and handed Naruto a large briefcase where all of Sasori's scorpion explosives were stored. It might have looked like Deidara was scared due to all of the shaking he was doing, but there was an eerie smile on his face that said otherwise. How dangerous, exactly? Asked Kisame as Naruto handed him the briefcase. The man held the lightweight case in his tattooed hands and tilted his head in confusion. It couldn't be that bad. What you're holding there in your hands, said Deidara with pause for emphasis, is 24 handmade scorpion dolls that Sasori made himself. Each of them is easily capable of leveling my shop. Best part, HN, is that they were designed to be small enough to be hidden in the palm of your hand. Kisame swallowed, suddenly realizing how dangerous the object in his hands was. The whole shop, he wondered? He was morbidly curious how something that was so small could cause so much destruction. He felt Naruto tug on his nice suit and glowered at the short, blonde man. "What do you want?" he asked, slightly annoyed because he was starting to freak out a little bit because of how much explosives he had in his hands. What if the damn devices were defective? They could go off at any second for all he knew. For absolutely no reason, even. How was he sure that the midget's friend was any good with explosives anyways? Tough guy or not, Kisame was not dumb enough to think he'd survive if even only one of these went off while he was holding this thing. His spine definitely tingled a little bit as he held the dangerous container in his arms. When Kisame saw Naruto point to the box, he growled. "What? You want me to open this thing? What the hell are you planning on doing with them anyways?" He looked up at Deidara, who arched a brow at him until he spoke. "Hey, Mr. Tama, can you explain how these explosives work so Mr. Mime over here doesn't blow us all to hell?" Yes, Deidara said before clearing his throat. "They have a small dial on the top, along the scorpion's back which needs to be turned sort of like one with the key to a music box. It has 3 functions. One is that it activates the tiny wind-up motor that is inside each of the toys, which allows it to move forward. 2, the key also acts as a timer which turns and turns until it is brought to its original position and a small spark ignites the explosive and other pressurized contents within. And 3, the sound made by the key is quite distracting and can be used to lure unsuspecting enemies to it, meaning that they will walk in on it just as it finishes moving and the explosive goes off." Kisame shook his head. "That's just screwed up. Wait, so what was that package that you had me put in the trunk of the car?" Deidara grinned, his one visible eye narrowing eerily. "Those are the main course, obviously. We shouldn't be talking about them out in the open like this, who knows who is watching." He took a second to glance around suspiciously, but Sasori, who just walked up to them, rolled his eyes. "I'll say one thing, Republic City is in for the fireworks display of the century. Those are Mr. Deidara's favorite. Also, Mr. Naruto, remember that the legs are connected to the little key on the back, so if you stop them, you stop the dial from turning, meaning the explosive can't ignite." When Naruto nodded, Sasori reached out to Naruto and handed him the bow and quiver from earlier to let him take a look at it, with several plain-looking arrows within. Deidara grinned. "Are you sure you want to give that one away? It took you quite a while to make those explosive arrowheads." "I'm sure," said Sasori, grinning up at Naruto and taking back the bow and arrow set to put it away in the trunk of the car. Naruto nodded and reached over to open the briefcase since Kisame was too freaked out to do it himself. He snatched it from the giant's hands and walked over to the trunk of his car and opened it up. Who was he to fear by messing with explosives out in the open at this point? The police were all busy worried about their little hive to be looking out for deals like this, which is what Naruto expected. Taking out a few of the scorpions, he inspected them once more before he closed the briefcase and turned away. Deidara watched him carefully as he was messing with the toys and smirked knowingly as Naruto turned back around and handed Kisame the briefcase again before waving his friends off and returning to the car. "This guy is going to kill me." If Kisame could look pale with all of those blue tattoos all over his body, he would be looking pretty damn pale right about now. Deidara laughed. "That's funny because it's probably true. You would do well for yourself to stay as far away from Mr. Naruto as you are able. He's always had this sort of attraction to danger, HN. You seem to enjoy his company. Have you known him for a long time?" asked Kisame, holding the briefcase in one hand by its handle as the blonde began to turn to walk away. "Years. Long before he made his decision to return to Republic City." Kisame smirked. "Oh? HN. But that's not something you have the time to listen to, yeah?" He grinned and pointed at Naruto, who was handling one of the scorpion toys that he swiped from the briefcase earlier. "What the hell is he doing with that?" Kisame was confused. He never saw him take the scorpion. Did he swipe that when he was looking at them earlier? Sasori grinned and said loudly, "It looks like he's turning the dial." Kisame's eyes widened, but he relaxed when he realized the kid was just messing around with him. Naruto seemed to be inspecting the explosive, but he still hadn't messed with it yet. "Shit, kid. Don't scare me like that." Deidara chuckled and pat Sasori on top of his head. "Let's go inside, Sasori, yeah? Good luck to you? Mr. Kisame, was it?" Kisame nodded and waved him off. Yeah. Try not to blow yourself up in that death trap of a business you've got going there." All three of them shared a laugh before Kisame slowly turned around and made his way back to the car. He better not have turned the dial on that thing. I did not sign up for this, Itachi. As Naruto and Kisame walked down the path to a Fire Nation-style building, a woman stood in the doorway staring down at them from atop a set of stairs. She is lovely. She wore her beautiful blonde hair up in twin pigtails behind her head. Her honey-colored eyes glittered in the afternoon sun and her lips were pulled firmly into a practiced pout. She was certainly beautiful, but when Naruto got closer, he realized that there were now some lines on her face that weren't there before. Some veins could be seen clearly along her once creamy white arms. How old was Tsunade now, he wondered. It was strange how she seemed to age so much in just a few years. It must have been stress or something. Hello, brat. It's been a while. Naruto nodded and extended his hand. She looked and saw that he was holding several strips of paper. What's this? She asked, but when he didn't answer, she went ahead and took the paper from him, reading quietly to herself for a moment as she went through each individual paper. At one point, Tsunade smirked and even scoffed at something she found written down by him. Her eyes peered up at the young blonde and she shook her head, looking back down to finish off the last few words of that particular sentence. You and Jiraiya. All you do is need. All right, brat. Come on in. We'll have a chat. Sorry about your voice and all that. Some tea with honey in it might help you feel better. Naruto smiled and she smiled back. Tilting her head toward the giant standing beside Naruto, she said, your friend can come in too, if he wants. Kisame looked down at Naruto, who had turned around to look at him, and he shrugged. Sure. Can I smoke inside? Tsunade chuckled, of course. It's a brothel, after all. She pushed the door open and held it so that the two men could make their way into the lobby. Kisame took a second to look around for any signs that the establishment was, in fact, a brothel before he walked inside. Sure didn't look like it from the outside. When Naruto first entered, he picked up smells of perfume and alcohol, and suddenly he was standing beside Jiraiya again, laughing and messing around with the girls. Anko was there, standing just a few feet in front of him, grinning, the way she often did, as she leaned against the doorway further back into the building. She was never shy, but she had these moments where she just liked to sit or stand there and just watch. Her eyes weren't particularly alluring, but something about her gaze always made him fidget. He liked to think that he honed his own particular gaze by studying her, but he really was only echoing her. He would never be able to perfectly duplicate that heavy, ghoulish glare. Those eyes of a snake staring down its cornered prey. Kisame looked around the room and saw that the building was probably someone's home before being turned into a brothel. The main walkway led to a living room, but to his right and left were other rooms where couches and love seats were placed with coffee tables, incense, and candles burning in the dim light of the establishment while some faint music could be heard coming from the living room further ahead. It sounded like a shamisen, which was a string instrument that originated either in the Fire Nation or in the Earth Kingdom many years before it became the EBR. Kisame wasn't quite certain, but he remembered once visiting a brothel with Itachi in the Fire Nation, and one of the women there told him about how the style of music was something preserved through the generations for longer than anyone could remember. There was a lot of debate over where it originated from, but most people agreed that the Earth Kingdom was the most likely place. He vividly remembered the smell of lemon in her hair as the music he heard in Tsunade's brothel grew louder as they ventured further inside. As Kisame entered the room where the music was playing, he saw a small shrine near the entrance with the statue of some figurehead he once knew, but somehow couldn't quite remember. She was depicted as grandiose, even for such a small statue, with strong, pupilless eyes and a large fan spread out in either hand. There was some incense burning at her feet, and Kisame was just about to recall the name of the woman depicted by the statue when he heard Tsunade speak, and the music came to an abrupt halt. "Hello, my sisters." "Hello, my sister and Lady Tsunade," responded the women in the room, their eyes showing the reverence they had for the woman who had brought them into her brothel. Kisame noted that there were at least 15 or 20 women lounging about the room, previously listening to music from the shamisen player while a radio buzzed faintly in the background. One blonde woman was still sitting in the back, close to the radio and listening intently while her eyes focused on the ground. He noticed that the shamisen player was pulling the straps back on for her top, which had managed to slink down from her shoulders as the women around her fawned upon her with gratified affection. "I had hoped not to disturb any of you on your day off, but a close friend has asked a favor of me. In return, I ask if any of you are willing to lend your aid. I am certain that most of you remember Naruto, am I right? He goes by Naruto Uzumaki these days, so even those of you whom have never met him should at least know of him." The blonde, way in the back, spoke up, her keen eyes carving through the rest of the room like a cool wind. "He's speaking on the radio right now. She turned to the radio and turned the knob to raise the volume, smirking as her eyes caught Naruto's, who stood beside Tsunade. Tsunade turned to look at Naruto while everyone heard the end of Naruto Uzumaki's speech on the radio. "And yet he stands before you now," Tsunade said, smirking when she saw the cat-like eyes staring over the rest from way in the back. "Yeah, that's him all right." The young blonde stood up and slinked past the rest of the women in the room. She stalked like a predator of the jungle, moving swiftly and without a sound. Kisame looked over at Naruto and then back to the young blonde who now stood before them. He felt Naruto tap him on the shoulder, and so the giant turned and took the small slip of paper from Naruto's hand. "What? You want me to read this?" Naruto gave Kisame a look, and what that look said that his voice couldn't was, "No, dipshit, I want you to eat it." Getting the point, Kisame glanced at the piece of paper and then looked up at the blonde woman who had taken her first step in their direction. "The shrimp says, I need 3, Yujito, Temari and Karui. Are these 3 here?" Kisame asked. "Temari is actually not here right now. She's out on a task in the EBR. Karu and Yugi are here, though." Tsunade butted in, using the 2 young girls' shortened names affectionately. Naruto turned back to look at Tsunade, who stood in the center of the room with her hands on her hips and her head held high. Some of the women lying in the cushioned seats next to her sat upright or turned to lie on their backs as they looked up at their madam. "Listen up, sisters. Naruto here needs your assistance. He has called upon both Sister Karui and Sister Yujito, so, would both of you please stand?" A red-headed, dark-skinned girl with golden-yellow eyes looked at Tsunade incredulously as she began to stand up to her feet. "You're serious? We're going on a mission? Are you not up to the task, Sister Karui?" Karui turned and snarled when she saw the smug look on Yujito's face as the stunning, long-legged blonde made her way past her and brushed her hand gently along the side of Naruto's face as she spun around him in a graceful, cat-like manner. Naruto's eyes followed Yujito as she circled him, her dark eyes watching him like he was some sort of prey. Her lips curled into a pretty smirk and she leaned in while standing in front of him, ensuring that her kimono-clad body brushed up sensually against him, from head to toe. "I'd do anything for you, Naruto. That's why you picked me, isn't it?" She began to drape her arms over his shoulders and behind his back as she leaned in slowly for a kiss. When Naruto pressed his palm against her belly and took a step back, Yujito let out a purring laugh. "Suddenly shy, huh? Is it a girl? She must be very special if you can push me away just like that. You never used to before today." Yujito eyed him curiously for a moment and then suddenly turned her head and smirked back at Karui, saying, "Aren't you coming? You can't just stand there with your jaw scraping the ground all day, you know. Naruto is in need of our particular expertise." Karui started walking past her toward the back, shaking her head as she muttered, "Just waiting for you to let your slut out a bit before we go back to change. Don't want you pouncing on me or anything." Yujito grinned. "Ooh, pounce, that sounds like a fantastic idea." Tsunade watched the 2 young women waltz out of the room in their kimonos before turning back to look and see if Naruto was at all affected by Yujito's advances. "You okay there?" Naruto grunted. "Hey, you're the one who asked for her. Just watch out, alright? She'll eat you up and spit you out, and you know she will." Naruto nodded and glanced back at the rest of the women in the room. Many of them he knew and they all had their own quirks and specialties about them, but right now he needed Yujito and Karui. Karui because she was Karui, hard-headed, stubborn, headstrong. Yes, they all meant pretty much the same thing, but it's simply too difficult to try and convey just what Karui was with just one synonym. He knew she could fight, so that was a bonus, but he also knew that if needed to get something done, Karui was the one person who would get it done or die doing it. Yujito, meanwhile, was pretty much the opposite. Where Karui was blunt and immovable, though a little quick to anger, Yujito was subtle and flexible, not to mention a cold-blooded killer. If she thought someone was annoying enough, she'd snap their neck without a second thought. Naruto needed someone who would put fear in his enemy's eyes, and Yujito was one that he could trust to act on a whim. He knew, for example, that everything Kisame was doing was to further Itachi's purposes and eventually the man would turn on him. When, he wasn't quite certain. As far as her physical prowess and experience, he had to say that Konohamaru was good, but Yujito was on a whole other level due to her age and the way she enveloped herself in her work, but there was also something else. Yujito was also dangerously secretive, to the point where even Tsunade was unsure whether or not to trust the deceptive alley cat as one of her warriors. He had this feeling about Yujito that she and he had a joint interest in taking out Jiraiya, but her reasons were slightly different from his own. Out of the entire squad of female assassins that worked under the guise of this brothel, Yujito was the only one still alive who survived multiple training sessions with Jiraiya. The man was notoriously bad at taking it easy on his pupils, and oftentimes Tsunade had to intervene in order to save the lives of her girls. Though many of them gained a humbling experience from the old toad's mastery of what seemed like an infinite amount of katas, or at least more than anyone alive could count, some of them ended up broken with limbs that no longer functioned or gouged eyes and lost fingers and toes. A few of those women continued to live life in the brothel, but many were no longer able to continue their training as Tsunade's assassins after Jiraiya's sessions. The last known trainee to take Jiraiya's test lost her sight, as both of her eyes were destroyed. Naruto couldn't recall her name, but he remembered that she was from the Hyuga family which hailed from the Northern Water Tribe. How she ended up in Republic City and under Tsunade's instruction he wasn't sure. Many of these women came from places one wouldn't expect. Karui herself was the daughter of an important representative of what was left of the Earth Kingdom that was actually recognized by the Council. He was currently staying in Republic City because his home country was no longer available to him or his family, as those who fought against the EBR were cast away at the end of the war for the Earth Kingdom. Apparently she was quite the rebellious young woman, but other than that, he never asked why or how she had joined Tsunade's girls there at the brothel. As for Yujito's parents? Yujito was related to a very important person who was currently making a lot of moves to push for a different change than the one Naruto was going for from the council. He wasn't sure if it was the right change to make, but he knew that Yujito's father would probably pose a problem for him later in his endeavor to better represent the people of the city and fix many of its underlying problems. That, or he could possibly be the solution. Naruto wasn't certain quite yet. He'd have to wait and see what was going to happen after the Fire Nation's troops arrived at the city's ports to bolster the police force here in the city. Naruto found himself looking around the room, confused as to where Kisame went to all of a sudden. He hadn't seen him leave, but the big oaf was probably out smoking his cigar in the lobby. Naruto forgot about it when he heard Tsunade begin to speak. Tsunade cleared her throat and Naruto turned his head to look at the aging mistress. You said you wanted to know about Jiraiya? Well, he stopped by a few days ago. Told me about you fooling around with the avatar. He also said you were getting close to making your final move against him, is that true? Naruto shifted his weight slightly as his eyes slowly pulled away from hers. Jiraiya. That old toad was downright fearless, wasn't he? If it is. Naruto, I hope you know what you're doing. I don't want you to get killed because you acted too early. Jiraiya is dangerous, terrifying even. Please don't risk everything without some sort of backup plan, okay? He looked at the older woman and nodded once, still unsure whose side she was on anyways, as she and Jiraiya once had a history together. A brutal, depressing history that he only knew bits and pieces of, but what he did know kept him on his toes about them and their current relationship. Good, now go ahead and wait outside. I'm sure Yugi and Karu are almost done getting dressed for your little party. Tsunade grinned and leaned in to kiss him on the forehead, a gesture she had done ever since he was a kid. He watched her as she walked away until, after a few minutes, he heard the pitter-patter of feet making their way up to him from his side. When he looked down, he saw a young girl whose eyes were the color of a clear blue sky, with hair dark as coal. She was pretty and her face was still round, making her that much more adorable. She eyed him for a moment before saying, "Hello, mister." Naruto stared at the young girl and nodded. "Are you one of Auntie Tsutsu's friends?" Naruto smiled and shook his head yes. The young girl offered a genuine smile and said, "What's your name?" "My name is Sora." Sora, whose daughter was this? Was she an orphan like him? How did she end up here, he wondered. Naruto smiled and reached for his pad and pen, writing quickly and then handing the small girl the pad. Sora took it in her hand with a confused look on her face until she read what he had to say and then grinned up at him and reached out with her hand, taking the pen from him. She lied down on the ground, kicking her legs up as she wrote, "Nice to meet you, Naruto. Heart." Naruto, is that so? Yup. Even my mommy says so. Who is your mommy? Tsutsu. Naruto nodded and smiled at the little girl. He grinned and wrote one last message. When do you turn 7 years old? If your mommy says you're still a good girl when I get back, I'll bring you a present. October 3rd. Naruto took the small slip of paper and stood up. Sora stood up as well and saw that Naruto was crossing his heart with his hand while he held the paper with her birth date written on it. She smiled and crossed her heart as well. She then waved goodbye and ran off, heading toward the back where Tsunade was still. He wasn't sure what it was, but he had this feeling like Tsunade wasn't Sora's real mother. The poor girl must have been taken in by Tsunade and her actual mother had probably abandoned her. It made Naruto's heart wrench like a soaked rag twisted between two hands to drain out all of the water. He folded the small piece of paper and slipped it into his pocket. As she left, he saw Yujito and Karui walking down the hall, passing the young girl. Yujito smirked at Naruto when she saw that he was still looking down the hall, watching the young girl as she ran to the back to find Tsunade. Naruto waved the two girls over and turned around to walk back down the short hallway and past the veil toward the lobby. When they stepped into the room, they found Kisame eyeing a small statue sitting on top of a shrine dedicated to Avatar Kyoshi. When Kisame looked up at Naruto and saw the two women tailing him, each dressed in a form-fitting uniform that was optimized for movement, but still had protective padding on the shoulders, wrists, and shins, realization struck his face as he recalled learning of the Kyoshi warriors and how they disappeared nearly a decade before he was even born. There were still groups who popped up around the EBR's borders claiming to be the newly reformed Kyoshi warriors, but the assumption was that there was no longer an organized group that still practiced their fighting style and took on missions. The few times the name Kyoshi came up from the rumor mill over the years was when assassination attempts failed. That name became a bit of a scapegoat title for corrupt politicians to sprinkle here and there to add a little mystery and wonder to fool the public with misinformation. Naruto, noticing Kisame's dumbstruck gaze, let out a tiny smirk and walked out the front door, while Yujito and Karui followed close behind him without even paying Kisame any mind. Holy shit, so that's why we came here. Oh. A short drive later. Is this where I turn? Kisame asked as he looked into the rearview mirror. Naruto nodded and pointed to the left, so Kisame turned left. As they drove for a few more minutes, Yujito turned to look back at Naruto and Karui, who were sitting in the back. Why don't you want to snuggle with me anymore, Naruto? Don't you miss me? Or did you only miss Karui? Naruto ignored her, looking down at the small notepad in his hand. He looked up and tapped Kisame on the shoulder before pointing toward a small office building with a garage in the back and kept pointing until Kisame brought them behind the building and parked the car. Naruto nodded and opened the door, stepping out and holding up his hand in a gesture to tell them to wait a minute, so they waited. Kisame turned to look over at Yujito, who seemed to be ignoring him completely, and he felt like she must have been intimidated by his looks, so he just shrugged it off and looked into the rear-view mirror again. There he saw Karui, just quietly looking out the window in Naruto's direction. She seemed to be very interested in wherever he was going, that or very protective of him. When her golden eyes shifted over slightly to gaze back into his, Kisame did not flinch or avoid eye contact. They stared at one another guardedly through the mirror, sizing one another up without even speaking a word. Karui finally smiled and looked back over in Naruto's direction, seeing that he had entered the building after showing someone one of his pieces of paper that he had prepared while they were driving. Kisame looked out the window and sighed, muttering, "What the hell is he doing here anyways, where are we?" Yujito answered this, "We're here to pick up his driver." Kisame glowered, "But I'm driving right now." "Yeah, but you suck at it," she offered, callously. Karui giggled in the back and Kisame glared coldly, alternating his gaze on both girls. "Don't be mad at me because you are a bad driver. You must be a foreigner. If I'm so bad, why didn't one of you drive us here?" Karui spoke up for this one. "Yujito isn't allowed to drive and I don't have a license yet." Kisame looked up into the rear view and nodded. "So she talks, huh?" Karui stared back at him for a moment before her eyes slowly shifted back toward the building as she continued to gaze out the window. Sighing, Kisame sat back in his seat and asked, "So who's this driver of his?" "I call her Pinky," offered Yujito as she inspected her nails. "Pinky? Oh, wait, I see why." Kisame was looking out the window when he saw Naruto walking back with a hat and jacket on that he wasn't wearing before he entered the building. Walking alongside him was Sakura, who was speaking in his ear, while he offered a small nod or shake of the head to acknowledge her and agree or disagree with anything she said. "Wait a second, damn, that means I'm going to have to move. Yujito, get in the BA-." When Kisame turned around, he saw Yujito was now playing with a knife in her hand. Where she was hiding it before that he wasn't sure, but seeing her fiddle with the knife while giving him one of the scariest-looking glares anyone has ever given him made him suddenly change his mind. On second thought, "I'll get in the back." Kisame was about to move when Sakura appeared at his window. He arched a brow and rolled it down, sizing up the pinkette for a moment before he asked, "Yeah? What you want?" Sakura smiled softly and said, "I have been instructed to brief all of you on your mission. There has been a slight change of plans. I will accompany Naruto to the event while the three of you will target equalist warehouses in these 3 locations." She handed over a folder to Kisame, who lost it to Yujito, who snatched it away before he could even get it open. Glancing over at the alley cat with annoyance, Kisame nevertheless remained quiet while Yujito read over its contents. "So we're going to attack the Sato Corporation? With the explosives? Says that we're going to sabotage some kind of war balloons that he's making, also something about machines." Yujiro frowned as she read the information that Sakura had given to her, but then she quickly handed it off to Karui, who began to read. Sakura nodded. Correct. Naruto asked only for the bow and arrow set for my personal use. She turned to look at Karui, who had already rolled down her window. Would you please hand them over to me, Miss Karui? The redhead nodded and reached over, taking the quiver and bow and sticking it out the window so Sakura could take it. Sakura smiled at her and bowed her head, saying, "Thank you very much." Her eyes then turned back to Kisame. He trusts that you are capable of finding Hiroshi Sato with your particular skill set? The head of the Sato Empire should be at that warehouse. He is providing a new set of mobile armor suits to the Equalists and is there to personally see them off to be used in the upcoming revolution that they are planning. Kisame frowned. Revolution? Taking out Hiroshi like this? This isn't what Itachi had in mind when he meant Naruto had to take over the Sato Corporation. He was supposed to do it by the books. I'll do as I'm told, but tell the pipsqueak that he damn well better know what he's doing. Sakura smirked. He said you'd say that. Here, read this. Sakura handed him a slip of paper with Naruto's handwriting on it. Kisame scowled at her and then looked down at the piece of paper in his hand. Tell Itachi I'll be waiting for him if he ever gets the guts to come after me. If he wants, I'll even pick him up in a Sato mobile with Hiroshi in the trunk. Kisame smirked. That's one cocky bastard, that, and he must be unbelievably stupid to taunt Itachi like that. Oh. Naruto's apartment. Korra set her training bag down to the side of the front door to Naruto's apartment. She closed the door behind her and walked further in, heading into the kitchen where she thought she spotted a radio the last time she was there. Finding the radio, Korra stared at it for a bit as she stood before it, wondering if she really wanted to listen to that again. Slowly, hesitantly, Korra turned the knob that raised the volume on the radio unit. She heard another reporter's voice covering how riots had started to break out due to the smaller police presence out on the streets. The non-bending police force was trying to control the riots, but what was left of the bending force was nowhere to be found. Apparently they were waiting for the military from the Fire Nation to arrive so that they could try and rescue some of the people that were captured and regroup. At least, that's what some people thought. The walk over to Naruto's apartment was eerily quiet. Although there were a few incidents here and there around the city, Republic City lost the hustle and bustle that she had come to know over the past few weeks. Korra wasn't sure if she should step in and try and help calm down the populace to re-establish some sense of order. She earthbended a giant wall on one street to stop a group of men from chasing down a store clerk, but when she found out that the clerk had, in fact, stolen from those men and was not a clerk, she felt like a total idiot. She beat the hell out of that man. There were a lot of things she wasn't sure about, like how Naruto could lie to her face and tell her that he wasn't involved with the triads. But was he lying, really? The triads had apparently dissolved and were now a huge syndicate under one leader. They all answered to Naruto Uzumaki, or at least the one who spoke on the radio. It's weird, because apparently the speech had been recorded and replayed throughout the day, and it was first recorded earlier that morning, when Naruto was still lying on the couch with her. How had he made it to HQ in time to make that speech? If Naruto had somehow managed to make it all of the way across the bridge in time to make the speech, Korra realized that he must have tricked her into thinking he was unable to speak, but then again, she was the one that told him not to. She never gave him the chance to try and see if he could in the first place. It didn't make sense though. She knew his throat was severely damaged and that it would take several more sessions with her healing arts to get it working properly again. In fact, he probably should have gone to the hospital. The little bit that she managed before he left was not enough to fix his voice, or at least she thought it wasn't. She was only able to keep his throat from completely collapsing by regenerating the cells in the tissues around it. Lin had almost killed him. Her ears picked up the sound of someone speaking through the radio. It took her a moment to recollect her thoughts to figure out what it was about, but she quickly realized it was more news about the military fleets coming in from the Fire Nation. Korra closed her eyes as she listened to the brief radio announcement that was coming in. A message has just been received by the Fire Nation regarding the military, said the reporter through the radio. The main fleet should be arriving within 2 days' time. Apparently, the closest ship is the one captained by General Iroh himself, and their previous mission had them somewhere around the Northern Water Tribe a few days ago. Republic City police are urging the public to stay indoors and only leave their homes when absolutely necessary. Any waterbenders who are willing to volunteer at hospitals should report to. Korra opened her eyes. Perhaps she could go help at the hospitals. There must have been a lot of injuries for them to do a massive call out to all of the waterbenders in the area, especially since they didn't specify whether or not they had to know the healing aspects of waterbending. Maybe they simply needed hands, and those who didn't know how to heal could help in other ways. Also, it appears like Naruto Uzumaki has sent out his triad bodyguards to quell some of the riots in the area. They started at the ceremonial plaza and have quickly moved to spread all of the way out to the docks. Unfortunately, the Republic City Council is still not available for questioning. It seems Councilman Tenzin is no longer on the island, though he is being guarded by White Lotus officials, and Councilman Tarlock and the others are still missing. I'm not sure what to make of this, folks, but it seems that there's more to this man and his group than we first thought. Is this a rebellion? More after commercials. Cora shut off the radio as the report went to a commercial. She needed to get back out there. Even if she wasn't sure what was going on, she couldn't just sit here in the safety of Naruto's apartment. She was the Avatar. She needed to be there for her people. But first she needed help. Should she go to Mako and Bolin? That seemed like the best idea. It wouldn't be a bad idea to go for Naga either. She had been neglecting her poor polar bear dog for the past few days. Cora decided she was going to leave, so she poured herself a glass of water to rehydrate herself and turned and started walking back down the hallway toward the living room, but stopped dead in her tracks when she saw a tall figure standing there at the end of it. Cautiously, though slightly miffed, Cora called out, "Who's there?" She couldn't quite see any of his features, so she said simply, "I am not in the mood right now to deal with damn looters right now. I'm the Avatar and I won't take it easy on you, even if you're a non-bender." A light chuckle rolled out from the living room as the figure turned away and disappeared, giving Cora only a glance of white hair. White hair. Did she know anyone who had white hair? Cora frowned and took her first step toward the living room, a ball of flame coming to life in her hand. She didn't know why, but something about all of this didn't seem right. It felt supernatural. Like some sort of spirit resided in the room. Cora shivered when she took another step and felt cold all of a sudden. What in spirit's name was happening? "Don't make me go in there. If I have to, then I'm coming in swinging," Cora warned, yelling out despite the fear she felt from her head to her toes. She turned and looked to the left, where Naruto's painting room was, and to her dismay, Cora saw someone peering in from behind the door, which was cracked open just slightly. Before she could react in any way, Cora was dragged into the room by a pale white arm and flung toward the back, crashing into a pile of paintings and old sketches. The loud crash could probably be heard all of the way outside. She was now lying on a mess of broken painting frames and panels. Cora looked up but saw only the light coming in from outside of the room. Slowly, the door closed completely and Cora found she was alone in the darkness. What the heck just happened? Cora asked, looking around and still unable to see. She clenched her fist and then opened it up in front of her. She couldn't see it, but the flame she expected to be there at the end of her arm did not appear. She didn't know how or why, but her ability to bend fire was gone. Oh. With Naruto and Sakura. "Are you ready?" she asked, tugging at his coat while they stood inside of the garage and adjust his hat on top of his head. Naruto nodded. "Are you sure? What if this doesn't work?" Naruto smiled and cupped the beautiful young woman's cheek. He then proceeded to speak to her in sign language. Sakura responded to him and said out loud, "I promise. I'll watch after her." Naruto grinned and opened the door to the car, getting in and sitting in the back behind the driver's seat. Sakura frowned and adjusted her driver's hat and formal suit before stepping into the Cabbage Corporation car and turning on the engine. They left, quickly heading toward the site of the Equalist rally. Naruto's apartment. Jiraiya walked over to the bar to pour himself a drink. Bourbon, brandy, rum, scotch. Sake. Sake worked. He took the bottle and poured himself a glass, which he then took a sip of. He savored the flavor, though he realized this particular make would be better if it was warmed up first. He shrugged and downed the rest of it before turning back toward the long hallway that separated the kitchen and living room. He put his glass down and stepped forward, making his way ever so slowly toward the room on his right, which Cora had clumsily fallen into earlier. She must have been quite afraid, he realized, and he smirked, deciding that it was smart to be afraid of him, in particular. Avatar or not. Instead of saying anything, Jiraiya simply reached for the door and slowly turned the handle. He pressed his ear up against the door for a moment and arched a brow. No more movement inside. Had she knocked herself out on accident when falling in? Jiraiya chuckled and pushed the door open, his eyes glowing in the dark like a predator in the wild. He gripped the frame of the door as he stepped in, his head turning left to right, searching for her. However, it was just an empty, dimly lit room. Strange, he thought, looking up at the ladder nearby. He had purposefully bolted the roof access before coming in so that she wouldn't be able to escape through there. Did she know how to metal bend? Climbing up, Jiraiya tried to open the door above him and found that he couldn't. How strange. Cora's eyes widened when the light returned to the room, but instead of seeing a man there, she saw a terrifying monster peer in from the lit doorway with huge, clawed hands and eyes made of fire. The white she had seen were these tendrils that snaked out from his back as he looked around the room. Just a glimpse of the strange creature made her cringe with fright. She thought once that she had been scared of a mon, but never again. This thing that was hunting for her was worse than any nightmares she had ever had before. She could hear the soft rattling of its breath as it drew near, almost like a man embracing death on his last breath. He searched for her, even taking in a deep breath as if searching for her scent, but eventually he extended up the ladder, his huge upper torso stretching so that he could open the door above, his feet staying on the ground. It wouldn't budge. The monster shook it a few times, but to no avail. It was locked, apparently. You would have died today, if it wasn't for me, my darling dear. Cora's eyes widened. Where was that voice coming from? She turned to look around, but on her first glance around the room she noticed a pair of red eyes staring back at her from behind a pale white mask with small markings on it. Cora flinched when she saw the rest of this person's body, and realized quickly that it was a very naked she lounging right beside her as they hid right underneath the monster's nose. Who are you? Cora blurted out, but was shocked when the monster suddenly reared up and let out a terrible roar, shaking the room and possibly even the building's foundations as it seemed to go on and on and on, leaving her breathless on the ground next to the nude, masked woman. Do not use your voice, form the words in your mind, where the spirit lies. The spirit lies in the mind? Yes, little one. That's how you do it. What in the spirit world is that thing over there? That, child, is the dark spirit of a man who has allowed himself to be corrupted. Allowed himself? What do you mean? Inside of him, he houses many dark spirits which grant him resistances to the elements, and also power over them. In return, however, they have degraded his mind to the point where he has become fixated on certain things. Why is this man searching for me? Well, my little one, the reason lies in memories you made upstairs on that bed of his. Cora blushed. Naruto? He's looking for me because of Naruto? Because of your relationship to him, she corrected, her eyes showing a hint of mirth as the monster snorted and turned away in annoyance. So, that man, am I seeing how he really is inside? Who's to say? For all we know, he could be trapped within his own body, and the spirits that have become corrupted are somehow in control of him, or he could just be a pig slug of a man. Cora looked at the monster as it continued to move about the room. She looked at her new companion and asked, how come he cannot see us? You said he could hear us earlier if I spoke aloud, right? That is correct. He is unable to hear us because I am hiding you in my presence, which he is unable to detect because he has not yet made a pact with me. Cora took another glance at the woman's nude form and saw writing on it. She must have missed it before due to her terrified state. So, if you walk alongside me, you can keep hiding me from him? Yes. My. You seem to be much brighter than that miserable little blonde boy who is bonded to me. Naruto, you mean? Why can't you use names when speaking about someone? The masked woman's eyes widened and she smirked behind the mask. Interesting that you ask that question, little one. However, that is for another time and place. Perhaps we should get moving? The creature is leaving. Cora nodded and took the woman's hand and led her out the door, surprised that she was now able to see everything around the room as if it were lit up in some strange light. She snapped her fingers and saw a flame spark to life in her hand. Just about to sigh in relief, she flinched when she realized she made a sound and was worried that the creature had heard it. However, when she looked up, she saw it had not heard her snap her fingers at all. Confused, she looked over at her new companion for an explanation. Why couldn't he hear me snap my fingers? I thought he could hear any sounds that I made. Your voice is the only part of you which I cannot mute, even if you wish me to. You see, it has to do with an agreement which we made. You and Naruto? Yes, you may read as much as you like if you wish. I will even lie down so you may read as you please. You can even brush my tail if you want. Cora blushed and shook her head. No, that's fine. Wait, you have a tail? Okay, you know what? Never mind, alright, you'll keep following me if I stop holding your hand, right? Letting out a soft chuckle, the spirit said, I might? Cora frowned and held on tighter. This one was a trickster, if she ever met one. She then looked out into the living room and saw that she could see the man's human form for the first time. She noticed from time to time that small bits of the monster would resurface, but for the most part he retained his human features. I know you are here, Avatar Cora. He said, smiling as he crossed his legs while sipping from a glass of bourbon. Cora glared at the man through her surprise that he had somehow sensed her presence. You know, I came here today to kill you. But then you disappeared somehow. It's strange, but it's the same way Naruto was able to from time to time. Perhaps there is something I cannot see quite yet, but don't worry, very soon I will be able to see all. Naruto is my pupil, Cora. I taught him many things, including how to kill. My spies have told me that you two are very close. We saw you by the docks, chasing after him as he left one day. Another day, we watched the two of you sharing a moment inside of the Airbender's home. I've allowed Naruto to continue playing his little game for Lord Zuko, but enough is enough. I am going to put a stop to this boy's meddling soon enough, and trust me when I tell you that I will steal you from him, and I will break you, bone by bone, piece by piece, until what is left of you is nothing more than a discarded rag that used to be a corpse. You will wish you were dead, or perhaps that you'd never have met Naruto in the first place. You will cease to cry, for you will be completely, irreversibly broken, and tears will simply no longer flow. I want you to know something about Naruto, something that may surprise you. Korra was standing right in front of him as he took another sip from his glass. She glared straight into his eyes, not an ounce of fear in them anymore. What replaced that fear was anger. Beside her, the fox spirit was watching curiously as her tail swiped back and forth behind her. Two things actually. The first is that his portraits here in this room are not what they seem. Don't you find it a little odd that the boy doesn't put any of his paintings up here in the living room, where other people can see them? Instead he stacks them on the ground there, behind that couch in front of me. How strange, but perhaps if one were to look more closely, they'd find something quite amazing. The second thing would be that Naruto is a father. Naruto is a dad? Korra felt a pain in her chest. He kept that from me? For a good reason. To her surprise, Korra heard a voice in her head and turned to look at the spirit. What do you mean? What reason could he possibly have that is good enough to keep that sort of thing a secret? After we've slept together, after everything he's told me already, why would he? Because he doesn't know. Korra's eyes widened. Wait, how do you? I saw her once when we visited that address after he returned from my shrine in the Fire Nation. Korra gave her a skeptical look and the fox spirit tilted her head. Little one, know that I am an old and powerful spirit, and trust me when I say that I know he is unaware that he has a child. Here, let me write the address for you. Korra looked back over to Jiraiya as he wrote out the address. He smiled and stood up, searching around for a pen and paper, but only found a pen, so he rifled through the liquor cabinet at the bar and smirked when he found a small coaster. Taking it out, he wrote down the address and said, "Go give the kid a visit. Tell Tsunade I sent you. I'm sure you'd make a great adoptive mother." Jiraiya stood up and walked toward the front door. He looked back around the room once more before leaving, but eventually he was gone, leaving the door wide open as he made his way down the walkway alongside the entrances and headed for the stairs. Suddenly it felt like she could breathe again. She let go of the spirit standing beside her and turned to her, asking, "Are you willing to follow me some more? I need to find out more about this." Smiling, the spirit spoke finally, saying, "I would love to, my dear. What do I call you?" "I go by the name Kurama, though you may call me Fox Spirit, if you so desire." Korra nodded and said, "All right. Kurama the Fox Spirit, let's get going. First I need to get some help. There's no way I'm going there without some backup." "That is an excellent idea, little one. Please call me Korra." "Of course, darling." Korra sighed, "Well, no one else but me can see you, right? I mean, we can't go running around with you all naked like that." Kurama nodded, "I see, yes, you humans tend to put a lot of stock in this artificial fur you wear, don't you?" Korra just stared at her and shook her head. "Are you going to be invisible or not?" she asked, grumbling. "Of course, dear. Let us be off." Korra smacked herself in the face and started walking. Hopefully this was actually a spirit and not just a manifestation of her repressed sexuality or something, well, repressed for a whole 10 or 12 hours, at least. She looked down at the coaster in her hand and saw a white lotus flower design on the bottom of it. Arching a brow, Korra took one last glance at the apartment before they left. She imagined the paintings that were lying there on the ground in the living room. He said there was something more to them than just the content of the paintings themselves, right? Unsure, Korra decided she'd have a look at them later. For right now, her priorities were about finding out more about Naruto's alleged kid. No, it wasn't jealousy. Seriously, it wasn't. Oh. Inside the Sato Mobile, on the way to the first warehouse. Karui was busy reading what their objectives were, while Yujito and Kisame were sitting in the front, quietly watching the city fly by. It's strange, seeing so few cars out right now. People are staying inside for the most part, though you do see a few out. I wonder where they are going. To see family, maybe? Yujito arched a brow and turned to look at Kisame. What do you expect people to do when their police force has been all but disbanded? After this, you can be assured that Republic City will have its own army, if there's anything left standing after Naruto's done with it. Kisame frowned. I thought I knew the little shrub, that he was just a cocky son of a bitch who liked to push people's buttons and move around like a sneaky rat, but how do you keep all of the gangs in an entire city like this one under your control? Look over there, those are Agni Kai patrolling the streets. You know a bit about Republic City's gangs? Kisame shook his head. Not really, but Agni Kai have a strong presence in the Fire Nation. It wasn't just a bunch of guys who thought Agni Kai sounded like a cool name and so then they went around collecting firebending thugs to establish their gang, and Agni Kai is a traditional duel between firebenders that has been going on for centuries. The people who originally formed the Agni Kai triad were a small group of men who felt that Lord Zuko's stance on how the duels should be held was wrong, as he felt that one should show mercy to a defeated opponent, so as not to create bitter hatred among the people involved. Only 2 people are involved though, Yujito pointed out, kicking her legs up on the dash and shrugging. It's not like 2 people killing one another affects anyone else there. Kisame's eyes widened just slightly, but he shook his head and said, "You're wrong." Yujito turned to look back at him and narrowed her eyes. "Excuse me?" I said, "You're wrong. A duel, or a fight between 2 people doesn't just affect them, it affects their loved ones and everyone around them. When 2 people have 2 opposing views or arguments, they often clash, and it becomes amplified when those 2 people were fighting for 2 different causes, even if their outcomes would have been the same. In other words, when someone lays down their life for something in which they believe in, when their leader goes and demeans their sacrifice by stripping them of that, of stealing this opportunity to die for the cause, they feel as if they are castrated and stripped of their honor." Yujito huffed. "Just sounds like a bunch of crap to me. You really think a lot, don't you?" Kisame shrugged and eyed the pretty psychopath for a moment. "A lot of people take me for a big brute." Naruto did. Yujito chuckled and nodded. "Naruto thinks everyone is dumber than he is." Kisame smiled. "Well, that was an amusing tidbit of information. Oh. So, Karui, what are we blowing up with all of those explosives back there anyways?" Kisame arched a brow and looked through the rear view to watch the redhead as she spoke. They had stopped just outside of the first point and Karui had been the only one who either was able or had the patience to read through the whole thing. "Mr. Naruto has been thinking about this for a long time. Yujito, you are going to sabotage that Sato guy's stores of these tank-like things he has hidden underground. Apparently Konohamaru and Sasuke have been collecting information for the past couple of months while a lawyer, Shino Aburame, has been figuring out the floor plans and collecting all of the information on permits for Hiroshi's mansion and warehouses. Apparently there's nothing more than vehicles there, but 2 of them, that we know about, have underground factories hidden underneath their Sato Mobile front factories." Yujito shrugged. "Duh, they're not going to keep any of these above ground if they're illegal and off the books." "Excuse me," asked Kisame, furrowing his hairless, tattooed brow for a bit, "but what do legal permits have to do with trying to figure out what is hidden underneath? I mean, it's not like he can get a permit for a secret underground lair." Karui nodded. "Apparently it has to do with irrigation and electrical services that are not controlled by the company, and so they had to build bigger to better protect their equalist investments by keeping most of the people who come to work outside of the company as far away from these lairs as possible so that they don't accidentally find something they shouldn't." "Ah, well that makes sense. So, what will you be doing?" Karui smiled. "Mine is really fun, actually. I could use your help before you go off to find Hiroshi Sato." Kisame arched a brow and shrugged, saying, "All right, sure. Good. Let's go drop off Yujito and she can use the scorpion explosives that I have right here." "Ooh, explosives? How do they work?" "Just turn a dial and set them down. If you put them on their little wheels, they'll scurry about and the legs will move." Apparently these were some last-minute notes added by Mr. Naruto before Sakura gave me this file. They're in his handwriting too. "How many are there?" Let's see. "There's supposed to be 2 dozen, said Kisame, a little angry that he just now realized that they were carrying some dangerous-ass explosives in the car. 2 dozen? There are 2 missing then." Kisame shook his head in disbelief. "The bastard must have snuck them out before when he was in the car. I was wondering what he was doing playing around with those." Yujito smirked. Knowing Naruto, he's going to do something dangerous with them. Kisame turned to look at her. "More dangerous than sitting in a car with enough explosives to take a huge bite out of the city? More dangerous than what we're doing right now." Yujito giggled at his nervous tone of voice. "Way more dangerous." Oh. With Naruto and Sakura, on their way to the Equalist rally. Naruto sat in the back of the Cabbage Corporation car and eyed the small scorpion in his hand. He could almost close his hand around it. It really looked like a child's toy. He really did appreciate the craftsmanship that went into building this beautiful little work of art, and it was a real shame that it had to go and get blown up by Deidara's explosive that was tucked somewhere inside. Actually, who knew, maybe both Deidara and Sasori had this weird thing about blowing shit up, and got their kicks out of seeing it or something. Naruto looked at the rearview mirror and saw that Sakura was staring at him. Her eyes spoke volumes, but she kept her mouth shut, only biting her lower lip in some sort of fearful anticipation or regret. He smiled for a moment, then he turned the small dial on its back several times and lifted the scorpion up as its legs began to move. Then he opened his mouth. Oh. Chapter 11. The supreme art of war is to subdue the enemy without fighting. Sun Tzu, The Art of War. Oh. Author, disclaimer. I don't know Naruto or the Legend of Korra. Oh. Equalist Rally, Amon's quarters. Amon sat alone in his room, contemplating what Naruto's purpose was for taking over the police headquarters. He had been trying for years now to gain as much power as Naruto had acquired over what seemed like a much shorter time period. Somehow, Naruto knew that Republic City's strength was in its diversity and its poor immigrant benders who often ended up affiliating themselves with the triads at one point or another. While Amon was powerful, because he was a great fighter, charismatic and had an interesting, though fake, backstory. Naruto's influence and intrigue came because of the cloud of uncertainty that was building around him. How could someone like him, the charismatic owner of the Pro Bending League, also be involved in such a large-scale takeover of the city? The people of the city knew who he was but not who he was. He wore no mask, and yet, he had a much better mask than the porcelain one that Amon himself wore. No one knew where he came from really, what he had done in the past few years, they only knew what he told them through his speech. All Amon could see was that he was a damn good speaker and he could somehow be in two places at once, which simply threw him for a loop. It was infuriating. How could this kid have so much pull among a class of thieves, thugs, delinquents, and murderers? It was a revolutionary's dream. To have an army of people who knew the inner workings of the underworld would be extraordinary. His own army of equalist followers were regular people, many of them never having committed a crime in their entire lives, and so fighting someone often came difficult and Amon had to spend a lot of his resources training and building these people up. Naruto, however, had fighters from the beginning, and people with pull and power where it mattered. Amon stood up and looked at the map he had laid out on his desk. All along the Republic City map were tacks, green, blue, and then orange. Green were all his warehouses, stores, secret recruiting agencies, production facilities, everything that he had used to establish that he and the Equalists had real power here in the city. The blue was all police forces. There were several points throughout the city, but the biggest one was right in the heart of the city, Metal Bending HQ, with several blue tacks lined up in a circle, with one orange one sitting right in the middle. Somehow, Naruto had managed to take control of the police force. Lin Beifong, a thorn in his side for many years now, was now on the run under accusations of attempted murder. And now she was missing, hiding possibly in either Air Temple Island or out of the city entirely, though he highly doubted the latter. Even Saikon was supposedly found dead, though a body was never delivered out of HQ. Amon had the feeling that something even sneakier was going on here. The worst part about the whole thing was that Naruto was forcing a stalemate that did not allow Amon to act. It would be impossible to move in time now that the military from the Fire Nation was on its way. They were coming far too early for him to be able to do anything, and now that HQ was toppled, how was he supposed to show that the Equalists meant business? He had planned to openly remove the bending from well-known people around the city, including Lin Beifong and Saikon, but that was sort of pointless now that a non-bender led the triads to scatter the police force. And how could Amon possibly hope to act after that incredible speech? It was mind-numbing how charismatic the man was. He had the city by their throats and yet people were still interested in what he had to say. Not only did his speech include non-benders, but it empowered them and was actually better than anything he had ever said before. He reinforced the fact that they were a majority and that benders ought to be aware that they were in fact the minority. Amon was good at putting what politicians said and did in a new light to cast doubt on them, but unless he up and outdid Naruto's address to Republic City, a radio broadcast that would probably be heard around the world soon enough, then how was he supposed to convince his followers to keep fighting the good fight? Amon yelled in frustration and slammed his hands down on the map before ripping it off of the table, pulling out many of the tacks which ended up rolling around on the ground in his room. He dropped the map on the floor at his feet and slammed his hands back onto the desk. Anger flaring, Amon couldn't hear the knocking at his door until his desk was toppled over on the ground, drawers popping out and then being forced back in as his desk flipped over onto its front. Once his room was nice and quiet, however, he turned and saw that his lieutenant was standing at the doorway. "Sir, is everything?" "Yes, lieutenant. I thought I asked you not to disturb me until— Wait, has he arrived?" The lieutenant nodded and said, "Yes, Naruto Uzumaki has arrived with his driver and assistant. They are waiting for you in the conference room." "He walked right through the front door?" How utterly foolish and disappointing. The lieutenant shrugged and said, I can't think of any other reason for his actions, unless he believes he has some sort of leverage against you. Aman scoffed. Hardly. Why did you allow the assistant in with him? I asked him to come alone. Ah, she insisted that he needed one. Apparently he has been unable to speak for the past few hours after his speech earlier today, so he has been using sign language to speak with his interpreter. Her name is Sakura Haruno. Aman's eyes widened. A smirk appeared on his face. He can't speak? Ha, well this will be interesting. Fine, go have that young brat brought out to the stage. He can be released after I have spoken with Mr. Uzumaki. The lieutenant frowned. Are you actually going to release him? Aman nodded. I don't see why not. He's a non-bender and only a child. What could he possibly do? I have the fish I wanted to begin with waiting for me in the conference room. The fool stepped right into his doom. Now go prepare the brat and make sure that he is bound and gagged. Don't want him interrupting us meanwhile. His servant nodded and left the room while Aman walked around, shaking with anticipation as he realized just how close he was to ending this miserable obstacle of a man once and for all. Oh. Naruto and Sakura sat alongside one another, overlooking the stage from the same conference room that Konohamaru had tried to sneak into earlier. There were 2 guards at the door watching them, but Naruto wasn't worried. He kept looking out the window while he spoke with Sakura using sign language. Sakura just sat there and watched his reflection in the glass instead of facing him directly. Her eyes jumped from Naruto to the guards from time to time until Naruto finally reached out and clasped her hand, getting her attention. She turned and looked at him and reached up to cup his face. Her eyes gazed into his and she shook her head. Naruto smiled, but kept his lips shut. He pat her thigh gently and then continued to sign with his back turned to the guards as they sat there together, apparently looking out to see all of the people moving around, preparing for tonight's rally. Sakura watched carefully inside, shaking somewhat even though she knew that Aman, as dangerous as he is, was their only chance to make a real change in Republic City and the rest of the world. What really worried her, however, was the information that Konohamaru relayed to Shikamaru, who then sent a message that arrived only this morning with her. Aman was a bloodbender. If this mission was dangerous before, now it had become downright suicidal. Oh, the first warehouse. Yujito smirked into the rearview mirror at Karui, who handed over the explosives with an annoyed look on her face. Anything else I need to know? Just blow shit up. Try to screw up their production. Go for expensive machinery and weak points in the foundation first, then you can target the mechs. Yujito nodded. Will do, boss. She then turned to Kisame and grinned before leaning over and giving him a kiss on the cheek. You go get big tuna. Kisame arched a brow. It's Kisame, unless you mean about my tattoos. She shrugged her shoulders and shook her head, the big smile still plastered on her face. Whatever. If you're still in the city after this, look me up, 'kay? She winked and opened the car door as she got out to infiltrate the Equalist's second largest store of mech suits in the city. Meanwhile, in the car, Kisame looked into the rearview back at a blushing Karui who had lipstick all over the side of her neck down to her collarbone. Care to explain what just happened a few minutes ago? Karui growled. I don't want to talk about it, alright. Yujito is just like that, she's very territorial. Kisame chuckled. So that's why. He reached down to the key and turned it in the ignition. As the car flared to life, he said, where to next, and what do you need help with again? The explosives are very heavy. I need your help moving them. Also, we have to get into the airport in the back while Yujito is drawing their attention in the front. It supposedly has a false floor with a war blimp that he keeps there for emergencies. Drive up there and park the car behind those trees. We'll have to wait for Yujito to get started before we can move in. Kisame nodded and did as he was told. He couldn't help but wonder what exactly Karui was planning on doing with a blimp. So, we're stealing the blimp or sabotaging it? Relocating it. Kisame blinked. That was an odd answer. Relocating it where? He asked. Right up Amon's ass. Kisame shook his head and smirked back at the girl through the mirror. She eyed him with mirth in her eyes and he offered a sharp-toothed smile. He liked these girls. Oh. Outside of the conference room. Sir, we confiscated this from Naruto Uzumaki. He was playing with it as he walked into the building. Amon looked at his subordinate and said, playing? What is it? Some sort of figurine? Or possibly a toy? I'm not sure. It appears to be handcrafted. It was a small scorpion with a tail and a man's head on the front. Some sort of strange creature. There was something on the top like a dial that had to be turned. He shook his head in annoyance. It's probably garbage. Just toss it out. He won't need it anymore. I see. The guard bowed his head as Amon and his lieutenant stepped through the front door. As it closed in front of him, Shikamaru smirked and walked away for a moment with the small trinket. Knowing Naruto and seeing the puppet-like face on the small scorpion, Shikamaru was already able to ascertain from the design alone who its creator was and, therefore, what it was capable of. Oh. Naruto looked up when the guards moved to allow passage through the door. He could see through the reflection in the glass of the large meeting space that overlooked the stage area down below that was being built by Amon's followers. Sakura turned her head to see what was going on. She stood up with a stern look in her eyes as she saw a rather tall figure break through the light coming in from outside of the door. Amon took a step forward, coming into the dim light of what was essentially Amon's war room. It had been prepared for this little visit, so everything important was already removed, but there were obvious places around the wall where large posters, possibly maps, were torn down from the wall with tacks still plugged into boards made out of cork and other materials. There were markers and a few other supplies, like a large roll of white paper sitting, discarded in one of the corners, a stapler and a few manila folders sitting in trays screwed into the walls. There was also a clock ticking away, directly above their heads. Sakura glanced at it once before looking back toward Amon as he walked closer. "Naruto Uzumaki," he said finally, addressing the blonde man sitting in a chair at the end of the room, "and this," he said, referring to Sakura, "this must be that woman who saved you and the Avatar not too long ago. I remember that distinct shade of hair of hers." Naruto turned in his chair and smirked, while Sakura had the most cheerful, shit-eating grin on her face when she recalled that incident. "Yes, and you must be that same man I shot in the groin with that smoke grenade? I truly do feel sorry about that. Do you still feel tender down there?" He arched a brow behind his mask. "You have some nerve, little one." Amon then turned to face his troops, even the lieutenant who stood beside him, and he said, "Leave us. I would like to talk with these two alone." There was some worry in the lieutenant's eyes, but he nodded and bowed out of the room along with the two bodyguards who had been waiting at the door earlier. Sakura tensed as they turned to walk out, but she felt Naruto's hand reach out to gently squeeze hers and she began to calm down. "I should act as if Konohamaru's information is valid. That's right, even if he is a bloodbender. Naruto is still here. I shouldn't worry. He has a plan, it's going to work, stick to it, Sakura." Sakura cleared her throat and stepped forward as she said, "I hope your assistant told you that Naruto is not able to speak at the moment. He has prepared me with everything that I must know to speak with you as if you are indeed speaking to him directly." Amon smirked. "Did he now? Quite amusing, Uzumaki. So do you always have women protecting and speaking for you?" Sakura spoke suddenly, definitely prepared for any sort of questions that Amon might ask, even one as backhanded as this one was. "Unlike yourself, Naruto does not discriminate. He believes that everyone has their purpose and anyone anywhere can be a useful commodity. He asked me to tell you that this is the reason why you and your revolution is doomed to fail." Amon slowly walked down the small path on the left of the table in the conference room. He took his time, quietly saying to himself, in a pondering tone, "My revolution is doomed to fail, interesting, considering you just removed the only obstacle that was in my path. With HQ under and the police force spread out, well, what do I have to fear?" He stopped, now standing only a few feet away from Sakura while Naruto looked up at him with the same, amused expression on his face. "What is stopping me from taking over the city tonight? Before he could finish his sentence, Sakura took a step forward and glared right into his eyes, two eyes, she noticed. "An army. An army made up of all of the gangs in Republic City, both benders and non-benders. What do you have?" Amon stared at Sakura for a moment, but everyone in the room knew without even looking that he was getting pissed. "I have leverage, Naruto." He turned away and said, "You must have done your research though. True that there are more non-benders than benders, but still only a small percentage of them are willing and brave enough to fight. But none of this matters. You see, you may be winning the numbers game on the ground, but you certainly don't have anything that gives me cause for concern." He chuckled behind his mask and said, "Let's say you do have an army, that's fine, but I carry all of the artillery." Naruto heaved slightly, as if stifling a particularly strong laugh. Sakura slowly turned to look at Naruto, the look on her face giving away just how afraid she was at the moment. Amon saw this change in her expression and he said, "What's the matter, dear? Do you realize now why this boy has done nothing more than made it easier for my revolution to take place? Do you realize now that you have no power over me?" He paused for a second. He heard something, a whining, whirring sound. It was very muted, as if it was very far away, or maybe hidden away. He ignored it and continued with his little monologue. "That he has no power over me?" Sakura turned to him and said, "Your artillery is being taken care of as we speak. You are not what is on my mind. I am only worried about Naruto's condition right now. Amon swallowed. Taken care of? What the hell does she mean, taken care of? Would you care to elaborate? Sakura sighed and said, Amon, as of this moment, you no longer have any weaponry. Your mech suits have been destroyed, together with the factory they are in, and one of your war blimps is heading to your underground storage facility where the rest of your artillery is stored, including any biplanes and war blimps that the Sato Corporation may have produced for you. Noatok's jaw dropped slightly. She can't be serious, he said to himself. He had this terrible urge to go check on that, but he couldn't help himself. He didn't believe her. You are bluffing. We'll see about that, she said. What? Sakura looked out the window and pointed out into the warehouse to one of the large windows near the ceiling. You see up there? Amon slowly moved up to where she was pointing. He stood there for a moment, quiet, but then he whispered, that's one of my. Amon turned to Naruto, who had a smirk on his face. It's Hiroshi Sato's emergency war blimp that he had tucked away for a rainy day. Amon, that blimp is going to cave in your hold where you keep the rest of them. There is enough explosives in that blimp to take down 6 of these warehouses. More than enough to level the Pro Bending Stadium if we were to place it there instead. There is no way you'll make it in time to stop it either. Thanks to the incredible work of Mr. Sato's lead engineer team, your war blimps are the fastest that have ever been built. It's only about 15 minutes away at this point. Amon just stood there. He was glaring at Naruto, and he wanted to snap his neck right there with his bloodbending, but he needed to find out how they were going to destroy the rest of his war blimps. So what of it, he began, turning to look back at the blimp as it faded away from view. How in the spirit world did they know that blimp was going to be crossing in that direction at this exact time? What are you going to do with one blimp? Crash it into my base? Forgive me for stating the obvious, but no amount of explosives will work on the surface. It is buried deep underground. Actually, what I mean is, the ground was built above it at a lower elevation. It's completely protected on all sides from an attack. I'm not proud of saying this, but it is the one thing that we had contracted earthbenders for. We know, our lawyer found all of your little nooks and crannies where you like to hide your bases. We saw a pattern and we guessed. When we noticed that an area looked different than it had on some old schematics that were being set up to put a new building there, we knew we had found your hidey hole, and thanks to our spy we knew exactly how to get in. He looked at her eyes and saw that she was hesitating somewhat. She looked away when he looked at her, but she continued to speak. We've been preparing for this for a long time. Even Konohamaru was a part of the plan. The kid? You aren't serious. Dead serious, Sakura said, pronouncing dead a little bit slower for emphasis. She bit her lip with a coy smile plastered on her face and said, we have been using him to gather information on you. Aside from him, we have a few others in your organization. She was lying, of course. The only other person was Shikamaru, as far as she knew. That is how we knew where to find the blimp, where to attack. It's even how we knew we had to use one of your own blimps. If your men see that your blimp is going to land, there are only 2 possible scenarios, correct? 1, you are arriving unannounced, and 2, Hiroshi Sato is. Everyone who works for you knows that foolish benders are too fearful to try this sort of thing against you. Your underlings are too awestruck by your own image that you've worked so hard to keep up. You are the man with the plan. You are the one in control. So why would they have any reason to doubt who it is when they see your own chariot riding through the gate? Sakura's eyes tore into his. She kept her gaze steady and unwavering. He could see only confidence in her eyes now. Amon suddenly yelled out to the door, Lieutenant. Damn her. Suddenly, his second-in-command rushed through the door to the conference room, batons crackling with electricity as he prepared to attack. He stopped, however, when he noticed that Naruto was still sitting down and Sakura was only standing with her hands held in front of her lap. Sir, what is the dash? He began to say, but Sakura spoke louder to cut him off. You see, we have had people inside of your organization for years now. Ever since it started. You noticed, didn't you? How else do you think Konohamaru escaped? How else do you think we know that you are a bloodbender? What did you just say? He asked, shaking in both anger and terror. We know, Amon. We know that you are a bloodbender, which begs the question, why are you trying to eliminate benders? Whatever story you told your followers is bullshit, it has to be. So what is your aim, then? Amon was silent. He turned to look at the lieutenant, whose arms that had been up and at the ready were slowly falling to his sides. I am a non-bender, just as everyone else in this room is. You are a bloodbender. You used it to intimidate Konohamaru, Naruto's spy and courier, only a few days ago. We know because he relayed this information down to us. Amon smirked. He did it from his jail cell, I presume? The lieutenant wasn't sure where these accusations were coming from, but he really wished he had insisted on staying in the room earlier. Now he was starting to have doubts. He needed to hear from his leader himself. "Sir, please, tell me that these two are lying." "Of course they are lying," Amon yelled, obviously angered by his own lieutenant's lack of faith. "Why does she claim otherwise? To confuse us and destroy our loyalty to the cause. Or did you forget what I've said time and time again about rumors and how they can destroy the image we are trying to cultivate? You see how it only takes one girl, someone you have never met in your life until today, to shake your foundation? Do not let her cast doubt on you again, Lieutenant, or I will have no use of you and I will have to cut ties with you." Amon's voice quickly grew louder and louder until he was yelling, then he ended it with an angry, muted tone as if to show how frustrated he was with his obviously foolish minion for ever once doubting him. He flinched at Amon's words. Cut ties? He was serious. The lieutenant now knew where he stood. "Amon, I am at your command." He bowed and lowered his head. "Tell me, why have you called for me?" "Go contact the Northeastern base, hangar number 4. I need you to tell them not to allow the war blimp into the facility. You must hurry, there is a bomb on that dash." A winding sound. It was a tiny motor, but there was some other sound accompanying it. It made a lot of clicks and ticks, rattling almost as the motor wheezed and whined. The door was cracked open behind the lieutenant. He looked up and was about to stand when he saw a small toy crawling around on the ground. It moved in a very erratic way, its legs designed almost to throw it off course so that it would stumble for a moment and turn in a different direction, in an almost zigzag pattern. The clicking continued for a short while, maybe 1 or 2 collective breaths passed until it stopped. The lieutenant stood back a few feet, not sure what to make of it. He wasn't prepared for it. Naruto reached for Sakura and pulled her into one of the corners of the room, kicking their chairs as far away from them as possible as he put his body between Sakura and the rest of the room. Amon saw the toy and vaguely remembered that it was the same one that his subordinate had shown him earlier. What was it doing here? SSSSSSSSSSSHHHHHHCCCRRRRAASSSSSHHH. The explosion rocked the entire warehouse. All of the conference room windows were blown out from the sheer force of the explosion while the large desk was lifted off of the ground before its length caused it to hit the ceiling, slowing it down and keeping it from flipping around. It built up momentum because of the explosion and slid across the room, carving through the low wall on the other side underneath the broken windows, narrowly missing Naruto and Sakura as they huddled in the corner. Amon flew back against the wall, a wave of heat flowing over the entire room, his body collapsing to the ground as the glass fell around him. He cried out but heard nothing as he convulsed on the ground like a worm torn in half. His ears rung, and his vision was blurred, but as he started to come to, he noticed that the lieutenant was nowhere to be seen. Amon continued to look around the room though he could barely lift up his head. Had something else besides the explosion hit him? It was too fast for him to see. His eyes closed immediately as the bomb went off. Now he wondered if the lieutenant had flown out the window somehow. There was smoke and ash, ringing of an alarm sounded as dust clouded the space in the room and debris fell from the walls and the ceiling, though plenty of it was already scattered. The desk itself had been torn apart on one side while the other side was still nestled through the gash it had made through the drywall, the wood frame of the wall, and also the metal that neatly covered the outside of the room that protruded outward from one of the walls in the warehouse to overlook the main floor below. The door to the room was torn off of its hinges, probably splinters now since the explosion was so close to the door. Amon tried to stand up, but he failed. He tried again, but only managed to bring himself to his hands and knees. When he looked up, he saw Naruto stumble over to him, shaken up but with a furious look on his face and determination in his eyes. Amon tried to bloodbend, succeeding in slowing Naruto down for a second so he could crawl away for a moment, but the blonde grabbed him by the back of his collar and dragged him down to the ground before pinning him there, leaning over him with his hands back on his collar. Amon's eyes were wide behind his mask. He tried to reach up to shove Naruto off of him, but he couldn't control his muscles at all. He was still disorientated from the blast and moving around right away was not helping at all. Naruto, meanwhile, seemed all too ready to bash his face in, but instead, he glared down at Amon and leaned over, opening his mouth to show what he was hiding behind his lips. Amon saw an exact copy of the toy explosive that had just demolished the room, and possibly killed his lieutenant sitting, moving about in his mouth as his jaw seemed to be shaking uncontrollably. Why you lunatic, you are out of your mind. He could barely breathe. Amon had spent his entire time as the equalist leader sculpting and cultivating his image as a spirit-gifted non-bender, one who was the answer to the bending plight, one who was going to bring true balance to the world, unlike the false avatar. He had been preaching so long that he had started to believe his own spiel. This couldn't be happening. Not to him. Naruto only nodded in response. He bared his teeth, drool dripping down his chin, to show Amon the small scorpion toy. Amon saw that it was twitching around slightly still, stopping and starting over and over again depending on how tightly Naruto clamped his jaws down on it, possibly due to the fact that even though Naruto had prepared for the explosion, he was still shaky because of the effects of the aftershock. He eventually got a grip on the small explosive, however, wedging some of his teeth into the notch on top of the dial to keep it from moving. Spit dripped from his mouth down onto Amon's mask, but he was still able to speak. He said, Try, and you'll see, just, how out of my mind I am. He spoke through his grit, snarling each and every word as he spoke. His voice was gravelly and cruel. To Amon, it sounded like death. Naruto grabbed Amon by the collar and lifted him up. He shifted his hands to get a firmer grip on him and dragging him toward the door. Amon yelled in pain when he felt sensation in his legs again as he was forced to walk through the remains of the war room. He wasn't sure if he had broken them, but his legs certainly hurt enough to be. He yelled again when Naruto slammed him against the wall and told him to shut up. Naruto exited the room, dragging Amon along by his collar before slamming him face-first into another wall outside in the hallway while he glanced back and forth. Just as he expected, a lone equalist soldier was running down the hall carrying a bag over his shoulder. Amon tried again to move his arms so that he could bloodbend Naruto, but the blonde punched him hard in the solar plexus before hitting him again on top of his head, knocking the equalist leader out once and for all. The explosion had ensured that Amon would not be able to focus long enough to be able to utilize psychic bending, which was bending an element without moving the body, but that punch to the gut made him spill his insides onto the ground before the strike to the back of the head knocked him out and left him face first in his own vomit, his mask lying to the side on the floor nearby. Go get Sakura. Hurry, Shika. Shikamaru nodded and dropped the bag on the floor next to Naruto. Naruto immediately went for the bag and pulled out a small black box and opened it. He took out a needle on a syringe and turned Amon over onto his back before ripping the man's pants at his thigh and stabbing it in place before pushing the plunger as slowly as possible. When he heard stumbling from inside of the room, he saw that Sakura was shaking around in Shikamaru's arms, crying out in terror after she had woken up. Naruto hadn't wanted to put her through this, but she needed to put fear in Amon. Unfortunately, that also meant scaring the beautiful little Pinkette. Naruto, she cried, tears in her eyes as she looked around the room, desperately trying to find him. Naruto. Where is he? He's okay, Sakura. He's okay. Calm down, he's giving that troublesome bastard a sedative as we speak. How are we going to get out? She hissed, her legs giving out on her as she stumbled through the room. I have an escape route set up for us already. Konohamaru is waiting for us there. Naruto sighed, relieved. As dangerous as Amon can be, he hoped that this sedative kept him knocked out long enough for them to get him to HQ. Sakura, he called out in a pained voice. His arms were trembling as he gripped Amon by the front of his coat with one hand while pushing the plunger further down until he was sure there was enough sedative to keep the man knocked out for at least another hour. Sakura looked up and pushed past Shikamaru, finally finding her legs to make her way over to Naruto. Yes. Naruto, what is it? She was obviously still a little disoriented, but nothing a little time wouldn't fix. Shikamaru is going to have to defend us while we take him out of here. I need your help carrying him. He won't be standing on his own for a while. Sakura nodded, okay. Where are we going? Naruto turned to Shikamaru. Shika? Shikamaru still wore his equalist mask, just in case they ran into any trouble and he needed to talk his way through something. He'd rather do that than try and outfight a group of them. He dropped down quickly and started removing Amon's coat as well as his boots and the syringe. Grab his mask. Naruto said as he hoisted Amon up and wrapped his arms around his torso while bringing him back against his chest. Sakura, grab his legs. You can talk, she finally said, surprised to hear him speak after not hearing him for so long today. Naruto laughed. You're just now getting that? Korra did a great job fixing me up. I have been able to talk for a while now, Sakura. Grumbling, Sakura said, all right, switch with me at the end of the hallway so you don't have to carry him the whole way like that. You know I'm strong. Naruto nodded. He had pissed Sakura off more times than he cared to remember. At this point, it wasn't important. The only thing they needed to worry about was getting the hell out of there. Sakura, do you have any of my needles on you? She frowned and shook her head, saying, no, sorry I don't. Okay, that's fine. Let's go. They rushed as quickly as possible. Shikamaru had put away the syringe and threw it back in the bag along with Amon's mask, boots, and coat. He pulled a bandana out of the bag and tied it around his face to cover his eyes. They made their way out, following Shikamaru who was ready to take out anyone who approached them. He had locked and barricaded the door at the other side of the hallway, so the only option to get out now was through the route that led to Amon's room and office. He could hope that no one would be using that route right now, but Shikamaru just wasn't a hopeful kind of guy. Oh. Chapter 12. I keep thinking, Naruto, that one of these days you're going to finally grow up. Masashi Kishimoto. Oh. Lin sat alone in the dining room, sipping at a cup of coffee while she pondered her next move. The smell reminded her of the time she'd spent at her desk in the office, drinking coffee and looking over paperwork. Time and time again she was visited by a young rascally blonde by the name of Naruto. He didn't have a last name at the time. He was an orphan and was always getting himself into trouble. She quietly sat there, sipping her coffee, remembering the face of a little brother she once knew. Oh. Lin's memories. Hey, big sis. Sup? Naruto offered her a grin as a police officer tried to hurry him along so that they wouldn't disturb the volatile temper of Lin Beifong, the current captain working in the metal-bending police force. She looked up, her hair a little darker, though there was still a scar present on her face. She arched a brow as the blonde brat hopped on one foot, trying to move around the man that had bound his hands behind his back. Naruto, she began, in a stern voice, what did you do this time? Naruto yanked on the officer standing behind him enough to be able to face her doorway and peer inside, making the man groan in annoyance as he stopped to let the two talk. I didn't do anything. I swear. I didn't know you couldn't pee off of the side of Silk Road. Seriously, what do a bunch of eelfish care, anyways? They pee in the water all of the time. Lin stared at him for a moment before smacking herself in the face as she furrowed her brow. Kid, you can't go to the bathroom in public. You know that. Naruto scoffed, well, where do you think I should go pee? I live in public, sis. I don't have a home with a toilet or nothing. He paused for a moment and then looked up at the man who was holding onto his restraints to keep him still. Hey! The police officer looked down at Naruto reluctantly and said, what is it, kid? Can I come here when I need to use the bathroom? No, he yelled, surprising even himself with how loud and how quickly he had refused to allow the brat into HQ more than was necessary. Lin sighed. Every day was another day to get in trouble for Naruto. Whether he was being chased by gangs, girls, or shopkeepers, he always somehow managed to find himself here, at her office. Lin looked up at the officer escorting him away and said, I trust there were no property damages, Officer Song? Song frowned and said, no, Captain. Permission to speak, Captain? Lin shook her head, permission denied. I know what you're going to tell me. Just let him go, officer. He will do some community service again for the rest of the week. I already filled out the paperwork so you won't have to. Song opened his mouth, about to speak anyways, but then he arched a brow and shrugged. All right. You're free to go, again. Naruto grinned back at the man and said, thanks Mr. Singalong. It's Song. Oh, right, Tong. No, never mind. The man just turned away and moved on, his posture showing just how defeated he felt. He was never going to have kids. Naruto waved at Officer Song before turning to Lin. He offered an impish grin, knowing full and well that he wasn't supposed to be peeing off the edge of the bridge. I guess I'll see you tomorrow then, right sis? Sit down, Naruto. Naruto winced and nodded. All right, no need to get upset, sis. Naruto walked up to her desk and sat down on it, crossing his legs as he turned to face her with a grin on his face. Lin sighed. On the chair? Naruto. What's wrong with sitting here? I'm not on your paperwork or anything. Lin reached over and grabbed him by the front of his shirt, pulling him in close so she could stare him directly in the eyes. Your tush. The chair. Now. Naruto grimaced and nodded quickly before hopping off of the desk and planting his butt down in the chair facing her. Lin looked back down at her paperwork, ignoring the brat for the time being. Naruto, however, was not the quiet type and knew when someone was trying to give him the silent treatment. So. You should have seen me, sis. I was hawking this massive loogie over the edge of the bridge just as a small transport ship was passing by. It dropped and I swear I heard it smack the guy right on the nose when he looked up after I called out to him. Suddenly, Lin slammed her hand on the desk in front of her and said, Naruto. Do you not understand how furious I am with you right now? Naruto winced and said, it was just snot, and a little bit of pee. I didn't drink that much water today so only a little came out. That's not what I'm angry about, Naruto. Lin stood up and slammed both hands into the table as she leaned forward, practically ready to pounce on the kid and strangle him. She had to restrain herself from doing something incredibly harmful and violent to the kid out of spite. Once she's chief, she reasoned to herself, it would be easier to get away with murder, but now was not the time. Naruto frowned and crossed his legs in his chair before wrapping his arms around them as he tucked them in close. Well, why are you so angry today, Lin? How many times have you been to my office, Naruto? At least 30. I'm not a damn school principal, you know. And if I was, I would have expelled you but 29 times ago. Naruto huffed. Of course you're not a school principal. If you were, then I'd be in school. Lin paused for a moment. Damn, she thought, I set myself up for that one. Now I feel bad. And also you made that up? I've only been in here like 25 times, tops. Naruto, do you remember that conversation we had once? The one over ramen after you returned the watch to me? You yelled at me. It was because I was upset with you and what you were getting yourself involved in. Because I foolishly thought that my looking after you like this has been helping you at all. I thought just keeping you from getting into real trouble was enough to take care of you, but I was wrong. I should have let you get burnt from the start. Naruto looked down. He remembered that conversation. He was angry. He felt like his anger was justified as well. How dare she, he thought. She had no right to say she was caring for him, or to imply that her watching out for him and keeping him from having theft and other crimes put on his record was fulfilling all of his needs as a young boy, but it also wasn't right for him to react the way that he did. In reality, he knew that she cared about him. It was weird. It was less of a brother and sister relationship and more of a mother and son one. Except the mother wasn't quite ready to be a mother yet, she never had been and never wanted to, until now. But I can't change what's happened. Naruto, it is my fault that you turned out this way, Lin said, smiling sadly as she sat back down in her chair. I'm sorry, Naruto. I'm the adult, and yet I couldn't bring myself to do what I knew needed to be done. I know you need someone who is there for you, really there for you. I don't mean a mother. I can't replace the one you lost. What I can do for you though, is I can invite you to come stay at my apartment. Actually, it's less of an invite and more of a demand. It's either that, or I let the system take care of you again and we both know what's going to happen when I do that. I have to make this right somehow. I promise to you that I am ready to be, at the very least, the sister that you've been calling me this whole time. I'm sorry, Naruto, but I never wanted children. To me, you were just a kid and something that I couldn't face, especially with what happened between me and Tenzin. The watch, murmured Naruto, who finally said something after just sitting there and listening to her quietly for the past few moments. Lin's smile brightened, though she winced when he mentioned the watch. She said, I still don't want kids, but if my kid brother wants to stay over for a while then I won't oppose. Naruto shook his head. Why are you doing this? He asked, unable to look up at her. Because I know that somewhere right here, she reached out and poked him gently on the chest, deep down inside, is just a kid that wants to be loved like any other kid. Actually, that kid's on the surface too. Every time he gets himself into trouble. Every time he grins or sticks his tongue out at me or curses or grumbles or calls me an old hag and teases me. Every time I see your face I realize that things happen for a reason. We met right when I needed you most, and you needed me 10 times more and I couldn't see it. I'm sorry, Naruto. Will you forgive me? Oh. Lin saw a ripple in her coffee and felt a chill run up her spine. She shuddered and grimaced, her eyes closing tight as she held the warm cup dearly in her strong hands. More ripples. She yelled out, angry with Naruto. Angry with herself for letting him turn out the way he was. For not being there for him. For not dropping everything to go look for him after he left. When he left her apartment that day, angry, she knew somehow that she wasn't going to see him ever again. She was wrong, but also right in a way, because she never did see that little boy again. The man who came back from the Fire Nation was not the same person she once knew. Lin sucked in a deep breath before scooting back from her seat at the table so that she could press her back against the wall. Lin Beifong did not cry. She didn't cry when Tenzin broke it off with her. She didn't cry when her mother passed. She just didn't cry. Lin brought her knees up against her chest and buried her face in her arms as she sat there, feeling tremors rising from the pit of her stomach. She didn't cry. She didn't cry. Oh. Naruto? Dinner is ready. Naruto looked down at his drawing on the floor and grinned. He stood up and ran into the kitchen with the drawing in his hand. Big sis. Check out this drawing I made. Whoa! Lin arched a brow and smirked as Naruto crashed into the kitchen, slipping on the tile floor and sliding across the room until he hit the icebox. She saw the piece of paper he had in his hands fall to the ground slowly, so she reached down and picked it up before looking it over. Wow, Naruto. When did you do this? Just now? Naruto chuckled and shook his head as he stood up, not even going to check if I'm okay. Lin laughed. You're fine. If not, you'd be knocked out right now. Nah. See? My elbow hurts, 'cause I slammed it into the icebox. Lin froze and looked at the drawing one more time. She just realized that it was a picture of the two of them inside of the apartment. There were so many colors that it was hard to figure out just what was going on at first. But it quickly became obvious. She turned to look at Naruto, and reached out to him. He gave her a confused look, but offered her his hand anyways. She smiled and knelt down beside him, pulling him close until she saw the elbow that was red from him bashing it into the icebox. Lifting his arm, she leaned forward and gave him a kiss on the elbow. Naruto stood there, quietly watching his adoptive sister as she pulled away and offered him a kind smile. He had never seen Lin act this way, and he thought it was definitely his favorite side of her. "Better?" she asked, breaking the stupor he found himself in. "Yeah, thanks sis." "Okay, are you ready to eat?" Naruto grinned and nodded enthusiastically. "What did you make?" Lin growled as she stood up. "Don't get too excited, brat, you know I can't cook that well." "Are you crazy? You're the best cook I know. You could be a chef if you wanted to, Lin." Lin blushed and cleared her throat as she looked away, saying, "Well, you might be the only one who thinks that, but thank you, Naruto." Lin's heart wrenched a bit because even Tenzin had said her vegetarian culinary methods could use some improvement. He never was very straightforward with her. Typical Tenzin. She looked at the blonde for a moment and realized that the boy probably didn't eat many prepared meals. She remembered her own family and her relationship with them, and her eyes squinted shut in annoyance. When she opened them again, she saw Naruto grinning with an arched brow. "Why are you making such a weird face, big sis?" "It's nothing. It must be the onions." "You put onions in there? And cabbage and bell peppers. You need to eat your vegetables." "Yuck. I hate vegetables. No veggies, no food." Naruto narrowed his eyes for a moment, but eventually gave in with a sigh, saying, "All right then." Naruto eventually offered a genuine smile, and Lin couldn't help but smile back. "All right then," she said. "Let's eat." "Thanks for the grub," he called out, throwing his fists into the air in excitement, an expression on his face that comforted Lin's weary heart. Oh. Present, Lin Beifong. It was a simple memory. One of the times where everything was going right. She and Naruto were getting along and things were well for a time, but eventually things began to change. Naruto had begun staying out later and later each day. Eventually, he just stopped showing up. Worse, he never told her why. He just ignored her when she asked him why he was coming in so late, which infuriated her and made her storm out of the room so she wouldn't take out her frustration on him. She felt like something was wrong with him, but by the time she realized that she needed to intervene, it was too late. Naruto had left Republic City. He had gone to the Fire Nation, apparently, though she hadn't known at the time. Back then, she thought he could have been anywhere. And even if she knew where he had gone to, it would have been nearly impossible to find him. For all she knew, he could have been abducted, murdered, or sold as a servant in some faraway place. Children disappeared all of the time. Lin thought he had returned to ripping off gangsters and stealing from shops, but she couldn't find him anywhere in Republic City. She spent months looking for him, for even a trace of him. She even checked out a house that he told her about once while they were eating ramen. She asked him about his time in the orphanage. He didn't want to say. She pried. He told her about one incident that he said he would rather forget. It rocked her very core and made her wonder what else he wasn't telling her about his past. But now, Naruto was here. Somehow, that boy survived the harsh world and returned to Republic City, almost 6 years later. Or so she thought. When she first confronted him outside on the balcony at the little party that Tarlock threw for Korra, she was so angry to see him. She wasn't sure what it was it anger because he hadn't contacted her even once in the past 6 years? Was it because she really was a mama platypus bear and she had been worried about what his true intentions with Korra were? Why had she been so angry? Maybe it was the look in his eyes. He always had a bit of a cold stare, but the light in his eyes had changed somehow. It was keener, more traveled and deadlier. But no, that couldn't have been it. Lin wondered what could have angered her so. After several minutes of sitting alone in the dining room, swaying her half-empty coffee cup back and forth, she came to a conclusion. She was angry with herself for not taking better care of him and for letting him go and not reprimanding him for going out late when she should have. She should have been more of a mother, and less of a sister, but she didn't really know how a mother or a sister should really be in the first place. No use in looking at her own family for any frame of reference. They were obviously abnormal. She rolled her eyes as she remembered her mother and the rest of her family and lifted the cup up to take a big swig of the lukewarm coffee. Lin stood up from the padded floor of Tenzin's dining room and set her cup down on the table. Tenzin was busy speaking with the Order of the White Lotus to prepare for the worst, so she wouldn't be disturbed if she left now. She walked out of Tenzin's home and followed the beautiful, cobble path down toward the docks after crossing the main courtyard. There were a few sentries posted out to keep an eye on it, but she knew none of them would stop her from leaving. It would only make their job of protecting the air acolytes and the island easier if they didn't have to babysit her as well, as much as it pained her to even entertain the thought. As she neared the docks, however, her eyes widened when she none other than Cora stepping out of her boat. She hoped the girl hadn't seen her yet, but unfortunately Cora eyed her immediately after she planted both feet on the docks. The two women stared at one another for a moment in silence once Cora noticed her, and neither one of them moved an inch. Their stare-down probably would have lasted longer, but Cora's eyes veered away and Lin followed her line of sight and the sounds of heavy panting to see Naga rushing toward the docks, tearing through the open courtyard to get down toward the beach. "Naga," squealed the young avatar, both surprised and elated to see her polar bear dog after leaving her here, being without her for the past few days. Letting out a loud bark, Naga bounded down onto the docks and nearly tackled Cora into the water, but the avatar's quick thinking and a firm grip on her friend and spirit guide's fur coat kept her from taking a spill. "Naga. It's so good to see you, girl. How have you been holding up?" Cora asked as she wrapped her arms around the polar bear dog's neck and rubbed her nose into her playful companion's scruff. Naga whined in response and then yapped out loud before scratching herself a bit with her hind leg. Cora smirked and said, "You're coming with me today, all right girl? I'm gonna need your help getting around the city today. You feel like going for a run?" Naga barked excitedly in response, her tail swishing back and forth behind her. Cora smiled at her friend and pet her scruff gently. After a few moments, however, she looked up and saw that Lin was still standing there. The constipated look on her face told Cora that Lin was obviously not happy to see her, but Cora had gotten an idea while making her way here to the island and Lin's attitude wasn't going to get in the way of implementing it. Cora stood up and brushed herself off before taking a few steps toward Lin and past Naga, walking a little more slowly and tentatively than she normally would be walking. When she stood in front of Lin, the ex-chief of police eyed her quietly for a moment before barking out, "What is it?" in a very sharp and almost angry tone. "Lin, I need your help." Lin winced at first, not expecting this from Cora. She scoffed however, turning her head to look away from the dark-skinned Southern Water Tribe native. "What, did he show you his true colors today? That man on the radio is not the same man who shared my bed last night. There's no way it was him." Lin glared at Cora and said, "You're still in denial?" Cora seethed, but bit her lower lip for a moment to keep herself from bursting at the woman in front of her. "I am denying that he had anything to do with it. It doesn't make sense. How could he with the neck injury you gave him? He shouldn't be able to speak yet. Maybe in a few days with proper healing." Lin's eyebrows raised. She hadn't thought of that. Her facial features quickly regressed back into a scowl. "Maybe he had a team of waterbenders healing his throat or something. Wouldn't that work?" Cora shrugged. "Possibly, but I still don't think his voice would have healed so quickly. He definitely wouldn't have been able to give that speech." "Cora, what are you getting at then? Spit it out." Frowning, Cora turned to look away for a moment before glancing back at Lin as she began pacing back and forth. "He did lie to me. I know, you're going to tell me I told you so, but it isn't about what you think. There's a lot we have to talk about. Maybe we should." "Ella?" Cora's eyes widened and her body stiffened when she saw something back in the direction of the city. Lin arched a brow and looked up, but her expression quickly widened. "That's an equalist war blimp. Lin, we have to go. We can talk about this some other time." Cora was about run back toward the docks when she heard a loud, "No," from the woman behind her. Her voice could probably be heard everywhere on the island, with how loud she yelled at the avatar. "Cora, we need to talk now. Not later, now." Cora winced and then turned around to see Lin standing in a more aggressive stance. "Lin, fine. Before you continue, Cora, there's something I think you should know about Naruto and myself." Cora arched a brow. What the heck did she mean by that? "We have a history. It's not sexual or anything, spirits know. I've known Naruto for a long time. I think I first met him when he was about 12 or 13. I had just been promoted to captain a year before that and I was working on a couple of big cases at the time. He told me a little bit about how you were with him when he was younger. He always spoke highly of you, Lin." Lin frowned, though she wanted to smile at hearing that. She just didn't seem to have control of her face, it seemed. "Anyways, I ended up getting attached to the little brat. He was always getting into trouble, but he had heart and he always fought for what he thought was right. He was a thief, but he always only stole from the triads, their businesses or their orphanage operations. He did it more as a way to get back at them for ruining other people's ways of living. He was lucky he wasn't caught and killed back then by the triads, but the kid was pretty slippery, except from us, of course. I think he always allowed himself to get caught by the police so he could come see me, but he never told me whether or not that was true. He called me his sister for the longest time even though I'm old enough to be his mother. I think he understood that I didn't want children, so our relationship became a sister and brother relationship instead of a mother and son one. I started to really care about him and, admittedly, it didn't take long for me to realize that I wanted to take care of him. I wanted to make sure he had a home to come to, good food to eat and a nice bed to sleep in. When he said his goodbyes each day, I screamed at myself in my head to reach out to him and ask him if he wanted to stay over at my place. He wasn't the type to rely on people that way, but I thought that maybe he could trust me enough to say yes if I could only ask. And then one day he yelled at me. It was after I caught 2 triads about to flay him. Luckily, he led them right to HQ right when I was leaving for the day. Cora asked quickly, curious enough to butt in, these triads were mad with him because he stole something from them? Lin smiled and said, actually, he stole back something from them. Somehow they had gotten their hands on a watch I gave to Tenzin a while back when we were dating. Naruto must have seen them steal it or find it and so he pickpocketed them and led them back to HQ. He played it off as them chasing him for no reason by slipping the watch back into one of his pursuers' pockets right before I came outside. I even told Naruto that if he had the watch then I couldn't help him if these men pressed charges. He just called me an old hag and threatened to strip to show that he didn't have the watch on him if I didn't hurry up and metal bend it out of the guilty party's pockets. We butted heads for a moment, but eventually I did find the watch and it was somehow in one of the triads' pockets, so I had them booked and the 2 of us went out for ramen afterwards. Cora laughed and said, he likes ramen alright. I wonder who named him Naruto? Lin groaned and said, probably someone with a bad sense of humor. Cora turned to look at Naga when she moved close enough to rub her head against Cora's side. She fondly stroked her pet's fur. So what happened next? She asked. Well, said Lin, we got into an argument about what he was doing out on the streets. I was about to tell him that he shouldn't have to steal and get into trouble the way he did so long as he had me around, but he interrupted me and brought me back to Earth. The reality was, I wasn't actually there for Naruto and he pretty much told me that to my face. He was just a little kid living on his own, trying to survive. He did what he had to do to get by, and I couldn't see that what he was doing was a necessary evil for him not only to live, but to exact some form of revenge on the people who ruined his childhood. He told you about the terrible things he had been forced to do as a child, right? Cora frowned and said, he told me that he stole and had to mug a few people, but... Lin sighed, well, Naruto was also used as a child to lead unsuspecting people to homes where they would then be mugged, killed, kidnapped, or raped and left to die. He was also forced to kill some people. Cora's eyes widened, kill them? How old was he again? Lin crossed her arms and said, bitterly, he was probably 8 years old. I knew a bit of the backstory on this one long before Naruto told me about it. I was investigating the case for the longest time when suddenly I decided to ask him if he knew anything about it. He only admitted to it after I grilled him for several hours, and after that our relationship never really was the same as it used to be. I was torn between knowing who had actually committed the murder and knowing that he was only a child forced to follow orders. There's no way he could have been convicted for murder, but I didn't want to take that chance, so I stopped investigating the case. So, what happened then? Who was the person that forced Naruto to kill someone? How did he kill that person? I mean, he was a kid, wasn't he? Asked Cora with a confused and distraught look on her face. Lin nodded. A triad boss had contracted a known killer to assassinate a target and he chose an open venue. The target was a diplomat from the Earth-Bending Republic, so this murder had a lot of press tagged onto it for a while. Naruto's role in this whole ordeal was simply to poison the man's tea. He wasn't told what the small pouch of powder was when it was given to him, only that he had to break the seal and put it in that man's tea without him noticing. Naruto apparently managed it, because about 30 minutes after the target, a man named Yashimaru, left the tea shop. He died of a heart attack. The initial investigation brought up no results and his death by a heart attack seemed to seal the deal, but my superior at the time had some suspicions and so we went and checked out the tea shop that he had visited prior to his death. After closing it down and searching for a while, we found traces of poison in just one of the cups in the shop. Luckily, by the time we found it, it hadn't been washed completely away, but it wasn't enough for us to find the killer at the time. Several years later, another incident occurred right around the time Naruto turned 13. Another VIP died from a heart attack even though they had appeared to be completely healthy. I thought it was suspicious and it reminded me of that first incident, so I did some investigating and found that it was the same poison. I then asked Naruto about it, and he said he had been involved with the first murder, but after he found out what he had done, he never agreed to do anything like that again. So instead of working for the triads, he stole from them and screwed with their orphanage operations and cash flow. Even after hearing him admit to it? I just couldn't bring myself to turn him in just like that. Who knows what would have happened. He was an unwilling participant in that murder. Even at his young age, he could have ended up in prison for all I know. Possibly even executed if the family of Yashimaru, an old Earth Kingdom lineage which had major pull in the United Republic, decided to push the issue and demand for the child to be tried as an adult. I couldn't have that. I just wanted him to have a normal childhood. That's the reason why I invited him to my home, after all. Cora and Lin stayed there in silence for a few moments while Lin tried to pull herself back together. She looked angrier than she sounded, but Cora had a feeling that the practiced scowl on her face was from years and years of not opening up to people. She was still mad at her. How couldn't she be? She had tried to kill the man she loves. But Cora, if anything, was capable of forgiving, especially in light of the new things she's learned about Naruto's past. This man was a walking riddle. At first, she thought she knew him because of everything he told her about his time in the Fire Nation, but obviously there was a lot more to his story than he was able to convey to her in just one night. It was either that, or maybe she was just making excuses for him, so she wouldn't have to see that he was trying to hide things from her. Don't look at me anymore with those sympathetic eyes, Avatar. After what I tried to do, after I almost killed him. You must think I'm such a fool. A weak, pitiful fool. Sympathetic eyes? Cora wasn't sure what she was talking about until she felt the tears on her face. Cora swallowed and clenched the hand that she used to wipe her tears into a fist. Her brow narrowed and her eyes took on a strong, unflinching look to them. She took a breath and then spoke. Lin, now is not the time to mince words. We need to go. You and I both have a responsibility to this city. We have to get to the bottom of this hostile takeover of the headquarters, and the only leads we have is that equalist blimp up there and that Naruto, somehow, is involved with HQ's predicament. I need your help, Lin. I need you to come with me and help me beat the truth out of him. That speech didn't change anything about the way I feel for him, but it does make me want to bop him a good one in the face for lying to me about not being involved. Lin's eyes widened in surprise to hear the conviction in Cora's voice. The girl appeared to be ready to do whatever she could to pull Naruto back from the abyss, if that is indeed where he has fallen. Lin nodded in response and said, "You're right, Cora. Let's go, then. I will do anything I can to make up for the mistakes I've made in the past. Even if it kills me." Both of the women eyed one another for another few moments before Cora patted her polar bear dog on the head and clicked with her mouth to signal for Naga to follow her. The fox woman was already waiting for them in the boat. She smirked at Cora and said, "You humans are so strange. Crafting these alliances with enemies in the blink of an eye." Frowning, Cora wanted to ask her what she was saying, but with Lin right beside her, she couldn't really do that. When they arrived on the docks in Republic City, Cora turned to Lin and said, "Are you in touch with any of the officers who weren't captured?" Lin nodded. HQ is swamped with triads. They are letting in reporters though, so one idea we were going to try was sneaking someone in as one. Any word from or about Tarlock and the rest of the council? No one ever came after Tenzin, right? No, they never did. It seems like the Triad forces are just waiting in HQ for something. They must be getting restless at this point. Cora nodded. I think we should dash. Cora. Hey. Cora. Yo. It could only be one person. Cora turned and smiled, calling out, "Hey, Bolin. Mako. I'll have them group into teams and form a perimeter around HQ so they can keep an eye on it and whatever's going on there. We need to come up with a way to get in either without being seen, or by force. I'm not sure if your friends should join us, though. It's your call, Avatar." Cora nodded and said, "I think they can help us, actually, except, I'm not so sure about Asami." While the two women were talking, Asami, Mako and Bolin walked over toward the dock from out in the street where they parked their Sato mobile. "Cora. Thank goodness you're all right," exclaimed Mako with a relieved sigh afterwards. Cora arched a brow and said, "Yeah, it's nice to see you too, Mako." She turned and looked at his girlfriend and smiled, saying, "Hey, Asami." To her surprise, Asami reached out to her and squeezed her tight, saying, "We were really worried about you. Especially Mako, he thought you had gotten kidnapped or something because we didn't find you at Naruto's apartment." She let go of the Avatar and smiled kindly, showing in her face that her worrying had been sincere. A look of dread washed over Cora's face. They had gone to Naruto's apartment? She worriedly glanced around, scared she'd see that monster again. Now was not the time to deal with someone like him. He's not anywhere in the vicinity, my little water tribe sprite. I would have sensed him by now if he was. His chi is simply too large, even your filthy mutt there would have gotten nervous and started barking by now. Cora turned to glance at the fox woman who was standing near Naga and growled. She was a little annoyed that the fox woman had started giving unnecessary commentary. He's not here would have sufficed, thank you. Not to mention those nicknames were annoying. Why the hell couldn't she use her name or call her Avatar? Bolin twitched and said, I didn't know you talked to Naga like I talked to Pabu. That's awesome. We have another thing in common now. Mako arched a brow, one hand on his hip as he glanced at his brother with a skeptical look on his face. What else do you two have in common besides talking to animals? Quickly, Bolin responded, with a sly smile on his face and a show of his bicep as he knelt in the center of the group, duh. We're both drop-dead gorgeous. Korra laughed and the rest of the group joined in. All except Beifong, of course. Lin finally cleared her throat and said, I think we should explain to them what is going on to see if they are willing to help. Right? Can you do that in the car on the way? I need you guys to follow me first before we go to HQ. Wait, we're going to HQ? As in Metal Bending Police Force HQ? As in taken over by Triads and under constant surveillance HQ? How the heck are we going to get in? Korra looked at Bolin and said, by force, if we have to. If you can't come up with another idea by the time we get there, then we'll just have to kick the front door down. Asami, Mako and Bolin all blanched white. None of them were sure they were ready to take on as many benders as they had seen at HQ on the ride over here to the docks. None of you have to come if you don't want to. Things are going to get a little hectic there. Lin, you can travel quickly on your own if they don't go with us, right? Right. Before anyone else can think of something to say, Korra called for Naga and jumped onto her back and hugged her legs against the giant beast before taking off in the direction of the address that Jiraiya gave her. Asami snapped her fingers in front of both Bolin and Mako's dazed faces. Hey! You two coming or what? Come on Chief Beifong. We're going to lose her if we don't hurry. Lin frowned a bit at her calling her chief, but she wasn't willing to open up about that yet with any of these three. She got into the front seat beside Asami, making Mako narrow his eyes a bit at her as he walked toward the back. What, brat? You have something to say? Say it. Bolin made a face and jumped into the back seat quickly. Mako, however, just scoffed and stepped in. All right, let's go after her. By the way, where are we headed? Asked Asami, who glanced at Lin for a moment to see if she had an answer. I haven't the slightest idea. Is she still angry with me? Mako asked. Asami huffed, looking very much annoyed, but Mako didn't notice. Glancing at their driver for a moment, Lin said, no, she's not angry with you. At least not right now. Bolin nudged Lin on the shoulder and leaned in so he could whisper to her, did you make Korra mad? Lin grumbled and glared at Bolin for a moment, causing him to flinch and back up with an awkward smile on his face. She looked at him for a while longer and then let out a sigh, shrugging as she eased back into her chair. Yeah, something like that? Bolin nodded. Asami, can't you drive this any faster? We're gonna lose her at this rate, complained Mako. Asami suddenly spun around in her seat and glared at him, saying, I'm going as fast as I can, all right? Get off my back, Mako. Lin arched a brow and then turned back and waved Bolin close. He blinked and nodded, leaning in again. Have they been acting like this all day? She whispered. Bolin cringed and said, more like, for the past few days. Something's been up with Mako lately and Asami's not that happy with him right now. We can both hear you, Bolin. Lin reached back and whacked the firebender up the side of his head. Quiet you, we're not talking to you. Yeah, cried Bolin, that's right. We're not talking to you. We're talking about you. Fire shot up from the back of their car and pebbles started flying in from the street as the two started wrestling with one another in the back seat. Lin was yelling and Pabu was hissing. Meanwhile, in the front seat, Asami was shaking her head and looking out onto the road from behind her fingers as she face-bombed. Oh. Equalist compound, abducting a bloodbender. Shit, Shika. I thought you said we had an exit strategy here. Naruto had ripped out a piece of cloth from Amon's torn pant leg and used it to tie up the scorpion toy's legs so it wouldn't be moving around anymore and he wouldn't have to worry about it. Now they were trying to get out of the compound where the rally was to be had and had run into a few hallways and sets of stairs where masked men and women were already waiting for them to try and escape. Unless you want to fight through that horde of equalists while trying to carry their leader away, then I think we're going to have to come up with a new strategy, at least to get us to where Konohamaru is. Fine, come on Sakura, we have to hurry. Then let go and let me carry him. You're slowing me down, Naruto. Naruto winced and nodded, letting go of Amon's head and wincing again when it smacked against the ground. Sakura rolled her eyes and hefted the equalist leader up onto her shoulder. All right. Move it already you lazy bastards. Not sure where the fire came from all of a sudden, both Naruto and Shikamaru immediately started huffing it down a long corridor so that Sakura didn't run them over on the way there. Usually I'm the only one who gets called a lazy bastard, called out Shikamaru. Naruto laughed, though his voice still sounded hoarse. Yeah, no kidding. Her blood must be boiling or something. Shikamaru shrugged. I hope Konohamaru is ready for us. Otherwise we're screwed. What's your exit plan banking on exactly? Shikamaru turned his head as they ran and stared him dead in the eye before saying, Konohamaru's driving skills. Driving skills? Oh. Konohamaru had managed to climb out of the building and into the parking lot. It was surprisingly vacant for how many people were there, but he knew why. The way these meetings were held was people would meet in designated locations throughout the city and then they would be transported here to the event by a Sato bus. There was a smaller building with a sizable garage attached, so Konohamaru knew exactly where to go. He snuck past a few sentries that were posted outside and climbed up a service ladder on the side to see if there was a way to get in from the ceiling. Peeking in through a glass sunroof, Konohamaru watched as a few Equalist members were busy talking about something. He couldn't hear them, so he figured they were far away enough not to notice him getting in through the window. He reached for the panel and was about to open it when suddenly he heard a familiar voice coming from behind him. Stay right where you are. Don't move. Konohamaru arched a brow and turned his head to look back at the Equalist girl he met earlier. How did you even follow me? You went through the vent to the outside like I did? His jaw dropped. The balls on this girl. He had to climb vertically to get out of there. I said don't move, she yelled, leveling her stun glove at him. She looked slightly out of breath and a little covered with dust and soot, but she was otherwise ready to flay his ass if he wasn't careful. He winced. Damn, now she's gonna have reinforcements moving in, they definitely heard her. Little did they know all of the guards had left their posts to go into the building. They had just gotten the order to go form a perimeter around the main building. Hey, listen girl, what was your name again? I didn't give you my name. Now get down on the floor. Konohamaru grinned and said, Hey, listen, if you want to get it on we should probably get into one of those cozy buses down there. He pointed toward the window and Hanabi glanced down but quickly looked back up at him, a blush on her face. She was annoyed that she had discarded her mask in the vent because it had gotten too hot in there as she followed behind him, but she wasn't going to put up with his bullshit anymore. How did you get out again? She yelled, annoyed but curious as hell. Konohamaru shrugged and said, Your compound's a joke. One little house guest and everyone freaks out and they don't notice I knocked out the guy who was bringing me water and crackers. If he wasn't 6 feet tall I would have worn his clothes and just strolled out of there, but I had to take the vent because, well, yeah, I mean, I'm not 6 feet tall. Definitely not. Let me ask you one more time, why do you go against your own people? Why are you working for the leader of the Triad Bending Coalition? Konohamaru smiled, my people? What makes us different from any bender out there in the world? Better yet, what makes you and me different? I mean, there's the obvious. Bending. And with us, you're a girl and I'm a guy, but you have hopes, don't you? Dreams? Don't you think benders have those just like we do? They love, they fight, they live and they die. The boss just wants people to be treated fairly, and not some sort of weird wannabe utopian fair either like equalizing everyone in the world. He wants people to have the freedom to choose. Konohamaru then reached his arm out to the girl and said, I also want the freedom to be good or bad. Maybe a little mix of both. He winked at her and smiled. Hanabi looked hesitant to attack him. She was going to lift her glove back up again and go for the strike to knock him out, but something stopped her. She thought about what she has been doing. About her sister and the reason why she had joined the Equalists in the first place. Hanabi closed her eyes for a moment and then asked, Choose? The freedom to choose what? Konohamaru's smile persisted. She saw he was still offering his hand. The freedom to choose whether or not to chase after their own destiny, and not be hindered by anyone else in the process. Hanabi pulled back her hand for a moment, but she looked into Konohamaru's eyes and began to melt. She barely managed to reach for his hand, but when he took it, she felt herself warm up even further as he pulled her in close. She shivered as he kissed her. She didn't want to admit that she was attracted to him and his attitude, but she gave into the kiss right away and even leaned her body up against his as he wrapped his arm around her waist. Let's go. Hanabi nodded. She looked a little out of breath. Fine, but if you kiss me like that again then I'm going to kick you in the balls. Konohamaru chuckled and said, All right then, my name is Konohamaru. What's yours? Hanabi, she responded, but more important than that, what are you planning on doing exactly? Gonna free my boss and capture your boss and take them both to a super top secret compound. Nah, I'm just pulling your leg. It's at the Metal Bending HQ. Hanabi shook her head and said, What on earth am I getting myself into? Konohamaru grinned while wiggling his eyebrows. It's fun to be bad sometimes, isn't it? Hanabi was about to say, I guess, when suddenly Konohamaru grabbed her and leapt through a window that he kicked open in the glass ceiling. They landed on top of a bus with Hanabi in Konohamaru's arms and then dropped down to the ground where he let her back onto her feet. He noticed that Naruto's Satomobile was parked in the garage near the front, so he walked up to it and peered in through the window. He saw something inside and so he opened the door and was surprised to see a bow and arrow set. Huh? I bet the Equalists who parked this car for them was probably laughing at this. It looks like Sasori made it though. He cringed and pulled out one of the arrows from its quiver and saw that, indeed, the boy's scorpion was etched into the shaft. Naruto might want this. He took everything and then turned to Hanabi and asked, "How well can you drive?" "Very well, actually." She arched a brow. "Why? What are we driving?" Konohamaru grinned and pointed at the giant Sato bus next to them. It was a public transit model of the Sato Mobile that was only made recently. It was sturdy and was usually rented out to important parties so that they could travel long distance. It being inside of an Equalist garage was no surprise to Konohamaru. "Here. You take the wheel. I'm a terrible driver." He tossed Hanabi the ring of keys that Shikamaru gave him after opening the door and went to go open the passenger side window. Hanabi caught the keys and got into the bus and looked for the right one before starting it up. "What in the spirit world am I doing?" she asked, looking up as she shifted gears. "If I get caught, I'm in so much trouble." "Well, right now, you're going to drive through that garage door." Hanabi arched a brow and said. "Drive through it? I mean, these things are tough, but not that tough. That door is steel padded. Can't we just go flip the switch and open it?" "No," he whined, "that's too easy. Just drive, we'll be good." Konohamaru took the bow and stuck his torso out the passenger window. He then knocked the arrow and started to pull back. "Straight ahead, I won't be very accurate with this thing, but at least I don't have to be really accurate here." "What the hell are you dash?" When Konohamaru let the arrow fly, it sailed across the room and exploded on impact, causing Hanabi to flinch in surprise. "What the hell?" "Yeah. Alright Sasori and Deidara. I love you guys." Konohamaru started laughing ecstatically and said, "That hole big enough for us to get through." Though they were both surprised, Hanabi nodded slowly and drove casually through the giant hole that was blown in the door that wasn't as strong as she had thought it to be. "Good, let's go, Hanabi." She grinned and squeezed the wheel in her hands, biting her lower lip anxiously as she slammed her foot on the pedal and stormed with the giant bus towards the main building. Konohamaru was fun. Oh. Naruto's apartment, Itachi and Sasuke. "I hope we can spend time together again soon, little brother." Sasuke scowled and said, "Yeah, right. Talk to you later then." He waved once and walked over to the steps to return to the apartment next door to Naruto's just in case Korra was still there. Itachi sighed and turned back toward his driver. "Take me to the metal-bending police's headquarters building, Toby." His driver looked back and revealed that he was wearing a bright orange mask with a swirl around it, attached to some cloth that covered his entire head except for the top of his hair. He peered at Itachi through a single eye-hole in the mask and started waving his arms excitedly as he spoke. "Whoa! Aren't there a lot of scary people around there right now, Mr. Itachi?" Let Toby finish, "But wouldn't you rather go and take a nice scenic route around Republic City Park, and maybe go for a boat ride to Air Temple Island? Toby can even sing songs for you if you want. We might get less beat up going either of those routes." Itachi shook his head impassively and said, "Headquarters, no scenic routes. If we're not there in 10 minutes then I'm going to run over your head with this Sato Mobile." Toby winced and nodded quickly, "Okay. Okay. Don't worry, Toby is a good boy. He'll get there in less than 10. Buckle up, please, Mr. Itachi." With that, Toby did a quick 2-point turn and got them out of the parking lot to the apartment complex and out onto the abnormally quiet streets of Republic City. The whole time, Toby was freaking out, because he was starting to realize he probably couldn't get them there quickly enough. Oh. Mr. Itachi's definitely going to crush Toby's head. This is not good. Oh. The Sato residence. Don't come near me. I'm sorry. Please. Don't hurt me. Kisame frowned and said, "You coward. I'm not going to kill you, so in turn I have to hurt you a little bit. I mean, it isn't fair if I don't." He grinned and showed all of his razor-sharp teeth, stained with the blood of many victims. "Remember your mission, fish head." Kisame turned around and smirked. "You're done already, Yujido?" She grinned and stalked over to Kisame. "Well, I'm just surprised you finished helping Karui so quickly. What did she have you do anyways?" Kisame scowled and replied, "I had to move the damn bomb. It was heavy as hell moving it all at once. We didn't have a lot of time to move it piece by piece like they did putting it in the trunk, so Deidara put a strong base in first with handles on it and that made it a little easier. That girl, Karui, she's surprisingly strong." "Yeah, she is. You sound impressed." Kisame chuckled. "What bomb are you two talking about? What did you put on my blimp?" Kisame turned and growled, taking a few more steps closer to the Sato head and yelling, "Who the hell was talking to you?" Kisame yelled so loudly that Hiroshi Sato ended up cowering up against his desk again, trying to hide his face from the blue, scale-tattooed shark man. Yujito laughed in a sultry manner. She eyed him up and down and said, "I know I am." Kisame smirked and winked at her before turning back to Hiroshi and saying, "It's time for us to go, Mr. Sato." "Go? Go where?" "If you're lucky, to see someone who is not as hungry as I am." The man screamed until Yujito kicked him square in the face to shut him up and knock him out. Kisame turned to her and said, "Damn. You remember the mission, kitten?" That almost snapped his neck, I'm sure. She grinned and winked back at him before turning to walk out of Hiroshi's office. Kisame watched her the whole way out, wondering where she learned to walk like that. Oh, Equalist compound. Naruto, we're going to have to fight through those guards there to get to the exit. We can distract them for a while so that Sakura can sneak by with the lying sack of shit she's carrying, and then we can fight our way through and get out, but we have to do this quickly so that they don't call in reinforcements. Sakura mumbled, "Thanks for that visual aid. Thinking I'm carrying a sack of shit makes my job a whole lot easier." Naruto sighed and said, "Alright, calm down children. Shika, is there any way you can cause a distraction without us having to fight?" Shikamaru frowned and said, "I don't think so. There are at least 16 Equalists down there. And from what I can tell, at least 4 of them are highly skilled at chi blocking. Don't think we don't have to worry about it because we're not benders. Chi blockers can easily take away arm and leg movement and even knock you out with the right application of their abilities." "Yeah, I know. Alright then, here's a different plan. You lead Sakura out and defend her and the sack of fertilizer dash." "Wow. You too?" "Sure." Naruto shook his head in disbelief and turned back to Shikamaru and said, "And I'll distract them. You'll get captured. If that happens, just let me go. Get this guy to Menma. He'll take care of everything from there." Both Shikamaru and Sakura shared a glance and shook their head. "Negative. If you don't get out, we don't." Naruto groaned and said, "Who's in charge here again?" "Me, of you, you dumb bastard. If you get caught then this will all be for nothing. Shikamaru, you lead me quick and then come and help him before he gets chi blocked in the ass." Naruto winced, "Can they do that?" Shikamaru nodded, "Yeah, some guy called it 1,000 years of pain or something. Apparently it relaxes the sphincter and causes a whole lot of problems afterwards." Naruto shook his head again and just said, "Okay, whatever. Let's do this. Besides, I'm not going to get caught. I'm going to give these Equalists a little bit of combat training right now in how to really debilitate someone." Naruto hopped over the balustrade of a short staircase that led down from the second floor and dropped down into a large storage area that they had broken into where several Equalist soldiers were sent to search for them. "Hey! You masked bastards! I'm over here." Both Shikamaru and Sakura cringed at their leader's brazenness, but they went along with the plan and moved as quickly and as quietly as possible while Naruto drew their attention. They moved down the stairs once all of the Equalists in the room had turned toward the noise and made their way across the large room, using large containers and machinery as cover for them to move. Naruto slammed his fists together and said, "Alright you wiry little fuckers. I'm going to show you something pretty similar to chi blocking." Even as he spoke, the Equalists in the room began to circle around him. He smirked and cracked the knuckles of both of his hands at the same time by clenching his fists tightly. "I call it bone-breaking." Oh. Chapter 13, Winds, End of Part 1. Winds, Part 1 End. He opened his eyes to the majestic view of Republic City at night from just below the clouds. However, that intoxicating view of lights, something akin to swarming fireflies beneath forest crowns trickling with the soft milky light of the moon, seemed almost tarnished and even unfamiliar. Admittedly, his main priority at the moment was not what had become of the city, but rather what had become of him. The last that Noatak, known to his Equalist followers as Amon, saw before passing out were those feral blue eyes glaring at him, teeth clenched tightly around a strange little half-man half-beast-looking toy with clicking gears that amazingly he could hear through the maddening ringing in his ears. Now, however, he found that he was on the very same airship that had supposedly went to destroy his hidden stores of mech suits, except it was floating before the statue of Aang on Avatar Island. Amon looked down at the statue of Korra's predecessor and frowned at the disapproving look he seemed to cast upon him. Amon could see the city if he looked to the left and he cringed at the sight he saw. The streets were barren except for a few flipped-over cars and the patrolling crime syndicate goons turned revolutionaries, the only protection that the city now had from itself while in its state of uncertainty. With people all holding up in their homes, listening to whatever tidbits the news reporters threw at them through the radio, a majority of the lights had been shut down. In the waning evening sun, the city looked like a shell of its former self. A city of lights had become a city barely illuminated. Stop giving me that pitiful look, Aang. I may have fallen, but at least I am still alive. He looked around to try and get his bearings, but he found that he was chained up to one of the seats next to the pilot's console. Believing it to be the result of the blast earlier in his boardroom back at the rally, Amon was surprised that he still heard a ringing in his ears. He wondered how long it took for Uzumaki and his crew to get him up here. Perhaps he had a metal bender at his disposal, Amon mused. The longer that he listened to the ringing in his ears, however, the more it became apparent that the ringing was coming from somewhere else and not from inside of his own head. It was a slow and steady beep, with a pause in between every couple of seconds. A possible concussion from either the blast or his lieutenant's body smashing into him as it was blown out the window could be the reason why it seemed so loud. You hear that, don't you? His eyes widened when he realized that it was Uzumaki's voice. He'd never forget it, even though what he remembered was mangled and muffled from the scorpion bomb clenched in between his teeth. It still made his skin crawl. If you're wondering what that sound is, it's the bomb that we attached to this blimp, he offered. Amon could hear the grin in his words. Words that were coming not from a radio unit or speakerphone, but from somewhere here in the cockpit. Uzumaki was close. Too close. The fool. Amon's eyes widened and he looked around the cockpit of the airship until he saw Naruto leaning back against the console. His vision was still blurry, so he wasn't too surprised that he hadn't noticed him standing there before. In Uzumaki's hand was a strange device that he squeezed from time to make small clicking sounds. Amon wasn't sure what that was about, but his first assumption was that it was the trigger that armed the explosives that were apparently somewhere on the airship. This isn't a blimp. It is an airship, but that's not the worst mistake you've made today. Your biggest mistake is thinking that I cannot bloodbend while tied down this way. Amon turned his body slightly to try and loosen the bonds that kept him tied to the captain's chair on the airship, but to no avail. Naruto was apparently quite good at tying knots and stringing together chain. Naruto smirked and shrugged, saying, "But you see, I have this." He held up his hand and presented the small device with a button sitting at the top. "This is all I need to make sure you chill out and have a little chat with me, because if you even try and bloodbend me, then all I have to do is dash." Amon scoffed, making Naruto's left eyebrow rise at the sound until he felt some unfathomable force suddenly latch onto him as the masked man spoke. "When I am able to focus minus distractions, I can control, even the smallest digit, the most insignificant movement. I can keep you from pressing the button and even make you throw it out the window before I stop your heart. You have made a grave error, Uzumaki." All the while, Amon proved his point by forcibly making Naruto turn his wrist and move his arm around before clicking his fingers along the shaft of the metal device, all without moving himself. Amon was a master at what was known as psychic bending. However, Naruto's smirk did not falter in the slightest. "You may want to give me back control of my arm. If not, then I guess we'll both be visiting the spirit world very soon. You can't fool me. I have seen technology like that before. That is a remote detonator in your palm. It uses the same technology that's used in radio signals. Close, very close. This is actually not a detonator at all. It just sends a signal and is pretty useful for sending messages at fairly long distances. The detonator technology was based off of this one. Actually, I'm surprised you even know what remote detonation is. I guess technology really does advance everywhere at different rates." Amon scowled. "What message could you possibly be sending, and how is that any leverage against me? What is stopping me from snapping you in half like a twig?" He began to draw Naruto closer to his seat, lifting him up off of the ground by bending the water in his blood and moving it closer to him. Due to being under duress, Naruto found himself barely able to hiss out his words. "Code. I am sending a code. Varied intervals. If I stop, we die." Amon's eyes narrowed and he said, "How do I know you're not Dash?" "Seriously," Naruto said once he became accustomed to being held by bloodbending, "have to send the next signal in about 20 more, or, this blimp, turning into huge fireworks display. Enough explosives, to level your base, geez, have to be so hard on the neck? Can barely. Naruto's eyes began to roll into the back of his head and Amon finally realized that he had been depriving the young man of oxygen without even realizing it. He eased up on his deadly ability and allowed him to stand on his own 2 feet again. Naruto hacked and coughed and rested with his palms against his knees after clicking the button a few times to send the code again. "Is it done?" He lifted up one arm and gave Amon a hold-on gesture by raising his index finger at him before groaning and sitting down on the floor, muttering curse words and complaining about the feeling of wooziness. Amon eyed him curiously from behind his mask for a moment. He wasn't sure how, but somehow this brat had brought him to a bit of a stalemate. Normally he'd be fairly certain that the blonde was just bluffing, but after the ludicrous stunt he pulled in his own rally, Amon knew that he should take this young man more seriously than anyone else he's ever dealt with in his life. The gall it must have took to carry an explosive in your mouth of any magnitude almost made him respect the boy. He would never have acted so brash, so all or nothing. There was a flame in that man's heart. This, at least, he had to admit. What confused him was why he would bother. What was the point? Instead of asking him, however, Uzumaki interrupted his thoughts as he began spewing obscenities randomly for a moment before directing them at him and shaking his fist in mock annoyance. Fuck, you bastard. I can't believe you can bloodbend so well even after being tranked. Aren't you even the least bit groggy? It's only been a few hours. Shit, and my throat still hurts. Amon watched the boy as he popped his neck and started walking around. There was enough room in here for the console at the front, 2 chairs in the back and possibly an icebox and some first aid supplies. Plenty of space for Naruto to walk around and gaze out the window to see where they were flying to. Wait, where were they flying to? Where are we headed? It was less of a question and more of a demand. Whatever tone it sounded like to Amon, Naruto was obviously not pleased, based on his incensed expression. To Nunya, you dolt. You think you have any power here? Where the hell do you get off thinking you can ask questions in this predicament? Listen, unlike you, I'm not afraid to die. Obviously, right? If I was, I wouldn't have pulled that stunt in your office. So listen up, because I have a business proposition for you. Naruto crossed his arms, looking a bit calmer than he was a moment ago. Well, I'm glad you woke up because the dosage we gave you was a little high and that stuff is not really safe at any dosage when not administered in a hospital with, you know, doctors and shit, but now that you're awake we can start talking about why I brought you here. Amon groaned. Speaking of which, what on earth did you inject me with? I still feel lightheaded. Yeah, it'd do that I guess. Supposed to be used to tranquilize a saber-toothed moose lion, not a human, so I'm glad your heart didn't give out. Anyways, forget about that, we need to talk business here. Of course he wanted to shoot shit after nearly killing both of them and somehow managing to sneak his unconscious body out of the heavily guarded Equalist compound. This kid was insane. I'm listening. Naruto frowned, aren't you going to ask where the bomb is? Instead of answering, Amon simply remained silent until Naruto groaned and muttered something about a big reveal and how disappointed he was that the bastard didn't even care to ask. Well, you're sitting on it, in case you were wondering. I had it placed there underneath the captain's chair. Just wanted to remind you that if I stop sending these codes, oh shit, when is the next one again? Let's see, 17 plus 22 minus 8 and carry the 1, crap, I should go get a watch, pretty sure I'm supposed to send the next code now, hang on a sec. Naruto counted a bit more on his fingers while Amon's bowels just hit the ground. This whole time? He has been sitting on the bomb this whole time and the brat couldn't even remember the time to input the next series of clicks? Here you go. Good thing someone left this watch, let's see, oh shit. That, 1 2 3 4. Naruto looked up and yelled at Amon, quick. What's 37 times 54? Why the hell are you asking me? You seem pretty smart. Okay, I think I got it, just tell me when it's 15 tilde. Naruto set the watch down on Amon's lap and pointed it toward him. It was a silver pocket watch with an engraving on the back but Amon couldn't make out what it said before Naruto turned it around and set it down on his knee. He watched, paling quickly as he saw the perplexed look on Naruto's face as he input whatever code he was using. So let me get this straight, Amon began, coughing to clear his throat while his eyes focused on the watch to count down the time. You knew that I could control your every movement thanks to my advanced bloodbending, so you created a system where I wouldn't be able to decipher what your codes are in order to protect yourself and leave me in a situation where my bending prowess is utterly useless? Naruto chuckled. Something like that, thanks to Konohamaru snooping around. Glad you're catching on. Since I don't know the range of your bending ability, I had to figure out something that would both protect me from you and undermine your abilities. Of course, if you don't mind dying then go ahead and snap my neck. At least I won't be alive long enough to get incinerated, which by the way, you're gonna feel that balls first. You are, quite ingenious. If we weren't enemies then things might have turned out differently. Well, we aren't enemies anyways. That's sort of what I'm trying to get across to you here. There's a bigger problem than the dispute between benders and non-benders in Republic City and it has to do with the Earth-Bending Republic. Amon was silent for a moment. He eyed the boy curiously, wondering if he would elaborate. When he didn't, Amon yielded, saying, the EBR was the next mark in my list of corrupt bending governments that I planned on removing from power. It's become a dictatorship and is possibly the most dangerous example of benders' discrimination of non-bending people. My plan was to rally support here before moving on to Ba Sing Se. Nodding, Naruto walked over to the console and messed with some of the controls before turning back to walk over to the seated Equalist leader. He reached into his back pocket and held out a photo for Amon to see. The older man looked at the photo and arched a brow behind his mask. I've seen this man before. He is the one who paints the portraits of the royal family in the Fire Nation, isn't he? Those paintings are quite famous. I have always wanted to take the painting of Fire Lord Zuko and his family from his own home and burn it in front of him as he kneeled before it. Yeah, figured you might know him. If you didn't through his painting, then you might know him from his dealings with leaders in both the Northern and Southern Water Tribe. I was born in the Fire Nation, not either of the Water Tribes. Naruto scowled in annoyance. Cut the shit. I know that scar under your mask is just some clever makeup. Yeah, I took a peek. You're a bit paler than you used to be, but your facial features give away where you hail from. I'm not one of your little peons. You don't have to lie to me, Amon. I don't know who you really are, and frankly I don't really care, but what I do care about is that this man is planning an invasion together with the leader of the Northern Water Tribe, and it is happening in the next few days. Amon looked back at the photo of Jiraiya and wondered how an artist could tie into all of this. I don't understand, who is he really? Naruto sighed and took a seat next to him. He's from the Order. Amon's eyes widened. So is he high-ranking? Naruto remained quiet for a moment. Amon wasn't sure if he was trying to organize his thoughts or if he was nervous. He just stared at him quietly, eyes unwavering. Some inner struggle could be seen in his eyes, almost as if he was having a hard time believing or dealing with what he was about to say himself. Well, Uzumaki? Amon pried, growing impatient. The highest, he is the founder of the Order of the White Lotus, and several thousand years old. Amon paused, quiet for several seconds before he finally said, that explosion obviously shook your head up too much. So, is that what he told you? And you believed him? I didn't learn this from him. It was revealed to me by Fire Lord Zuko and then again by a powerful fire spirit that's sometimes known as the Phoenix in the Fenghuang Spirit Temple in the Fire Nation. Naruto remained quiet for a moment, simply watching and waiting to see if he received any sort of reaction from Amon before continuing. Jiraiya, during my training in the Fire Nation, crushed my lungs, cracked my skull and left me for dead, bloody on the steps before the great golden gilded statue of the bird. If it weren't for the spirit, then I would have died that day. Instead, I was reborn, and since then it has traveled with me to Republic City to help thwart the old hermit's plans after we reached an agreement and I signed a contract. Amon hesitated at first to speak, but the question had to be asked. You are serious, aren't you? Naruto nodded grimly. It happened just after I spoke with the retired Fire Lord Zuko. Jiraiya must have known what I learned about him there and decided I was too much of a nuisance to keep alive. He didn't expect me to return to Republic City after he left me as little more than a corpse on those jagged steps, but ever since then he has acted as if he didn't try and kill me that day. As if we were still master and apprentice. He is toying with me. He knows that even with the Triads backing me I have no strength against him. His army from the EBR will still invade and Republic City will fall in a matter of minutes if we are not prepared to defend it. It's the reason for the hostile takeover of the police force, so that I could lure the Fire Nation military here in larger numbers than they were planning on sending to deal simply with you. Amon's eyes widened. So you deliberately placed the city in a stranglehold so that its allies would come rushing to its aid with the best they have to offer? Meanwhile limiting my own share of control over the city and taking control of all of the resources available to you, you never planned on blowing up any of the mech suits, did you? Any of the airships? Suddenly, a devastating realization burrowed its way through Noatak's gut. He looked up at Naruto and asked, "Did you even know where my last stronghold was?" Naruto shook his head, "No. It was all a bluff. The thing about my lawyer figuring out where your last base is located was a lie. My lawyer doesn't know half of the things I do, much less what my plans were for toppling you and bringing you here so that we could talk without your equalist ties influencing your decision." He groaned. Noatak threw his head back and growled in annoyance before sighing and saying, "A bluff, that is, commendable. So Uzumaki, what makes Jiraiya's army any more powerful than the one you've established by using the bending triads here in Republic City? With this army he brings knowledge of spirit possession which he will use to augment the abilities of every one of his troops with frightening results. The Earth-bending Republic is not all Earthbenders either. The underground slave trade was never about selling prostitutes or servants, but rather a complex system to develop young, blindly loyal subjects who are several times more powerful than ordinary benders thanks to his knowledge of spirits, the spirit world and how benders' abilities are affected by them. Imagine a group that would make the Dai Li look like a ragtag group of lazy thugs, and then remember that as the founder of the White Lotus, Jiraiya is possibly the most powerful man on the planet with connections all over the globe. While speaking, Naruto's eyes had started looking off into the distance out the window, but now they had come back to focus on the man strapped to the pilot's chair in the airship. Naruto clicked the next passcode so that the airship wasn't blown to hell. Amon? No, whoever you really are? I need your help. Republic City needs your help. Without your bloodbending abilities and your status as the equalist leader, Republic City will fall, and then non-benders will be systematically wiped off of the face of the earth, one town, city and country at a time. Noatak watched Naruto as he spoke. The young man walked over to him and began untying the ropes and loosening the chains that tied him down. Once they were loose enough that he could free himself, the blonde took a step back and waited for a response. He could end him. Right then and there. End him and get off of the airship before it explodes. All he had to do was snap his neck and rush out to the balustrade and leap off. He'd survive the plunge into the water thanks to his bending. It was that easy. So why did he find himself asking the question before he even had a chance to think about it? How do we proceed? Naruto grinned, then walked over to the radio on the panel in the front of the cockpit and called off the passcode system with a "Thanks Karui," followed by instructions on receiving them and the war blimp at Metal Bending HQ. Oh, they've put up a barricade around HQ. I'm not certain why though. Any metal bending officer worth his salt could easily get through. It must be to limit what's visible from the outside. So aside from you metal bending us through, Chief Beifong, how are we going to get through there? The perimeter is huge. They must have lookouts posted everywhere to keep an eye on everything coming in or out. I agree, Mako. It's been half an hour since that equalist airship floating out by Avatar Island headed back over here. What's worse is the design looks frighteningly familiar. I'm going to have a talk with Dad after this. Asami, you think that is a Sato Corporation blimp? Airship, maybe. I'm not sure, but it looks like some of the designs I've seen hidden away in my father's desk. He was secretive of them, but I was curious, so I peeked. Guys? Not now, Bolin. We're trying to figure out what we're going to do next. It wouldn't be a good idea to just barge through without knowing what's waiting for us on the other side. Yeah, should have told Korra that. What? Korra? Where is she, Bolin? Sir Chief, don't look at me like that. You're really intimidating. You mean because she's a woman? Especially because she's a woman. She's like a terrifying platypus bear who's looking for its young missing cub. Bolin. That way. Up that wall. She jumped up onto that building and then hopped over the gate with Naga. Damn it. Hurry up and get back in the Satomobile, everyone. We can't let Korra go on her own, we have to help her. Wait, how are we going to get into? Whoa, that is awesome. Seriously, you have to show me how to metal bend after this is all over. Please. Shut up and sit back down in your seat. Punch it, Ms. Sato. Yes, ma'am. Korra followed the fox spirit as it broke off into an incredibly fast dive down the road, moving somewhere off to the side in one of the buildings trapped by the large metal walls that were erected almost 5 miles in all directions around the headquarters. Where are we going? She yelled after the spirit, patting Naga firmly to get her to move faster to keep up. Korra saw a group of triads and was about ready to try and swerve around them and maybe throw a few water whips in their direction to keep them back, but just like when the monster couldn't see her in Naruto's art room, these young men simply kept walking past as if they didn't see a polar bear dog barreling towards them at an incredible speed only to leap above their heads and rush past them. They didn't even turn around to look after her, which made Korra realize that somehow the spirit was cloaking their presence. It took another minute or two, but finally Korra found the spirit waiting outside of a medium-sized establishment in a seedier part of town. Korra and Naga slowed down and finally came to a stop, where Korra dismounted and then hugged her tired pooch and whispered a "thank you" before turning to follow the spirit up a set of steps to the entrance to the building. Where are we? Come inside, silly girl. Korra's eyes widened. It was the same address that Jiraiya had given her. Korra held the coaster in her hand as it trembled slightly in fear and anticipation. Naruto's daughter was here. What are we doing here? Instead of answering, however, the spirit merely vanished and left Korra with the decision on whether or not to walk in. The door was removed from its hinges. There were no lights on inside, but the bit of early moonlight that was pouring in reflected upon the floor that was covered in glass and from something that must have been smashed or dropped inside. She took the first step in and saw a figure of Avatar Kyoshi lying broken on its side near the rest of the glass while a wire sparked above her head where a chandelier once hung. At least she knew where that glass had come from now. Cora knelt down beside the figurine and picked it up into her hands. The head was still intact, but her limbs were all missing, as if someone had taken the time to break off each one individually. There was a large crack that split her face open between the eyes, but otherwise it was still whole. Cora stood up and looked around the room and saw the ember of a dying incense stick glowing dimly in the dark room. When she walked over to set the figurine down on the small altar where Kiyoshi had been removed, she heard it again. The rattling sound of its putrid breath. Cora turned and her eyes widened at the sight before her. The door burst in, shrapnel flying from the frame and door that was literally snapped in half. The lights flickered and then went out as all around the room women screamed in panic when they saw the terrible beast make its way into the room. Bodies collapsed to the ground and blood soaked the wooden floorboards as one Kiyoshi assassin was killed one at a time until all of the women who had been in the first room were lying dead. Somehow the room visible in front of Cora seemed to move without her taking a single step. She found herself following the beast as he tore into the next room, eliciting more screams as more and more people lie dead in his wake. The sight she saw in front of her even as she tried to back up against the altar that remained behind her changed to that of an older blonde woman holding the hand of a young girl and running deeper into the establishment with beautiful blue eyes that looked terribly familiar. The blonde reached out one last time to hug the girl before hiding her underneath a hidden passage in the floorboards. She whispered to her that she loved her and that not to worry, that everything would be okay. It was a lie, Cora could see it in her eyes, but regardless the small girl nodded and kissed the blonde on the cheek one last time before the floor was resealed. The blonde immediately stood up and began walking back the way she came. Cora knew that she walked straight to her death without being able to see what happened next. She looked down and saw the same floorboards where the young girl was hidden and turned her head to find that she was no longer near Kiyoshi's altar. It took her a moment to settle down after seemingly facing certain death before realizing that it was rather some strange vision. Goosebumps trailed down the back of her neck and her shoulders as she knelt down and searched for a way to open the floorboards. As if by some miracle she managed to find the right notch and the floorboards came loose. When she peered inside she found a set of stairs that led further down into a hidden passage. She took a deep breath before descending downwards into the dark. Oh. When Sasuke arrived at HQ, he was upset. Mostly, he was upset that the conversation with Itachi had seemed to go nowhere. He learned nothing about Naruto's plans from his time with his brother, and Itachi only seemed to want to ask about his love life and what new experiences he's had ever since moving to Republic City. The conversation was so normal that it was borderline creepy coming from someone like his older brother. To say he was disturbed by the time he reached Naruto's second apartment would be an understatement. However, with some time, Sasuke got over it and decided he should make his way over to HQ before things got too hectic since Naruto wasn't sending anyone to contact him. He drove and ran into the metal wall and wondered how Naruto had managed to find enough metal benders who weren't police to even try something so crazy. Apparently the metal was brought in from stores within HQ, but Sasuke only talked to one of the sentries posted on the outskirts about the details for a moment before asking to be taken by Sato Mobile the rest of the way since he had to leave his behind to jump over. When he arrived, he had been upset. But when he walked in and saw Naruto, Menma, Amon, Tarlok and Itachi having a mild discussion in the lobby with couches pulled up and drinks served, Sasuke was impossibly flustered and furious. What on earth? Naruto, this was not a part of the plan. You said we were going to kill Amon and Tarlok and Itachi? Itachi? What the hell? Naruto. Naruto turned and arched a brow, saying, yo Sasuke. Sup? Itachi sighed, come, sit little brother and discuss with us. We are preparing for the coming invasion. Amon and Tarlok looked up while Menma sat a little bit further away from the rest, holding a knife and periodically flicking it downward onto the coffee table that was pulled up in front of them. Itachi, muttered Sasuke, terribly confused as to what is going on. Don't worry, little brother. Shursui is dead, has been, ever since you arrived in Republic City actually. You no longer have to follow his orders. When a door further back opened, Sasuke looked up only for his eyes to widen even further. You're still alive? Saikon blinked, standing there in the doorway holding several cups and a large pitcher of coffee on a tray. Yeah, about that. Listen Sasuke, just have a seat. We're about to get started on formulating a plan and we need that big sexy brain of yours in on this. Besides, your time as a spy for Shursui and the rest of the Uchiha clan is over. Itachi killed everyone from your clan to help you cut ties from them and their EBR scheming asses so you could properly join us. He has been working for me this whole time along with Tarlok, who I invited early on together with some of his pals in the Northern Water Tribe. We only have a few more days and I don't have time to explain that we needed the rest of the police force who we let get away think that we mercilessly killed their comrades here at HQ, so they'd be sure to relay that to the military. They're actually locked up inside and some of the triple threats are making sure they're fed and comfy. Saikon and his family are about to be relocated to Zaofu with different identities so they're protected meanwhile. We've given the poor bastard enough grief for him to stay with us. Far too much grief. Saikon muttered. Don't get your panties in a wad. Ha ha. Nice Menma. Oh shit, Sasuke? Sasuke? Ha, well either of you bloodbenders know any healing arts? Looks like he passed out. No attack? Don't look at me, brother. Sasuke didn't hear much else for the next 10 minutes or so until he woke up again with Sakura smacking him lightly on the cheek. He watched her lips move as he heard her normally harsh and loud tone of voice sweeten and soften until it was like he was being wrapped up in silk. So, are you in, or out? Oh. Chapter 14, Notes O Make. Oh. Amon and Menma are talking about speechwriting while Tarlok, Itachi and Saikon are sipping coffee and just sitting in awkward silence. Meanwhile, Naruto is laughing at Sasuke while trying to explain everything to him. So all this "I'm gonna take over the world" thing was just a facade? You were literally messing with my head that whole time? You know what kind of reports I sent back to Shursui? It was ridiculous, especially after that incident in the chemical plant. Yup. I was wondering if you'd ever call out my shit, but you just kept staring and acting like I had stepped on a litter of puppies or something. Naruto sipped on a small glass filled with bourbon and a few ice cubes. Wait, did you even kill the triad leaders? Naruto arched a brow and everyone stopped their conversation or awkward silence to turn and look to listen in. He smirked and leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs as he reclined comfortably with one arm on the back of the cushion behind him. Well, it's more like I gave them directions to their deaths. I wasn't the one who killed any of them actually. Would you have? Killed any of them? Naruto narrowed his eyes. I don't operate that way. There's only one person that I intend to kill with my own two hands, and that's that bastard pervy hermit. Sasuke's eyebrows raised. He reached for his coffee and Naruto's bourbon and poured some in for good measure before taking a sip. Speaking of which, did you kill any of my subordinates back there? How did you escape from the compound? Asked Amon, curious. Both he and Menma turned to look at Naruto, who just laughed. Oh, right. Well, after we tranked your ass and tried to run, we ended up trapped in a storage room, and so I told Sakura and Shika to go ahead and get you strapped to that bomb before you woke up and slaughtered us all with that scary-ass bloodbending of yours. So the first thing I did was threatened everyone looking for us by telling them that I was gonna show them my own special bone-breaking technique. Oh, I'm sorry. I told you not to fuck with me. Ah, help. Hell no. I'm out of here. My legs, oh spirits, my legs. Loud crashing sounds. Arkagturk. My shoulder. Oh asshole spirits, my fucking shoulder. Holy spirit world. No. Oh shit, no. I think I'm going to throw up. No one's shoulder should ever look like that. Ah. Let go of my nose. Oh crap. Wait, let go of his nose. You're gonna tear it off. Shuffling sound. Another crash. Wet popping sound. Oh hey. My shoulder feels pretty good now. Wait, no. Get away. Ash. Get out of there. We're sorry. Seriously, I quit. I don't even get paid for this equalist shit. My eyes. Ooh, that looks bad. I'm done. I'm fucking done. Things falling from the warehouse shelves. A content sigh and a lot of pained groans permeated the large storage room. A few minutes later, Naruto sat on a wooden crate and smiled, nodding at one of the equalist soldiers who walked up to him with her helmet removed. Here you go, sir. Ah, thanks Kurumi. Smells good. Is it green tea? With jasmine. From Amon's personal stores. Oh. Hey, exclaimed Amon in annoyance. Naruto arched his brow and shrugged, saying, what? I was thirsty after that ass whipping. Who's telling the story anyways? You fought 20 of these equalists at once? You remember that I was trained by a couple millennia-year-old martial arts master, right? Menma rolled his eyes. You sure they weren't taking turns with their hits or something? Naruto glared. Don't go telling everyone my secret technique. They'll start to catch on. And anyways, so I ended up talking to a lot of your subordinates and they were telling me why they joined and how some of them weren't completely sure why they were even doing it. Shit, you had some kids in there who were just bored at home and didn't have shit to do. Amon blinked. Ah, well, when you're charismatic you attract all types. Sure you do. Anyways, so one of the girls was named Lilu and she said she joined because she thought you had a nice butt. Ah? Also there was this one older dude who had asthma and I didn't know that, so when I popped him in the chest and the stomach and knocked his air out of his lungs he just sort of dropped and stopped breathing. We were freaked out a bit because, you know, of course his helmet would roll off and I'd see that he's like this 60-year-old man trying to fight me off and it's just, well, it wasn't a good idea. Sasuke arched a brow and asked, "Don't you screen this shit?" Itachi chuckled and rolled his eyes. "Seriously. You take what you can get. Not everyone who wants to join is made to fight even if their heart is in the right place. Gonna have to weed out the ones that are just going to get killed out against these superbenders." "Don't call them that," said Tarlok. "You make the impending threat seem frivolous." "Isn't it?" "It's laughably impossible," remarked Saikon, shaking his head. "What are you even still doing here?" "Aren't you going to go hide in someone's cupboard in Zaofu?" muttered Menma. Saikon glared. "I'm staying. I can still help. It wouldn't make sense to run from this as long as my family is safe. Plus I have to talk to Lin." "You have a crush on her," spoke a grinning Sakura as she walked in with a tray of sweet rolls and other treats. Naruto nodded and said, "She's got a killer body for an older gal." Sasuke smirked. "You ready to move on from Korra?" Naruto winced. "Pretty sure she's gonna be the one ready to move on after this. And no, Lin is sexy but she's still like a sister to me. It'd be too weird poking that." Menma rolled his eyes. "What are you, 16? Like you don't know, whoever you are." "Menma. Myanmar maybe. Just because you're too much of a coward to kill those in your way. That's hardly the problem and you know it." "Where is the Avatar anyways?" asked Amon. "Shouldn't she be here helping us prepare?" Naruto blinked and shrugged. "I hope she's okay. I left my best with her." Sasuke frowned. "Your best? Oh, shut your trap you damn spy. Worst spy in history. Sending info to a dead person. By the way, Itachi, one day I will kill you for killing our family." "That makes exactly no sense. Seriously. For shit's sake, Sasuke, you're going to kill your last remaining family member who cares about you because he freed you from a life of serving a bunch of baby-killing sociopaths who happen to be blood related to you in one way or another. And he says I'm stupid. Hey, he tells me that about you too, Naruto." "Seriously, man? You tell Pinky I'm stupid? What? When you're 3 centimeters deep and screaming her name?" "Actually, he screamed your name once." "Wow. Seriously. Tarlok, quit saying seriously. I'll say whatever I want, brother. Will you all just shut the fuck up?" "You shut up, Sasuke. We all know you want the D." "D? What D? Oh fuck you. You know you want it. LOL. We'll be here for you when you decide to come out already and tell us, Sasuke. It's okay, baby. I don't mind if you like boys and girls. See? Even Sakura is cool with it. Alright, I'm done, gonna go see if there's some puppies I can step on. Anyone notice that all of the bad guys are doing the good guy stuff in the city?" "No, Tarlok, we didn't." "Was that sarcasm? Was that sarcasm, bleh? You're an ass, brother." "Shit, I wonder if Korra is pissed. I better go find her before I get into even more trouble." "Fuck you, Naruto. Yeah, you want a slice of this hot ass, I know it, Sasuke. You two are so utterly gay for each other, it's stupid how much you're fooling yourselves. Seriously. Tarlok. Damn it, brother. To hell with you. Psychic bloodbend. Stronger psychic bloodbend reversal. Better bloodbend reversal with wavy arms and stance. Stop bloodbending, you're gonna end up giving one another an aneurysm. Sakura, I am not gay, kiss me already, damn it. Could've fooled me a few nights ago. Damn it. HAHHHHHHHHH. I hate all of you. I wish you'd all just die. You wish you had that D. Damn it. Oh.